Chapter 551 Where No Human Has Gone Before. Captain Miller and Commander Campbell had remained aboard ISA ED 343398, waiting for their meeting time to arrive. Everything was proceeding apace, as it would be difficult for any Imperial force to run ahead of or behind schedule thanks to the AIs in the background ensuring that the trains ran on time. They didn't have to wait long before they received a notification with a link to a virtual meeting room. When they logged in, they found themselves in a large amphitheater-style room that would be instantly familiar to anyone who had attended college before, a lecture hall. Seated around them were hundreds of other ship captains and executive officers. No one was speaking. Everyone simply gave each other courtesy nods when they made eye contact with someone else. But the silence didn't last long before Huang Wei, the head of the Imperial Space Agency, appeared on the stage in the front of the hall. Administrator Huang was a middle-aged Chinese man with salt and pepper hair and a regal bearing, dressed in the utility uniform of the exploration fleet, a pair of black slacks with light blue piping on the sides and a close-fitting, tailored coat with matching blue piping. Ed note, if you're interested in seeing what the uniforms look like, it's very similar to the uniforms from David Weber's Honorverse novels, specifically those of the Royal Manticoran Navy. The difference is that the uniforms in this novel lack shoulder flashes, rank insignia, awards, and any kind of headgear. Everything that would normally be displayed on a uniform is all displayed in augmented reality. Everyone stood and saluted Administrator Huang, who returned the salute with a slight bow and said, "Please be seated. There's a lot to cover in today's meeting, and not much time to cover it in. To give you the important part first, the ISA is about to undertake a mission that is of the utmost importance to the human species. You, ladies and gentlemen, will be the first group of humans to ever pass the heliopause and engage in extrasolar exploration. As a semi-militarized fleet, you've all undergone all of the same training as the regulars in the Terran Space Fleet, and have inherited their professionalism and tradition. You only lack the heavy weaponry that the TSF has in spades. Sure, you each carry a small contingent of Ares troopers to defend against potential boarders, as well as act as guards for teams of researchers sent to the surface of planets. You even have a spook assigned as a general specialist. But your exploration cruisers are limited mostly to defensive batteries and a single gun that's only effective against stationary targets or viable in knife fighting range." Administrator Huang paused, noticing that most of his audience had gone slack-jawed and glassy-eyed. It was true, though. The exploration fleet was incredibly lightly armed. They had a few Mk-19 Titan's Wrath cannons, an updated version of the Mk-14 Titan's Wrath, which had proven its effectiveness in Islamabad and Delhi, as well as Faisalabad and Bhopal. The Mk-19, however, had been specifically designed for use in the harsh vacuum of space, especially for clearing potential environmental hazards out of their path. They also had a spinal mount hybrid gun capable of unleashing streams of charged particles, or switching to coil gun mode for large target bombardment. The range of the particle beam was limited though, and the coil gun was only capable of accelerating projectiles up to 0.29 c. And any moving target capable of interstellar travel would also be capable of dodging slow projectiles like those. The decision had been made for the exploration fleet's primary armament to be energy-based for a few reasons, primarily accuracy. Coil gun rounds were extremely damaging if they hit, but that was an awfully big if. In order to be effective, a saturation attack would need to be carried out, and that had implications that Aaron didn't want to even think about. Any coil gun round of sufficient size and speed to take out an enemy vessel would eventually become another planet's Chicxulub, after all, quite effectively ruining someone's day, somewhere, somewhen. Maybe it would be hours later, or maybe it would be 10,000 years later, but the only guarantee when dealing with projectile weapons in space is that those projectiles will always hit something. Sir Isaac Newton has always been, still is, and will forever be the deadliest son of a bitch in space. Administrator Huang judged that the attendees of the briefing should have digested his previous statements and continued. As a result of your ship's lacking combat capability in the face of a potentially hostile galaxy, orders have come down from above that you are to be escorted by the first batch of the Terran Space Navy to graduate from training. And today's briefing is to give you an overview of the regular TSS ships and offensive capabilities. First, let's talk about guns. Your fleet is primarily armed with energy weapons, which are considered secondary armaments in the TSEF. Even though beam coherence isn't an issue that needs attention in the vacuum of space, the requirement in terms of energy generation and capacitors is simply too high for space combat at distances that could measure up to millions of kilometers. Thus, the primary armament for vessels in the TSEF is missiles. Missiles have extreme range capability with multi-stage design. They're stealthy, and they're capable of engaging in maneuvers to increase their accuracy. They can also carry different warheads, ranging from electronic countermeasures that blind targets all the way up to multidirectional bomb-pumped X-ray laser warheads and beyond. They also carry sophisticated sensor and targeting suits, as well as come equipped with robust electronic countermeasures (ECCM). But most importantly, they can be command detonated to avoid collateral damage, unlike dumb rounds fired from coil guns and other kinetic weapons. Administrator Huang swept his gaze across the captains in the lecture hall seats and paused, as what he had to say next would have to be delivered exactly right. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, then exhaled, opened his eyes again, and continued. I have to notify you now that the information I am about to disclose next is classified top secret, code word GROJ 1655-40. You have all been preliminarily cleared for the information, should you choose to accept it. If you do not accept your new clearance level, please log out of the briefing now. He stood ramrod straight in the middle of the lecture hall stage, waiting with his eyes closed for the 5-minute logout procedure, in case any of the captains or commanders chose not to accept the remainder of the briefing. Chapter 552 of Fleets and the Vessels that Make Them. After the 5-minute wait, Administrator Huang opened his eyes and swept his gaze across the crowd receiving their briefing. I see none of you left, he said. Good. The Empire has recently developed a new warhead as well. Dubbed the Black Hole Bomb, it's exactly what it says on the tin, an oversized capacitor and artificial gravity generator strapped to a rocket engine. When detonated, it creates a short-lived, yet highly destructive, black hole in a small area. Small, by the way, is a relative term. And the only reason you're being informed of its existence now is that we don't want you asking about it later when you're in potentially hostile, unsecured environments. He continued on the topic of weapons for a while, explaining each of them in detail, then finished that portion of his briefing by asking, Any questions? Nobody in the lecture hall had any. At least not about the weapons of the EF and TSF, anyway, but they had already been taught not to ask questions that weren't relevant to the topic they were being briefed on. None? Excellent, Wang Wei confirmed, then switched to another topic. The ships that would be escorting and backing up the exploration fleet vessels in this momentous step in humanity's journey among the stars. Ships in the TSEF and their semi-militarized siblings, the exploration fleet, were still separated by category and role, much like the Poseidon Navy. From the enormous city ship down to the humble corvette, each ship class played a necessary role in the Terran space fleet. City ships were designed to carry entire seed colonies with them, including tens of thousands of civilian passengers, thousands of Ares troopers, and all of the equipment necessary for starting up a colony on any habitable world the exploration fleet discovered. In their cavernous holds, they could also carry entire TSF fleets, and in order to save on reaction mass and wear and tear on the TSF ships in routine operations, they acted as the core command and control ships during combat actions and transport vessels to and from battles. Stretching tens of kilometers in diameter, the disc-shaped vessels would be the flagships that carried the Terran Empire's flag to distant frontiers. The next category of vessel in terms of size was the drone tender. Stretching 3 kilometers from stem to stern and 1.5 kilometers in width at their widest point, the elongated arrowhead-shaped vessels carried a complement of dozens of thousands of drones, each armed with plasma cannons. The drones were mostly disposable and were basically just engines with a gun strapped to them, designed to swarm enemy vessels and chew them apart with balls of plasma. Slightly smaller than drone tenders were the hammerhead battleships. The researchers in Lab City had debated back and forth for decades before settling on the hammerhead design. Eschewing traditional broadside armaments, the behemoth battleships were 2 kilometers long, 1 kilometer wide, and their bow was perpendicular to the rest of the ship and densely packed with missile launchers. Hammerhead battleships were capable of launching up to 10,000 missiles in a single launch wave and carried enough missiles to fire 10 waves of missiles before returning to the accompanying city ship for rearmament. The workhorse of the TSF was their cruiser. Shaped like extended pyramids, they were 1 kilometer high, 1 kilometer wide, and close to 2 kilometers long, and they were the only multi-role ships in the TSF capable of landing on a planet's surface. Modular in design, it could take up any role needed in any given fleet depending on its loadout. Cruisers studded with point defense batteries served as a shield against potential enemies, with the same missile-centric military doctrine as the Empire, while those fitted with heavy ablative armor layers served as troop transports, and would carry 80,000 troops at full load with all of their assorted equipment. EndNote: Picture Pyramid Head from Silent Hill. That's the general shape of the Empire's cruisers. Cruisers also made up the entirety of the exploration fleet, it had to be noted. Destroyers, at 800 meters long and 200 across, were lightly armored, lightly armed, highly mobile, and designed to carry small teams of elite troops meant for boarding actions. What they gave up in durability and attack capability, they gained in speed and maneuverability. Given enough distance, they were the largest ships in the fleet capable of actually dodging lasers and other light-speed weaponry, given enough distance between them and the vessel firing upon them. And finally, the humble corvette. At 100 meters long, they carried a crew of 4 and 10 passengers and were designed for picket duties. Heavily armed for their size, they were the mainstay of the fleet in case of piracy, and they were also the only vessel design in the fleet that was capable of stealth, invisible to both sensors and the naked eye. Administrator Huang wrapped up the technical briefing by saying, "Fleet formations in the TSF are ad hoc and dynamic. With the uninterrupted, instantaneous communications made possible through quantum communicators and the assistance of ships' AIs, every vessel in the TSF is capable of fulfilling the role it was designed for in any fleet at any given moment. The only difference, ladies and gentlemen, is the color of the paint in the passageways of the city ships coordinating a fleet." Administrator Huang moved to the final portion of his briefing, informing the attendees of their specific escort fleets, the standard operating procedure they would be functioning under, their detailed chains of command for the exploration, and so forth. An hour later, the briefing came to a close. "You are all hereby ordered to go dark. No communication with Earth or outside your own ships will be permitted until after you've left the heliopause and are on your way. I won't lie to you. There's a possibility that this first step into the greater galaxy at large will also be your last. Should you choose to do so, you may visit the Legal Affairs Office at whichever outpost you're currently docked, where a special liaison officer will help you write your last will and testament, as well as record a message that will be delivered to people of your choosing once you've passed through the Oort cloud. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you have a week of shore leave. Your vessels must be completely vacated of any personnel and personal belongings in the next 3 hours, Earth time, as they are to undergo a specialized refit over your shore leave. Once your leave is complete, you're hereby ordered to report to Ares Central Command on Mars to link up with your assigned escorts and begin your mission. Good luck and Godspeed, explorers. Administrator Huang finished the briefing with a formal salute to the crowd, then vanished. Chapter 553 of Ships and Those Who Design Them. As the exploration fleet was on its week of shore leave on the outposts, and the partially functional Mars base was printing ship after ship, back on Earth, a press release had quietly gone out from the Imperial Press Agency. It didn't generate much news at first, and it was only a few sentences long, but it gradually gained momentum over the first 3 days after it was put out. The Terran Empire is in search of those willing to aid in exploiting the resources of the solar system. For more information, contact your nearest Imperial Space Agency recruiter. As the news crept out and spread, the details were soon announced by the first people to visit the ISA in their virtual office. At Fluffy_dog_hugger, this is awesome. I'm gonna go to space, man. Space. At Eternal_Crusader, at Fluffy_dog_hugger details? I read the announcement but haven't checked it out yet. At Fluffy_dog_hugger, at Eternal_Crusader, they map the solar system and need asteroid jockeys to go out and mine. At Thox7678, at Fluffy_dog_hugger, isn't that dangerous? At Nidrage001, at Thox7678, at Fluffy_dog_hugger, yeah, that defo sounds harsh. How'd they map it? At Fluffy_dog_hugger, at Nidrage001, at Thox7678, at Eternal_Crusader, it isn't as dangerous as you'd think. The Imperial Space Agency mapped the solar system using a combination of automated drones and crewed ships. They labeled all the hazards and asteroids and are gonna build processing factories. Thread. The online conversation grew more boisterous over time, and the details were eventually all dug out. When the initial press release had gone out, the Extraatmospheric Navigational Aid, version 0.1, XNAV 0.1, became available in the Akashic Record for public viewing and downloading. It was version 0.1 not because it was incomplete, but because version 1.0 would only be released after the entire galaxy was mapped. 0.5 would be the version that included the spiral arm that Earth was a part of, the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy. And in addition to the map being made public, 2 other pieces of news were released by people who had spoken to the ISA representatives. First, in partnership with the Imperial Treasury, the ISA would be issuing low-interest no collateral signature loans for the purposes of setting up a small business as an asteroid mining crew. Those loans would cover the startup costs for the business itself, as well as an asteroid mining ship. The second piece of news was related. They would allow people to design their own ships in virtual design garages, which the Empire would then perform rigorous tests on. If the design passed the quality standard, the Empire would allow the design team to list it on a virtual marketplace for others to buy, and the designers could either manufacture it themselves or allow Hephaestus Heavy Industries to manufacture it for a cut of the final sale price. Thus, anyone could be involved in the new industry that the empire had created. Even if one chose not to go out into the solar system as an asteroid jockey, they could design ships for the asteroid jockeys from the comfort of their own home. It was a monumental achievement for the nascent empire, and economists estimated that it would create millions, if not hundreds of millions of new jobs. It could even conceivably create billions. The possibilities were limitless. But along with the limitless possibilities came limitless risks. The risks of asteroid mining were obvious, but less so was the risk of designers putting everything they had toward creating new ship designs and failing, leaving them penniless after quitting their jobs and living on savings only to fail to design a ship that the empire's testing would accept. Among the most fervently interested were people in their 20s and early 30s. They were sure that they could create popular designs, and almost overnight, thousands of ship design corporations were registered with the Imperial Commerce Agency. One of those newly formed design corporations was the Mugidanch Company, which had been formed by a group of 5 Koreans, all of whom were in their mid-20s. Ed note: Emugi is a Korean mythological creature. It's a lesser dragon that aspires to be a true dragon and represents overcoming various trials and adversities to achieve a goal. Danche is the romanization for, meaning organization or group in Korean. Park Seo-yeon, was our design accepted? Kim Yi-jin asked, barely able to stand steady with all of his nervous fidgeting. We sent the design about 20 minutes ago, so we should have an answer soon. Chill, bro, we've got this, Seo-yeon calmly answered. He was just as nervous as his friend and partner Yi-jin, but as the scion of a moderately wealthy businessman, he was better at hiding his nerves. You're right. Kim Yi-jin sat down on the couch and crossed one leg over the other, but was unable to stop his foot from bouncing. I'm just nervous. I mean, we all quit our jobs for this, and not everyone was born rich, you know? He playfully glared at his friend seated across the coffee table from him. Even if we fail this time, we've still got time. We can keep improving the design and resubmitting it. And it isn't like we don't have savings to live off of until we strike it rich, so just be patient. We'll eventually succeed. Kim Yi-jin had stopped paying attention to his friend and taken out his phone, refreshing the company's email inbox over and over, not wanting to wait for the internal refresh to notify him that an email from the ISA had arrived. Another young Korean man walked into the room through the open door. Has Yi-jin settled down yet? He raised the case of canned beer he had brought with him. I come bearing peace offerings, he laughed. Sukhan! Park Seo-yeon stood and grabbed the newcomer by the shoulders. Ha ha! Is it time to drink already? When isn't it time to drink, brother? The newcomer exclaimed, then set the beer down on the coffee table. Yi-jin, chill out and have a beer. Kim Yi-jin set his phone down next to the beer and said, You're right, worrying won't make the email come any faster. Just then, his phone dinged with a notification. Chapter 553 of Ships and Those Who Design Them. As the exploration fleet was on its week of shore leave on the outposts, and the partially functional Mars base was printing ship after ship, back on Earth, a press release had quietly gone out from the Imperial Press Agency. It didn't generate much news at first, and it was only a few sentences long, but it gradually gained momentum over the first 3 days after it was put out. The Terran Empire is in search of those willing to aid in exploiting the resources of the solar system. For more information, contact your nearest Imperial Space Agency recruiter. As the news crept out and spread, the details were soon announced by the first people to visit the ISA in their virtual office. At Fluffy_dog_hugger, this is awesome. I'm gonna go to space, man. Space. At Eternal_Crusader, at Fluffy_dog_hugger details? I read the announcement but haven't checked it out yet. At Fluffy_dog_hugger, at Eternal_Crusader they map the solar system and need asteroid jockeys to go out and mine. At Thox7678, at Fluffy_dog_hugger isn't that dangerous? At Nidrage001, at Thox7678 at Fluffy_dog_hugger yeah, that defo sounds harsh. How'd they map it? At Fluffy_dog_hugger, at Nidrage001 at Thox7678 at Eternal_Crusader it isn't as dangerous as you'd think. The Imperial Space Agency mapped the solar system using a combination of automated drones and crewed ships. They labeled all the hazards and asteroids and are gonna build processing factories. Thread. The online conversation grew more boisterous over time, and the details were eventually all dug out. When the initial press release had gone out, the Extraatmospheric Navigational Aid, version 0.1, XNAV 0.1, became available in the Akashic Record for public viewing and downloading. It was version 0.1 not because it was incomplete, but because version 1.0 would only be released after the entire galaxy was mapped. 0.5 would be the version that included the spiral arm that Earth was a part of, the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy. And in addition to the map being made public, 2 other pieces of news were released by people who had spoken to the ISA representatives. First, in partnership with the Imperial Treasury, the ISA would be issuing low-interest no-collateral signature loans for the purposes of setting up a small business as an asteroid mining crew. Those loans would cover the startup costs for the business itself, as well as an asteroid mining ship. The second piece of news was related. They would allow people to design their own ships in virtual design garages, which the Empire would then perform rigorous tests on. If the design passed the quality standard, the Empire would allow the design team to list it on a virtual marketplace for others to buy, and the designers could either manufacture it themselves or allow Hephaestus Heavy Industries to manufacture it for a cut of the final sale price. Thus, anyone could be involved in the new industry that the Empire had created. Even if one chose not to go out into the solar system as an asteroid jockey, they could design ships for the asteroid jockeys from the comfort of their own home. It was a monumental achievement for the nascent empire, and economists estimated that it would create millions, if not hundreds of millions of new jobs. It could even conceivably create billions. The possibilities were limitless. But along with the limitless possibilities came limitless risks. The risks of asteroid mining were obvious, but less so was the risk of designers putting everything they had toward creating new ship designs and failing, leaving them penniless after quitting their jobs and living on savings only to fail to design a ship that the Empire's testing would accept. Among the most fervently interested were people in their 20s and early 30s. They were sure that they could create popular designs, and almost overnight, thousands of ship design corporations were registered with the Imperial Commerce Agency. One of those newly formed design corporations was Emugi Danch Company, which had been formed by a group of 5 Koreans, all of whom were in their mid-20s. Ed note: Emugi is a Korean mythological creature. It's a lesser dragon that aspires to be a true dragon and represents overcoming various trials and adversities to achieve a goal. Danche is the romanization for, meaning organization or group in Korean. Park Seo-yeon, was our design accepted? Kim Eugene asked, barely able to stand steady with all of his nervous fidgeting. We sent the design about 20 minutes ago, so we should have an answer soon. Chill, bro, we've got this, Seo-yun calmly answered. He was just as nervous as his friend and partner, Eugene, but as the scion of a moderately wealthy businessman, he was better at hiding his nerves. You're right. Kim Eugene sat down on the couch and crossed one leg over the other, but was unable to stop his foot from bouncing. I'm just nervous. I mean, we all quit our jobs for this, and not everyone was born rich, you know? He playfully glared at his friend seated across the coffee table from him. Even if we fail this time, we've still got time. We can keep improving the design and resubmitting it. And it isn't like we don't have savings to live off of until we strike it rich, so just be patient. We'll eventually succeed. Kim Eugene had stopped paying attention to his friend and taken out his phone, refreshing the company's email inbox over and over, not wanting to wait for the internal refresh to notify him that an email from the ISA had arrived. Another young Korean man walked into the room through the open door. Has Eugene settled down yet? He raised the case of canned beer he had brought with him. I come bearing peace offerings, he laughed. Sukhan! Park Seo-yeon stood and grabbed the newcomer by the shoulders. Ha ha! Is it time to drink already? When isn't it time to drink, brother? The newcomer exclaimed, then set the beer down on the coffee table. Eugene, chill out and have a beer. Kim Eugene set his phone down next to the beer and said, You're right, worrying won't make the email come any faster. Just then, his phone dinged with a notification. Chapter 554 Monopoly or Outreach. Quick! What's it say? Everyone in the room crowded around Kim Eugene, who had just taken a drink of his beer. Eugene sprayed the mouthful of beer on his friends and co-workers, none of whom cared. He picked up his phone and, for the first time since he'd had a smartphone, fumbled to unlock it under the expectant gazes of his good brothers. He finally unlocked the phone and opened the email, and his lips mouthed the words as he read it. Then he tossed his phone back to the tabletop in disappointment and chugged his beer before saying, It wasn't from the Empire. But if you want bigger dicks, boy do they have some pills for you. He laughed, then leaned back on the couch. To be fair, even having a chance like this is the Empire's generosity. It'll take a lot of time, effort, knowledge, and even luck to succeed. But even if we're late to the table, we should at least be able to pick up some leftover crumbs, and that'll be enough to cover us in the beginning. So don't have super high expectations right now, brothers. We just need our passion, drive, ambition, and hope, just like Imyugi. Park Seo-yeon exclaimed, putting his hand palm down over the coffee table. His friends put theirs in as well, and with a cheer of Imyugi Danj, the people in the room broke apart, laughing. Similar discussions were taking place in many locations among many different groups. Some were school clubs, others were megacorporations like Walmart, and even agribusinesses like Monsanto and Tyson were getting involved in what they saw as the ground floor of another industry they could use to further diversify their investment portfolios. But in a few businesses, like SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Virgin Galactic, the tone of discussion was much different. Unlike the optimism of the school clubs or the ruthless financial discussion of the megacorporations or companies seeking to diversify their investment portfolios beyond their core competencies, the space-focused companies were more businesslike as they spun into action. While the rest of the groups were meeting in classrooms, conference rooms, or Wall Street offices, the space companies started in the boardroom. The decisions they made were a matter of course, delegating design and testing tasks to various engineers working for them. They even sending out headhunters to recruit more people who specialized in tasks they felt were necessary. With the privatization of the solar system, at least within limits, the space-focused companies were determined to come out the victor in what they saw would be an epic scramble to divide the pie that was the solar system. But for now, whether amateur, professional, or anything else, everyone would need a response to their proposal from the Imperial Space Agency. Similarly, they would need to consider whether or not they would contract out their production to Hephaestus Heavy Industries. After all, whether they were among the first or last companies to facilitate the exploration and exploitation of resources in the solar system would depend on their manufacturing capability. And HHI was currently the only company that had the capability to manufacture spaceships that could pass any safety standards, no matter how stringent. A startup, on the other hand, might be able to manufacture them eventually, but there would be accidents. And not a single insurance company had publicly revealed their stance on whether they would underwrite such a risky profession as asteroid miner or space explorer. Thus, the risks were commensurate with the potential profits, and everyone getting involved had an important decision to make. One might wonder why, with the capabilities that Hephaestus Heavy Industries showed, they didn't simply monopolize the manufacturing industry entirely. They certainly had the technology to do so, after all. Most people even expected monopolization would be a foregone conclusion, as what sane person would let others climb their personal mountain of gold? Thus, people had been busily producing their signs and coming up with their slogans to protest against a monopoly that simply never appeared. Indeed, with Felix at the helm, HHI offered outreach instead of miserly stinginess. Instead of buying designs from people for a pittance, they publicly released a list of services they would provide to entrepreneurs. Sure, they offered to outright buy designs and manufacture themselves, but the company itself recommended against doing that. The offer was simply for those who found themselves overwhelmed and foundering, barely able to tread water in a shark-infested ocean that had just been thoroughly chummed. Add note, chumming is the act of throwing bloody offal, usually fish intestines, skeletons, and heads, into the ocean in order to attract sharks. Shark fishermen use it to make catching sharks easier, and adventure tour companies that offer swim with sharks packages use it to ensure that people actually see sharks when they go down in their shark cages. But what they recommended was a balance between profit and safety. They would instead allow people to license their production lines for the cost of raw materials plus a scaling percentage of the final sale price of whatever it was they were manufacturing. The percentage ranged from 5 to 20%, and the list of goods was thoroughly comprehensive, to say the least. The only thing HHI kept strictly to themselves was their own technology, and not even the most rabid anti-fan with an overweening sense of justice could argue against that. What currently held the public's attention, though, was the capability of HHI in the space-related industry field. Their offerings were unbelievable, to say the least. At Mullick 91, bruh. I just read the list of it Hephaestus Heavy Industries space manufacturing stuff, and I don't believe it. Nobody can offer 100% guarantee. At Hephaestus Heavy Industries, at Mullick 91, but we do offer that. All products manufactured by HHI are guaranteed to meet or exceed 100% of all safety and usability requirements, as well as a 100% adherence to the design schematics we receive. At Ahmed_94, at Mullick 91 LOL, you just got owned. Sick_burn.gif. At Mullick 91, At Hephaestus Heavy Industries at Ahmed_94, if there really are zero manufacturing defects in any of HHI's products, I'll livestream myself chopping off a finger. At Hephaestus Heavy Industries at Malik91, please don't cut off your fingers. What'll become of your love life if you run out of fingers? The arguments online were intense, to say the least, and the flame war practically burned the internet to the ground. Chapter 556: Hope and Enthusiasm. After a few minutes of celebrating, followed by quick showers and changes of clothes all around to wash off the sticky champagne residue, the 5 men in charge of Amugi Dance called their families and friends to spread the good news. You aren't gonna believe this, but Mom, we did it. Dad, our design was accepted. Honey, how would you like to visit space? Sis, guess what? The calls lasted for hours until well into the night, but all of them were too excited to sleep and began a proper Korean drinking party that went all around the city, from bar to karaoke to bar to restaurant, and so on. It wasn't until their 6th stop that they were too inebriated to move, and the bartender called for a car to bring them home. The next day, 5 men were in Park Seo-yeon's living room nursing their hangovers and discussing their future plans. I think we should let HHI do the manufacturing. They hold quite a few patents on black box Imperial tech that we incorporated into the design, so it's the best option. Otherwise, we'd have to find a factory that can manufacture most of the parts, then send them to HHI for final assembly anyway. So just letting them handle it from start to finish not only guarantees the quality, but also cuts out a lot of middlemen, Moonheim was said. Though the 5 men were all fast friends and had no idea of how to set up a corporate structure, Hyungwoo was their tech guru, and the others would generally defer to him on all matters technical. A chorus of agreements followed his suggestion, and the matter was considered settled. Moon Hyungwoo was unanimously appointed as the person who would contact Hephaestus Heavy Industries and work out the licensing and manufacturing deal alongside Kim Ye-jin, who had the most experience in a corporate environment. Ye-jin had worked as an intern for a Korean corporation that manufactured office chairs up until he'd been roped in by his friends to shoot for the moon, or rather, the asteroids. That's settled then, Park Seo-yeon announced. So on to the next topic. Where should we go to prospect? Everyone in the room exchanged glances and shrugs. None of them had any mining experience whatsoever, especially considering that South Korea wasn't particularly rich in minerals and lacked a robust mining industry. Most of the materials used in South Korean manufacturing were imported from other, richer countries like Australia, China, Japan, and Russia. We should probably hire prospectors. Or maybe we can just put our ships on the marketplace and sell them to others, someone finally suggested after a few minutes of silence. Now that we've got experience under our belts, why don't we start designing pleasure yachts instead? We could go after the rich people that way, came another suggestion. Oh, that gives me an idea. There aren't many super rich people anymore, not after the shuffle anyway. So how about we build a big solar system cruise ship that'll offer vacation packages for every budget? Kim Ye-jin chimed in. Why don't we? We could. I think we. The conversation shifted to brainstorming. Then after an hour or so of that, when suggestions had grown too unrealistic to continue, Park Seo-yeon cut in and said, Okay, settle down. We can branch out and do multiple things. We can offer leases on asteroid mining ships where people interested in asteroid mining pay for their ships with 5% of their fines for, let's say, 10 years. Another avenue would be designing luxury yachts for solar trekkers. I think people with disposable income would be more than happy to buy their own spaceships. Rich people's money is easy to earn if you offer them a way to increase the size of their assets in dick measuring contests. Just look at how Musk sent a car into orbit around Mars for no good reason but to brag. Imagine if we were the ones to steal the luxury market out from under those bujababwa. Endnote: Bujababwa, Hangul, is a phrase that supposedly refers to people who have great wealth, but lack intelligence or common sense. The Korean term literally translates to rich idiot or wealthy fool. I don't have any knowledge of Korean myself, much less their slang, so I went to the expert on this one, ChatGPT. Let me know if I got it wrong here, yeah? The Amugi Dance meeting continued, the 5 friends using sheer enthusiasm to make up for the complete lack of experience in actually running a company. They were far from alone in that, however, as the innovation project had accepted a lot of designs from startups that had zero experience and were, realistically speaking, doomed to eventual failure. Some might survive, but the shark-infested waters that corporations regularly swam in were definitely not for everyone, a lesson that most of the bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and optimistic people diving in headfirst was soon to learn. But if those that failed continued trying and trying again, they would learn the important lessons and, eventually, become one of the giants whose shoulders future generations could stand upon to look further into the foggy, distant futures themselves. The explosion of space-related companies, whether they focused on selling designs or customizing their own ship in pursuit of the vast mineral wealth present in the solar system, or anything in between, was the beginning of a wealth redistribution within the empire. Aaron himself was in favor of this shakeup, an injection of fresh blood into the stale economy that had been the playground for the detached and delusional ultra-rich people for far, far too long. So he would put his money where his mouth was and invest in everyone who dared to dream, ensuring that they all had an equal chance of fulfilling those dreams and kick-starting the age of exploration. It also proved a rather effective distraction from the events of the recent past, as well. With so many negative things happening since the founding of the empire, it was good to inject a little bit of hope and enthusiasm into the collective subconscious of humanity. Chapter 557. That's no moon! Ceres Station. Earth's second moon had now become part of the planet's skyline for everyone on the right side of the planet. All of what used to be Asia, half of Russia, Australia, New Zealand, and all the way to the American Midwest, people could simply look up at any hour of the day and see the enormous dwarf planet hovering in the sky. It had become quite a tourist attraction as well, as people flocked to those former countries to see the spectacle, or to Eden, where tour groups gathered to go up and personally walk around the parts of the station where construction had been completed. The only difference was the cost. Touring the station itself, at least in reality, was much more expensive than simply flying to a part of the world where one could see it from the ground. Roswell, New Mexico, in particular, had become a tourist mecca, as had Sedona, Arizona, oddly enough. Roswell was understandable, as they had always had a space tourism theme, but Sedona was historically home to hippies and neo-pagans, both old and new, so nobody quite understood the draw there. But regardless of the high cost, the tour groups all had reservation lists stretching out all the way into next year, though more than 10 million people had already visited it. And everyone who had been lucky enough to buy spots in those early tours considered it well worth the cost simply from the thrill of riding the elevator up the swaying anchor cable alone. Seeing the inside of the station with their own eyes was just icing on a very expensive cake. However, the station had become even more crowded with startup companies that immediately leased space on the dwarf planet, thanks to the imminent opening of space to private exploration. Ship showrooms, asteroid mining company offices, logistics company warehouses, and many other types of companies had rushed to pay the high leases with the expectation that the Empire would soon be banning civilian spacecraft from entering Earth's atmosphere. After all, the entire planet had learned a very painful lesson on September 11th, and that was only further reinforced with a wave of indiscriminate terror attacks carried out only a short while before. Thus, everyone was in favor of that particular piece of expected legislation coming down from the top. With the increase in companies and individuals leasing space in the new moon, the elevators were in constant motion, carrying freight and people alike from the surface to their new offices in geosynchronous orbit. Not that they could even tell they were in space, that is, as the Empire's gravity plating maintained a constant 1g. That aside, nobody had time to marvel at the advanced technologies at play, at least not after their very first visit, as they were all too busy preparing for their opening day, when space exploration would finally be something that virtually any person on Earth could partake in. And that day was only a few days away. Thus, the general busyness of the station had become the norm as thousands of people descended upon the newly refurbished offices, warehouses, space docks, and even the tourist facilities like hotels, bars, casinos, and brothels. The news of space opening to everyone had even diverted people's attention from the disintegration of the cultists that had taken place mere days before. It was a happy unintentional consequence of the timing of the press release and information dump into the public sector, and had put a rather anticlimactic end to the issues with the cult of the progenitors. Only a relative few people were still paying attention to matters on the surface. The families and friends of those who were still being held in stasis pending the discovery of a cure for their condition. Among the victims were 2 police officers, whose families were staying in hospital lodging, praying to whoever was listening that the Empire would soon find a cure for them. Aaron was in his office, watching footage of the people in stasis and their families, as he pondered the problem he had taken to calling mana drain. Along with that, he was wondering what exactly the last words from the blob of mana meant. Currently, he was about half convinced that it was simply fucking with him as it retreated like a beaten dog. The door to his office swooshed open, and Nova strode in, piloting her nanite colony body. "Sir, we've found a solution to the mana drain issue," she reported. "I'm listening," he replied, resting his chin in his hand and closing the holographic footage he had been watching. "We need to build medical pods that can deliver a constant stream of unexpected mana to the victims at the same rate they're losing it, or a little bit faster. Then it's only a matter of time until their mana bodies heal themselves, and they can be awake in the simulation during the process." As she spoke, another virtual screen popped up in front of Aaron, showing the results of the testing done in the Gold Labs of Lab City. After he finished reading the document, Aaron's gaze grew sharp and he asked, "With that amount of mana, wouldn't they undergo the same kind of awakening that Rena did?" "That is a distinct possibility, sir. But I don't believe that everyone will awaken, even under the same condition as Rena underwent her awakening. The researchers in Lab City believe there's some aspect of luck to awakening, or perhaps something they simply haven't discovered yet is interfering with the process. But either way, their research and my simulation iterations agree. Not everyone will awaken to mana, aspect or not," Nova explained. "If you turn to page 452 of the research data file, there's a chart of expected outcomes for the patients undergoing the cure procedure. And as you can see..." The conversation between the two lasted for another half hour before Aaron asked for silence, and sat in thought for quite some time. Chapter 558 Awakening Pods. A week later. Aaron stood in a cavernous room in the cube on Avalon Island, looking at the newly printed medical pods laying before him in precise columns and rows. As it turned out, actually using the first-generation atomic printers to print runic engravings into things was a much slower process than printing things without them. The process could be compared to trying to play a modern AAA video game on an old desktop computer from the 1980s. However, the trade-off was well worth it, as he was only one person, but he had many atomic printers. He swept his gaze across the room and nodded in satisfaction as his runic heart spun into action. A slow breeze began flowing through the room as he greedily sucked the mana from his surroundings. The breeze soon grew to a small vortex of about 10 feet wide before stabilizing. With the stomp of a foot, a brilliant golden runic construct appeared beneath Aaron's feet and spread throughout the entire cavernous room, slipping beneath row after row of medical pods as it grew. It soon reached the walls and stopped growing, and Aaron wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. Now the difficult part would begin. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began feeding his intent into the runic construct. Milky white ripples spread from him, lightening the golden glow of the construct as they swept over it. Unlike the construct, when they hit the walls, they rebounded like ripples hitting the side of a swimming pool. The ripples continued emanating from him in time with his heartbeat, which gradually increased in speed and intensity, staining the runic construct around him white as they swept through it. Soon, the entire construct was glowing with a dim white light that rapidly rose in intensity and brightness until, if someone were to see it, it would blind them and leave a shadow behind their closed eyelids. The white light climbed up the sides of the medical pods, filling the grooves printed in them by the host of atomic printers that had built the equipment atom by atom. Nova, observing the activity through the microscale cameras installed in the room, ran billions of simulations as the process continued. Simulations show a 100% success rate in imprinting the new pods, sir. It should be completed in just under 3 minutes, she reported through Aaron's implant. He grunted in acknowledgement, unable or unwilling to take his attention off the task he was performing. Though the simulations had all checked out over the past week, and he had rehearsed the imprinting hundreds, if not thousands of times in that time as well, it was the first time anything like this was being carried out in reality, and he was determined to take extra care to prevent any mistakes. Cut corners lead to bad outcomes, after all. These pods were meant to cure the unwilling victims of the unmourned megalomaniac behind so much death and destruction, and it was also the very last thing that would finally put paid to the cult of the progenitor's legacy. The healing represented something far bigger than the act itself. It would be the end of a turbulent chapter in the Empire's existence and the beginning of another. Thus, he was determined to do it right. A few minutes later, a bright flash of light shone, accompanied by a shockwave of mana that spread out and penetrated the walls, reaching a significant portion of the cube and causing people to wonder what had just happened. Aaron opened his eyes and looked at his newest creation that he had dubbed Awakening Pods. They were designed to feed mana from compressed mana stones into their occupants, allowing him to tailor a person's awakening to a specific element. In a pinch, they could also allow for unexpected awakenings, as Rena had experienced, but the amount of mana required for those was prohibitive, to say the least. So instead, he had spent the past week manually carving runes on a series of extractor bots that would head to areas where specific elemental mana densities were high, then gather that mana and condense it into mana stones, a term he had picked up through reading web novels in his rare downtime. His stockpile of mana stones had been growing since, and would only continue to grow exponentially. The decision to do so had two main benefits. First, it would allow for the operation of the awakening pods to to heal the final cultist victims, and second, it would slow down the increasing mana density around the world and give him time to settle the current batch of Awakeners before another mass awakening began due to the ever-increasing mana density in the planet. "Bring in the stasis pods, Nova," Aaron ordered. "Yes, sir," she replied, and a hidden door slid open in the side of the room. Stasis pods began drifting through the loading door one after another, almost like a line of ants. Once they passed through the door, they began heading toward an unoccupied awakening pod, where they were met by RESQR bots that transferred the patients from the stasis pods to the new pods for their treatment cycle. Seeing that the procedure was well underway, Aaron stood, nodded to Nova, who had appeared in his augmented reality view as soon as the imprinting process was successfully completed, then walked out of the room through a smaller door. He was met by two of his Emperor's Aegis, who took up positions on either side of him and a step behind, but he paid them no mind. A week and a half prior, he and Rena had had their first minor spat. He maintained that he needed no protection inside the cube, or other government buildings for that matter, but Rena had insisted that he go nowhere unescorted. Her argument was well thought out and presented, as befit the scion and heir of a megafamily like the Rothschilds, so he had eventually capitulated and agreed to the escort. But while he had agreed, he didn't have to like it. So he had decided to simply ignore his escorts beyond what was necessary for the sake of politeness, and to ensure that they felt valued. Other than that, he acted as he thought the Emperor of all humanity should. Passing through the hall, he entered another room which led to a block of apartments, where the close families of the people now undergoing the final healing process would stay through the duration of the treatment. The block included an amphitheater that would serve as the perfect venue to gather the people staying in the complex, and he triggered an announcement in their rooms that he would be present to explain the treatment process their loved ones were about to undergo. He sat in a seat at the back of the stage, and his escort split up. One of them stood behind him, where he would be out of view for casual glances, and the other headed to the door of the amphitheater, where people would soon be streaming in to meet the Emperor in person. Chapter 559: Lies, Damned Lies, and Statistics. The treatment of the mana-drained victims had already begun, even before Aaron had called the families of the patients into the amphitheater and explained what had happened, how it would be treated, and the expected outcomes. Basically, the process would require 2 weeks of Earth time, during which the patients would remain logged into VR. And each apartment in the complex the families lived in was also equipped with extended-stay medical pods, thus ensuring that the families could remain together for the duration of the treatment. The best thing about it was that the family's equipment would be maintained at the Empire's expense, as well as the standard fee that would normally be charged to the patients themselves. The bigger concern, and one that Aaron hadn't mentioned to anyone outside of his inner circle, was that using the awakening pods would light another beacon for the incoming visitors. That said, it wasn't like it mattered anymore. Humanity had already caught their attention, and they were already on their way. Worrying about whether or not they were paying attention to the cradle of humanity was like locking the barn door to guard against thieves after the horses had already been stolen. And it wasn't even that big a concern either. Aaron had already enacted countermeasures to prevent other civilizations that could detect mana from finding Earth. The shield he had created had more than simple blocking capabilities. It could prevent energy leakage just as well as it could prevent physical passage, and much, much more. For instance, he could even set it to make Earth completely invisible, like a hole in space. Sure, that would have some severe downsides, but when given a choice between bad and worse, bad would win every time. Bending light around the planet to provide optical invisibility would essentially blind everyone on the planet, but it would be better than having humanity wiped out by hostile marauders. And that was just one of the countermeasures he had included in the complex shield. Blocking mana leakage was just one of the more simple functions it was capable of. Currently, the shield was set to prohibit unauthorized entry and exit, as well as projecting a visual image of the planet that was designed to make it appear unattractive to visual observation. From outside, Earth currently looked like it was choked with smog and radioactive waste, causing the surface to be under a nuclear winter of epic proportions. Pit mines were everywhere, exploiting what few resources the apparently dying planet had to offer, and civilization looked like it was teetering on the brink of extinction. Nova had built a dedicated quantum supercluster to creating and maintaining the backdrop, and Gaia had dedicated a full 40% of her processing power to populating it with the most miserable people she could think of. Aaron, for his part, was quite satisfied with the outcome, though he was uncertain how well it would perform when met with alien observers. After all, the appearance of the planet and the plight of humanity on it wouldn't match up if the observers were using old light as a reference. And since the change from prosperous industrialized society to basically hell on Earth was instant, it could raise some eyebrows. Or whatever the equivalent facial expression on aliens was, anyway. Add note, old light is the light visible from light years away. For instance, if people were to use extremely high-powered telescopes to observe a planet in Alpha Centauri, which is a bit over 4 light-years away, we would see the surface of the planet as it was 4 years ago. If you flip that around and have people from Alpha Centauri observing Earth, they would see Earth as it was in 2020, not as it currently is. He couldn't hide the upcoming industrial revolution in the solar system, naturally, but he could at least make the planet itself look far more unattractive to at least some alien species. Hopefully, anyway. Plus, it would at least hide how fast humanity was adopting new technological advances, even if a canny observer discovered the discrepancy in the before and after of it all. With both the visual aspect and the energy leakage under control, all that remained was ensuring that communication discipline would be maintained, both on the surface of the planet and out in the solar system beyond its atmosphere. Thus, Aaron decreed an empire-wide mandate that all communications would be through quantum communications, period. He couldn't do much about non-citizens, however, but by the simple expedient of setting the planetary defense shield to block every wavelength on the electromagnetic spectrum except for visible light, communications immediately went down. And once that happened, Yusef al-Muteri, the Minister of the Exterior, went into action. In a matter of weeks, the remnant governments on the planet had hammered out treaties with the Empire that gave them access to quantum communications, which was a huge win for Operation Boiling Frog. Aaron was definitely not playing around with the security measures he had implemented to protect his empire, and the entire planet by extension. Once he gathered enough resources, he would even implement what he had named Project Loki throughout the entire solar system, blocking the accurate view from the heliopause. Not to mention the spy prevention, just the shield itself would act as a very effective first line of defense against potentially hostile alien invasions. In preparation for the implementation, another quantum supercluster had been dedicated to creating the image of an interplanetary war and the resulting ruined solar system left behind, providing the Sol system with a thick protective barrier as well as camouflage that would make it uninteresting in the first place. And the protection of the solar system would be thoroughly planned, leaving no loopholes for observers to discover that it was faked, unlike the loophole left in Earth itself's coverage. Or rather, there would only be a single loophole, which was that if someone was already looking and had spotted the discrepancy where Earth went from a thriving planet to a dying one literally overnight, they would be suspicious of a system-wide war. But the odds of that happening were slim, according to all of Nova's calculations. The planet would have had to already be under observation in order for them to notice the discrepancy caused by Aaron enabling the shield's visual projection feature. And that would require the observing party to be in the right place at the right time and paying attention to the right thing moment by moment. The odds of that happening were low enough, statistically, that Aaron had decided it was worth the risk. Chapter 560 Catch and Release. Kuiper Belt, just outside Pluto's orbit. In the vastness of space, everything is a mere microscopic speck against the divine firmament, Monique de Groot, captain of the NIS SV765981LRV, thought, gazing at the rapidly shrinking Pluto in her augmented reality display. The Kuiper Belt was home to numerous dwarf planets and had an extremely high density of objects, compared to the inner region of the solar system. The stealth ship had just passed through the tail of one of those comets on her journey outward, disturbing the microscopic ice particles as it passed through them, leaving a wake despite the advanced stealth systems in the exploration vessel. Thanks to the almost unconscionable speed the 5981 was traveling at, the disturbance was minimal and soon dissipated, returning the environment to its normal appearance. But even if the wake had lasted longer and propagated farther, there was no one to witness the spectacle other than the universe and Imperial automated early warning detectors. The detectors remained silent, thanks in large part to quantum IFF identification, friend or foe, systems being a part of their makeup. The detectors were a miracle of miniaturization. Based around a fusion reactor the size of a child's fist, the detectors themselves were only the size of a softball and leaked absolutely no energy or signals other than a positively tiny gravitic disturbance as the incorporated gravity propulsion system carried them on their journey to the inner edge of the heliopause near the termination shock layer of the solar system's border. Note: the heliopause is comprised of 2 or 3 layers. 2 of them are known: termination shock, where the solar wind emanating from the sun slows down and ejects all of the compressed particulates it picks up on its journey, and the heliopause, where the solar wind meets and is neutralized by the interstellar medium. Some scientists think there has to be a 3rd layer, the bow shock, where the heliopause picks up interstellar particles and shoves them out of the way. A few hours later, approaching the mission target, the ship's AI reported through the speakers embedded in the ship's bulkheads. "Begin the deceleration and capture maneuver," Captain de Groot ordered. "Let's do this in one pass, ladies." The bridge crew chorused an acknowledgement of the order, and activity at each workstation picked up as people focused on carrying out their assigned tasks. "Adjusting orientation, adjusted. Beginning deceleration," the helmswoman reported. "Opening ventral bay," the weapons officer added. One by one, the stations on the bridge reported their actions as the intricate catch maneuver began. Much like docking with a moving outpost, the 5981 was catching Voyager 2, except reversed. In this case, it was the dock itself that was moving toward the object meant to be landed within. "Slow and steady wins the day, ladies," Captain de Groot reminded the officers on the bridge. Time slowly passed as the stealth ship crept up on Voyager 2, then the helmswoman finally reported, "Beginning catch maneuver." The atmosphere on the bridge was tense, everyone intently staring at the displays on their consoles as the Voyager 2 slid into the ship's ventral cargo bay centimeter by centimeter. From start to finish, the catch took close to an hour before the weapons officer reported that it was completed and the bay doors closed. "Excellent work, ladies. Stand down from general quarters, but remain on the bridge. We're only half done," the captain ordered. "Aye, aye, ma'am," the others said in unison, then stood and stretched. One of the ship's complement of steward bots moved from station to station, offering coffee and sandwiches to refresh the stressed bridge crew. "We just made history," the ship's executive officer, Commander Celine Rivksinski, announced. "Not only are we the first ship to enter the interstellar medium, we're the first to pass through the Oort cloud. Stand proud, ladies." A low cheer passed through the bridge, then the soft hum of quiet conversation followed it. A month prior to catching the Voyager 2, Captain de Groot and Commander Rivksinski were in the Emperor's Council chamber with Aaron, Yusef Al-Muteri, and Nix, having been briefed on their upcoming mission. "So you understand your role?" Aaron asked. "Yes, Your Imperial Majesty," the captain and commander shouted in unison. "No need for the Academy yap," Aaron chuckled. "Do you have any questions?" "Yes, Your Majesty. Why catch and release the Voyager 2 instead of simply destroying it?" the commander asked. "Because destruction is never an absolute, Commander. Besides, why destroy something that can be used to serve a noble purpose?" Nix countered. "What's the purpose, then?" Commander Rivksinski asked, still curious as to why an entire stealth crew of the NIS would be tasked with a multiple-month deployment for what she saw as an enormous boondoggle. "Have you heard of Sergeant Murphy, Commander?" Minister Al-Muteri interjected. "Should I have?" she asked. "Sergeant Murphy is a lawmaker, Miss Ruff," Yusef sighed. "Minister, please just call me Ski. I'm Polish, we're all used to it, and have been ever since our ancestors decided to use every letter of the alphabet in our family names." Commander Rivksinski chuckled. "Ahem, yes. Miss Ski, even if you've never heard of Sergeant Murphy, I'm certain you've heard of his law." "All right. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong, and at the worst possible moment?" A light flashed in her eyes, as she suddenly understood what Nix meant by destruction is never absolute. "Indeed, Commander," Aaron said. "It's impossible to destroy something so thoroughly that it leaves no evidence behind. So what we want to do is leave a false evidence trail. And for that, we need you and your crew to capture the Voyager 2 and return without being caught at any stage of the operation." "Understood, Your Majesty." "Very well. Any other questions?" Aaron asked. "No, Your Majesty," the two Nixians replied with a salute. "Then be on your way. Good luck and Godspeed, ladies." Aaron returned the salute as the Emperor's council chamber disappeared from around the two women, who exchanged glances with each other then logged out of the simulation as well. They had much to prepare, and little time in which to do it. Chapter 561 New Year, New Tax Dodgers. Ed note: sorry about the delay. Hay fever hit hard and early this year, and I was completely unprepared for it. It usually comes in April, not mid-March. The Voyager 2 probe spent an hour inside the stealth ship before being ejected. As the ship had matched course and speed with it, it continued on its way with no apparent changes. Unless someone happened to have been watching the entire process from start to finish, the disappearance wouldn't even have been noticed. Even for keen-eyed observers, if they noticed the disappearance, it would seem like a sensor glitch on their side, as nothing about the venerable space probe had changed, at least outwardly. The only difference was that the insides of the probe had been swapped out for nanite colonies that took the shape of the components that were already there, but with the vastly increased capabilities of Imperial tech. The nanite colonies had vastly improved the sensors of the Voyager 2, though the communication issue had been a little bit trickier. Since radio waves were interceptable and quantum teleportation required more energy than the probe should be able to generate, The new method of communication with Earth was via ultra-high-frequency whisker lasers through a relay network of stealth repeater probes. Voyager 2 would passively collect material from the interstellar medium and print probes on its own from there on, and Captain DeGroote's crew would lay the remainder during their return journey. Endnote: space isn't completely empty. There's a lot of gas and dust particles floating around in it, ranging from a handful of particles per cubic centimeter to tens, or even thousands of particles per cubic centimeter. The stealth ship laid the first probe, then began the journey home. Another crew, meanwhile, had completed the same maneuver on the original Voyager and was also headed home. The two probes, one that had already left the solar system and entered the interstellar medium, and one that would soon leave the solar system, would act as the vanguards in search of intelligent life in the galaxy, something that the simulation was incapable of predicting. While all that was happening in space, things continued apace on the planet. People had celebrated the new year and were returning to work, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and eager to face the challenges of the year 3 AE. They'd had the vacation of their lives. With the time dilation in VR, coupled with virtual travel being instantaneous, many people had joked that they would have nothing left on their bucket list after a few short years. They had even enjoyed their vacation so much that not only was their productivity increased when they returned, but they didn't even grumble about paying taxes much. Everyone had received a notification of how much their income was, and a breakdown of their spending to aid in budgeting. The new currency had made it difficult to estimate the spending power people had in their hands, so the information was both helpful and timely. Thankfully, the taxes were low and the Empire would accept either lump sum payments or a zero-interest installment plan stretching their tax payment into 4, 6, or 12 equal payments. Thus, the vast majority of people found themselves with nothing to grumble about. But as for those who had attempted to hide their income, thinking that the Empire would be as lax as the previous scattered governments were regarding income tax, well, they had quite a rude awakening. There were no more tax shelters, and even putting their money under other people's names worked. The Empire saw everything they tried and included it all in their tax settlement notifications, leaving billionaires to pay the same income tax as people barely eking out a living hovering just above the poverty line. Even Aaron's businesses were the same. Though he didn't have to pay tax on the token 1 END he received from the Treasury as a salary, his businesses weren't exempt. The only money that was considered tax-exempt was money that was paid out from the Imperial Treasury. Everything else, barring charitable organizations, was subject to paying taxes. During the previous year, the Empire had collected a one-time windfall in a lump sum as a result of people hiding their dirty money. Criminal organizations, such as drug empires, and other money like ongoing government operations from their black budgets, had been seized. So had more white-collar criminal money, with people losing the money they had been hiding in tax shelters. Everything from people taking out credit cards in the names of their pets to people artificially inflating the value of artwork had been spotted, and the gains of those criminal enterprises seized right along with drug money. And now, all usable cash, in the Empire, at least, was tracked through the chips in the bills and coins themselves. Thus, not even cash could be used as a tax shelter. Every bill and every coin had an owner, and with specified owners, it made cash just as easy to tax as electronic currency. The ultra-wealthy weren't happy about what they saw as draconian tax collection and income tracking laws. It had historically been something of a game they played with the government and tax agencies, where they would see how much they could hide and avoid paying taxes on, and the government tried to find and tax the undeclared income. But now they couldn't play those games, leaving them rather unhappy with the outcome. At first, they had attempted the same thing they'd always done, resort to bribing officials to get the system changed to benefit the wealthy. But with no way to lobby the imperial government, at least not legally, they were completely at a loss. After all, if the officials aren't elected, there's no need for them to collect campaign funds. So they opted to attempt outright bribes, sending sacks of cash and other valuables to the officials along with promises of lucrative positions once they leave their cushy government jobs. But that just spectacularly backfired on them. Every government employee knew they were subject to constant monitoring of their job performance. Their training had even told them what to do in case someone attempted to bribe them. Accept the bribe, make the promise, and report the person who bribed them to their superior. As a reward for reporting it, they could even keep whatever was used to bribe them, be it cash or otherwise. If they didn't report it, however, they would be caught and sentenced to an even stricter sentence than the person attempting to bribe them. Accepting bribes was seen as even worse than the bribery itself, and every single agency had a department dedicated to investigating the employees of that agency, much like the Internal Affairs Division of Police Forces. Little did they know, however, that the people responsible for catching them were the librarians keeping the record of their brain data in the Akashic Library. Every time they violated the rules, a report would be generated and sent to an investigator who would catch the rule breaker and punish them on the spot. The ultra-wealthy had finally been met with a government that was impossible for them to influence in any way. Chapter 562 Pomp and Circumstance. You, the brave men and women of the exploration fleet, have volunteered to take on a task for the betterment of humanity. And for that, we salute you. Aaron snapped a salute. He was standing on the stage against the backdrop of the Empire's virtual press room, delivering a speech to commemorate the exploration mission that was stopped at the inner edge of the termination shock layer of the heliopause. As it was Earth's first manned mission to interstellar space, officially, at least, the exploration fleets and their escorts had turned out in their full-dress uniforms to listen to the Emperor's remarks. Generations before the Terran Empire was conceived, a visionary was born in the then United States of America. Born to humble parents, he was a decorated veteran and pilot who yearned for the stars. What if, he thought to himself, but the technology to fulfill his dreams wouldn't exist for decades after he began his dreams? So instead, he devoted himself to sharing those dreams of his in the hopes that they would inspire others to dream with him, and by doing so, he influenced generation after generation of people to seek the stars, to boldly go where no man has gone before. You, the brave men and women of our exploration fleet, are the culmination of the hopes and dreams of every man, woman, and child who has ever looked up at the night sky and thought to themselves, what if? And as you take this first historic step in the history of mankind, know that you go with those hopes and dreams. Aaron's gaze grew fervent as he stared into the virtual camera in front of him, the viewing angle of everyone watching making it seem as though he was meeting the eyes of everyone watching his speech. You stand on the shoulders of giants who have come before you, lifted by the blood, sweat, and tears of our species' effort over generations. You, the pioneers of space, are the culmination of the entire history of our world, and the fruit of the tree of effort that generations upon generations planted before. From the first Neanderthal, who looked up and dreamed up fantastic dreams of the night sky, to the storytellers who told tale after tale of the gods, the astronomers who first saw pictures in the sky, the authors who wrote flights of fantasies set in the sprawling, infinite universe, the brave men of the Sputnik and Apollo missions. We could list name after name stretching in a long unbroken line of heroes, dreamers, philosophers, and wanderers. But we are here to celebrate you, the first and greatest of our people since the first to strap themselves to rockets and fling themselves into space to look down on this pale blue dot against the backdrop of the cosmos. So again, we salute you. Aaron, instead of giving another military salute, fell silent and bowed his head. He maintained that stance in silence for a full minute before raising his head again and continuing. Your journey has no set time limit, but we expect that some of you could be gone from the solar system for up to 5 years. You have earned not only our gratitude and respect by volunteering yourselves to take up this onerous task, but also that of your brothers and sisters of the Terran Empire, be they man, woman, or child, public servant or private citizen, rich or poor, healthy or well healthy. He paused and cast a cheeky grin into the virtual camera, lightening the mood somewhat. Aaron cleared his throat, and his expression once again grew solemn, in keeping with the theme of his speech, and he carried on with his speech. No one shall ever forget the sacrifices that you have volunteered yourselves for. All of you have earned a place in the history books of humanity with your intrepid determination to advance our species and leave the cradle of human civilization to take this first great step. You venture forth in our name, and behind you stands all of humanity. During your voyage, some of you will face danger. Some of you may even lose your lives, much like more terrestrial adventurers, explorers, and pioneers from the age of sail. You, the brave men and women of the exploration fleet, face the unpredictability of the unknown, much like the great explorers of the past. The expression on Aaron's face went from solemn and grave to grim and imposing. Note: the age of sail was the period between the 16th and 19th century, when most world transportation was done via wind-driven sailing ships. But when speaking of the pioneers who first voyaged out and mapped the world, that started around the 1500s and, in my books, ended in the mid-18th century with the discovery and colonization of North America. But no matter the situation you find yourselves in, remember that the Terran Empire has trained you to the highest standard. Trust in yourselves, trust in your brothers and sisters beside you, trust in the leadership above you, and above all, trust in the undying thirst for exploration inherent in the human race. So go forth, sons and daughters of humanity, and explore. Carry out your duties with conviction and pride as you venture into the greatest unknown that the human species has ever faced. Be bold, brave, and undaunted as you carry the torch of our civilization and the flag of our empire to the stars. And know this, we have your back. Just as you trust in your chain of command, we, the Terran Empire, trust in and support you, no matter how distant your journey may take you. So go forth with confidence. Godspeed, ladies and gentlemen, and long live the Terran Empire. Aaron snapped to attention and saluted the virtual camera once more as his image faded from the stage, and other members of the upper leadership of the Terran Space Fleet and Terran Exploration Fleet took the stage to deliver their remarks. Pomp and circumstance had a long tradition in the armed forces, one that would likely remain unbroken until the heat death of the universe. Even as entropy closed in, the last living human would likely deliver a rousing speech to whomever found whatever media he or she recorded it on. Chapter 563 One hell of a slippery slope, or two. Aaron walked into his suite in the cube and sat next to Rena on the couch in his lounge. He sighed and fell over on his side, resting his head on her lap. She stroked his hair and asked, "Long day?" 5 million, he replied. 5 million? 5 million people are about to leave the solar system. It was a lot. Never had a speech take so much out of me. Aaron sighed again. Why'd you have to do it personally? Couldn't you just have someone fake being you to deliver the speech? Couldn't do that. Haven't you done it before? Rena tilted her head, losing herself in thought as she petted her fiancé. I owe it to them to do it myself. They're the first manned exploration mission humanity's ever sent past the Oort cloud, and they're risking their lives for us. No, for me. So the absolute least I can do is personally send them off. Well, I guess, but just keep in mind that you can just make an AI or something that'll write and deliver speeches on your behalf. Rena giggled. We have the technology. We can make him better, faster, stronger. Aaron rolled over and looked up, trying to see Rena's face, but having his vision blocked by two obstacles. I'm worth more than that, you know, he groaned. Yes. You're worth the most. Definitely worth more than a mere $6 million, that's for sure, Aaron grumbled, then turned his head and buried his face against Rena's belly. Besides, he continued, his voice slightly muffled, I can't do that anyway. You can't make a speechwriting AI? Nope. You see, in order to do that, I'd have to do it based on my brain data. Is that all? I mean, don't you already have your brain data constantly being updated? No. I don't, you don't, our families don't. All those closest to me are exempt from brain data monitoring and uploading. It's I dunno. Not invasive, but regular invasive. I see, I guess, Rena said, moving her petting hand to the back of Aaron's neck and lightly massaging it. Besides, even if I could, I still wouldn't. Why not? Because then I'd get complacent, and that's one hell of a slippery slope. But you'd have more time for me and our family, no? She asked. Rena, darling, beauty, wonderful love of my life, we have the simulation. And a very, very long life to begin with. We'll be sick of each other soon enough. He softly moaned as she switched over to lightly teasing him with her fingernails. I understand. Now, are we going to do it or what? I must be the most henpecked emperor in history. Aaron laughed as he performed a feat of strength and flexibility that practically violated the laws of physics, ending up atop her on the couch. Their lips met in a passionate kiss, and Nova politely stopped paying attention to the happenings in the room, simply flagging Aaron as unavailable except for emergencies of red or higher classification on the Empire's threat index. The lights in the room dimmed as the rustle of clothing falling to the floor mixed with the sound of soft panting and moans. The moment the Emperor vanished, the members of the 5 exploration fleets and their gigantic city ship escorts logged out of the simulation as well, each of them climbing out of their pods. As inspiring as Aaron's speech was, they had work to do. Hours passed as the crew members performed their final checks. They weren't dragging their heels, but rather doing a detailed and thorough inspection on their newly printed vessels. Some departments even called for the removal of the bulkheads on their decks to physically check the systems hidden behind them. They were headed out of the solar system, after all, so no checks would be too invasive, too thorough, or too unnecessary. Once everything returned green, the fleets brought their reactors up from standby power to full, and humanity had officially taken their first step into a much wider universe. Over 10,000 ships were heading out, though the number seemed much lower, as most of the escort ships were still contained in their designated city ships. They were organized into 5 task forces, each named after the destination they would be heading to. Task Force Proxima was headed to Proxima Centauri, a solar system a little over 4 light-years away that astronomers felt had a high chance of supporting organic life. Thousands, if not tens of thousands, of science fiction novels had mentioned the system, so of course humanity would choose it for one of the destinations in their inaugural exploration mission to the stars. The others were headed to Teegarden Star, about 12 light-years away, Wolf 1061, which was about 14 light-years away, the TRAPPIST-1 system, at about 39 light-years from Earth, and LHS 1140, which was 40 light-years away. Researchers from Earth had long believed those 5 were among the systems most likely to support organic life, and the AI that oversaw the Terran Space Fleet and Terran Exploration Fleet, STIX, had chosen them for the first expedition. Not only did they have atmospheres, but they were likely to have liquid water on the surface, and their distribution in the galaxy provided a decent sample in terms of distance and direction from Earth. 1 was nearby, 2 were at a more middling distance, and 2 were a long distance from the cradle of humanity. But more importantly, none of them were even remotely close to the visitors' flight path on their approach to the solar system. Thus, the exploration fleets would have no chance of forcing an early meeting with the extraterrestrials, who were already on their way to Earth. The fleets themselves were extremely flexible. Each exploration cruiser carried a reinforced company of Ares troopers, a squad of Reapers, a ship's guard of Aegis specialists, and a Nixian of every specialization. And each exploration fleet was made up of 100 exploration cruisers. And escorting each exploration fleet was a vast city ship, each of which acted as the mothership for close to 2,000 ships of the Terran Space Fleet, along with a legion of Ares, enough fertilized zygotes to plant a colony on a habitable planet with sufficient genetic diversity to ensure their long-term viability, and a full copy of the non-classified parts of the Akashic Record. They also housed enormous atomic printers capable of virtually terraforming entire planets, given enough time, which was a first for Aaron. He was so overprotective of the atomic printing technology that he had been determined not to let the technology anywhere outside the solar system, but he'd had his mind changed on the subject by Nova. A few days before the exploration fleet escorts left Mars. "Sir, why not send printers with the explorers?" Nova asked. "I don't want the tech stolen," Aaron replied. "And by sending them with the fleets, we risk exposing them. It's better if they make do with constructor swarms and gene bots." "Isn't that inefficient? For Operation Diaspora, the speed of deployment matters just as much as anything else." "The risk is still there, though." "Consider that our atomic printing technology is still Tier 1, and we've been working with it for years. It's been studied in Lab City for centuries, even. So to anyone on our tech level, it's basically black box tech, and anyone more advanced has likely already discovered and is using it. Given that that's the case, why not put efficiency over security with the explorers, at least?" "Because," Aaron sighed. Not even he could ignore the validity of Nova's point. "You have a point, Nova. The exploration fleet is leaving the solar system, after all, so even if the tech is exposed, we have options." His expression hardened and grew colder than a block of permafrost. If the explorers or their escorts discovered anything about the printers, well, space exploration was incredibly risky, after all, and at the heart of things, the cold calculus of ruling meant that the few could be discarded for the benefit of the many. And letting people get a hint of the atomic printers would economically devastate the newly formed Terran Empire at a time it could least afford it. Thus, sacrifices could be made, though he hoped it would never come to that. "Load the city ships with atomic printers in the black decks," he ordered. "Yes, sir," Nova said. Then her virtual image flickered. "Done, sir. We're prepared for launch." Chapter 564 Objects in Motion. The fleets, despite being separated by light hours, simultaneously brought their gravity engines to full power and accelerated through the border of the solar system. Aboard the TSF Proxima. Prepare for maneuvering, Fleet Admiral of the Red Marco Bianchi ordered, then settled back in his chair, his job as the Fleet Admiral complete. Ed note: the full rank structure for the TSF will be posted in Discord, but for now just understand that there are two Admiralty branches, Red and Green. Admirals of the Red are line commanders. They command fleets in battle. Admirals of the Green are administrative. They handle logistics, personnel, and command stationary assets like outposts and refit bases. https://discord.gg/5ba9m5dfkr. The captain of the city ship echoed the Fleet Admiral's command, but his job was just beginning. The city ship he commanded was colossal, measuring a full 40 kilometers in diameter. It almost had to be. Not only was it a mothership capable of containing thousands of other ships, ranging from the kilometers-long drone tenders to the 100-meter length of the humble corvettes, they were also space-capable cities. They were designed to land on planets, and would instantly become full, if small, fortress cities to kickstart colonization. And once Aaron had earned enough SP to upgrade to wormhole FTL tech, they would also act as mobile wormhole generators. So, all in all, the city ships were some of the most capable in the entire Terran space fleet, but they had one weakness: mobility. They could zip around in straight lines like no other, with the enormous reactor and capacitor banks pushing their gravity engines to insane levels of performance, but stopping on a dime and turning while in motion were both maneuvers they were simply not built for. It was nobody's fault but the laws of physics. The immense mass of the city ships would require much higher levels in materials science than Lab City had yet reached. Attempting high-speed maneuvers or rapid deceleration would simply tear the ships apart. It wasn't so much that they were fragile, because they definitely were anything but flimsy, but because the shearing force applied to the ships during high-speed maneuvering was simply too overwhelming for even the best materials the researchers in Lab City had come up with to date. "Prepared for maneuvering, aye, sir," the helmsman responded as he brought the immense gravity generator up to its normal operational limit. "Weapons, report status," the captain ordered. "All green, Captain. Point defense tracks and debris tractors report ready." Due to the maneuverability issues faced by the city ships of the Terran Space Fleet, passing through a relatively object-dense area like the Oort cloud had to be done carefully. The speed at which the objects moved was incredible, but the speed the city ships could reach while still maintaining at least a modicum of maneuverability wasn't. Thus, not only did the helmsman need to pay attention to maneuvering and speed, but the weapons officer had to be prepared to deflect or eliminate any rogue object that the helmsman couldn't dodge. That said, it was still reasonably stress-free, as while the universal simulation couldn't simulate the randomness of life, it was more than capable of charting courses through danger zones like the asteroid belts and the Oort cloud. Still, John had been raised on the philosophy of train like you mean to fight, and the TSF would often be operating outside real-time communication ranges, so the procedure had been set to assume that they would never have access to the simulation. "Helm, ahead half," the captain ordered. "Ahead half, aye, sir," the helmsman replied, then pushed the engines to 50% of their full speed. The TSF Proxima had begun her journey to interstellar space, and as though they were synchronized with an atomic clock, the other 4 city ships on their exploration mission simultaneously leapt into motion as well. "Course plotted and autopilot engaged, Captain," the helmsman announced, and a low murmur swept across the bridge. "Point defenses released to automatic, Captain," the weapons officer yelled over the din of conversation. The captain's expression grew stern. "Can the chatter, ladies and gentlemen? Do your jobs," he growled. The hum of conversation died down, people at the various stations on the bridge exchanging glances with each other. Space was inherently dangerous, especially danger zones like nebulas and asteroid fields. And even though the autopilot was run by the ship's AI, there was always a chance that a rogue asteroid or debris from two objects colliding nearby would impact the ship. Given the armor and redundancies built into each vessel, small impacts like that, even when dealing with the extreme speeds the ships were capable of reaching, wouldn't be likely to cripple or destroy any of the heavier ships of the line in the TSEF, but it could put them behind schedule, as they would be forced to stop to repair the damage. Yes, every ship in the TSF and TF had shields, but hardware had limitations. Each impact on those shields would reduce the lifespan of the shield generators themselves, so in order to maintain the highest state of combat readiness they could, the shield generators wouldn't be online during routine maneuvering. After all, why would they take the damage that could be avoided simply by slowing down to a reasonable acceleration and top speed? Fleet Admiral Bianchi nodded approvingly. He came from a long line of sailors that stretched all the way back to when Italy was still a hodgepodge of city-states. His ancestors had salt in their veins and the sea in their hearts, having sailed ever since the glassmakers of Venice peddled their wares at the beginning of the Italian Renaissance. And that tradition had carried through the centuries, with a Bianchi at the helm of everything from coasters to the enormous cargo vessels in the Empire's merchant marine. Now, a Bianchi had stepped out into the vastness of space to command an entire fleet on his own. The responsibility weighed heavily on the man's shoulders, but the pride in his spine refused to let him bow under the weight and kept him standing firm on the shoulders of centuries-long tradition. "Captain, you have the bridge. I'll be in the flag bridge," he said. "Yes, Admiral. I have the bridge," the captain replied, and the admiral left the bridge. The captain turned his attention inward to the augmented reality display generated by his quantum microcomputer implant. The ship's structure itself seemed to vanish, leaving him feeling like he was the one moving through space, not the ship he was on. He entered an almost meditative state as he gazed out into the vastness of the universe, awed and humbled by his insignificance in the face of the void. Chapter 565 Inconceivable. Captain Trishan Das continued gazing into the void of space, something that caused his lips to quirk up into a slight smile as he wondered whether Nietzsche would roll over in his grave or not. After all, he was definitely misusing the idea, despite space being just as endless as the abyss spoken of by the German philosopher. Still, he was in a philosophical mood and couldn't help but think back on all of his struggles growing up poor in rural India. In fact, if it weren't for the efforts of Jai Chakrabarti, the CS Foundation CEO, he would still be living in a mud hut with a rusty corrugated steel roof over his head. So Captain Das had good reason to be thankful for the Terran Empire, as it had personally uplifted both him and his family. His mother, father, and little sister were some of the first to design their home in a fortress city, and Trishan himself was here, the captain of one of the largest spaceships ever built. He had to admit that, if his younger self knew where he would be today, he would probably laugh himself to death and accuse whoever told him his future of being the most outrageous liar he'd ever known. Shaking himself out of his daze, he brought up his monitoring screens and got to work. News agencies from around the world had broadcast Aaron's speech to the explorers, then followed it with footage of the city ships beginning their journey into interstellar space. The complete lack of any reference objects was enough to prevent people watching from figuring out the speed of the enormous vessels, though that didn't stop people from trying. Scientists from around the world had already begun discussing it and trying to work out the potential acceleration of the TCEF ships, even going so far as to resurrect old internet forums like Stack Exchange, Math Overflow, and the Polymath Project, which had all fallen out of usage with the introduction of Pangea Home and the Akashic Record. Panoptes viewed the discussion with something like disdain, since none of the estimates were anywhere near the real performance of the ships. As it turned out, the majority of humanity simply couldn't conceive of the technological capability of the Terran Empire. Up until that point, after all, they had been relegated to the most fantastical of science fiction writing. And it wasn't just mathematicians and physicists who were interested either. The space craze had spread, and almost everyone on Earth had been bitten by the space bug. So nearly everyone watched the speech and the departure that followed it, but it didn't spark much conversation among laypeople. Only a few days had passed since the solar system had been made available to everyone, so most people soon went back to focusing on designing, building, or even buying their own ships. Even if they couldn't explore interstellar space, they thought at least they could explore the solar system. It was perhaps a more modest goal than the lofty explorers of the universe at large were fulfilling, but the solar system humanity grew up and still had plenty of mysteries to be discovered. Or so they thought, anyway. Aaron had wisely classified and hidden away most of the information gathered by the simulation and the probes he'd sent out to map the system, manned and unmanned alike. It wasn't that they had discovered anything dangerous, exactly, but more that he wanted to foster a spirit of exploration in the people of Earth. And simply giving them the detailed map and all the answers to their very many questions would run counter to that goal. Another reason not many people were hyper-focused on the broadcast was another shakeup in the Empire's economy, specifically in the commodities market that dealt with mineral and other material resources. News of the upcoming asteroid mining industry had shaken the foundation of the historically stable market, and, savvy, investors nearly sent the entire economy into a tailspin as they rushed to sell their commodities stocks before the market completely crashed. Everything that was considered valuable on Earth, like gold, silver, platinum, diamonds, and many others, was actually quite common in the vastness of space. In fact, most scientists believe that Uranus literally rained diamonds. The methane in the atmosphere would break down thanks to the sun's rays, creating carbon atoms. The resultant carbon would then fall deeper into the gas giant's atmosphere, where the pressure would compress them into diamonds. Whether or not the mining ships that people were now busily designing could actually gather those diamonds was another question entirely. But even if they couldn't collect them now, that didn't mean they would never be able to. If the Empire hadn't already announced strict controls on importing resources from the depths of the solar system, the economy would have already spiraled into a recession. But by the simple expedient of limiting the amount of mineral commodities from space and prohibiting any mining on Earth itself, the disaster had been staved off. Any surplus over and above the mandated import limits would be sold to the Empire, and the process was automatic. As mining ships dropped off their loads at the processing stations, the Empire would take it from there, and everyone would be satisfied with the outcome. The Empire would receive vast stocks of mineral resources. The miners themselves would be handsomely paid for their efforts and fines. Investors could rest assured that the commodities market would remain stable, and manufacturers that relied on those raw resources would be able to purchase them from the Empire at a reasonable price. It was a flexible model, and would easily transition from an empire that was bound to a single solar system all the way to a galaxy-spanning empire that stretched from one edge of the Milky Way to the other. And one thing ensured that smuggling wouldn't exist: quarantine. Sure, there were indeed greedy people, but the only people licensed to mine in space would be those who passed the most stringent of security checks that included personality scanning via brain data. Part of the processing that was done at the processing stations in the Trojan asteroids was a scan that detected and eliminated any possible microorganism, preventing potential disease outbreaks that humanity wasn't equipped to handle. After all, H.G. Wells had thrust the idea that aliens could be defeated by something as simple as the common cold. Thus, it was obvious that the same concept could work in reverse, wiping out humanity just as easily as an earthly virus had wiped out the invaders in War of the Worlds. Chapter 566 to Compilers. Aaron had decided to handle the solar resources like that because he believed that only the Empire would have the capability to swallow such gains without harming itself. Any private sector enterprise, given the vast mineral rights to the entire solar system, would cut corners to increase profits, which wouldn't be beneficial to the fledgling economy in the least. He had learned of the dangers of monopolies from history, with shining examples like the Rockefeller family highlighting the path that he should definitely not take. In fact, he had even gone so far as to take a page from communism, insofar as everything not specifically recognized as private property, like privately owned land on Earth, had been designated as property of the Empire. So while asteroid miners may own their own mining ships, they had to request mineral rights from the Empire. Prospecting could be done within limits, but in order to exploit their finds, they would require a permit from the Imperial Resources Agency. The IRA was the ruling body that had been created to ensure that any resource exploitation was done with safety and sustainability in mind. They had a responsibility to ensure that nothing entered the Earth that could potentially harm either the people or the planet itself. After all, humanity, when left unchecked, didn't exactly have the best track record when it came to things like environmental conservation. The Empire municipalizing all solar system resources had a second, and more obvious, benefit. It allowed the tracking and inventory of the exact amount of resources they had on hand, as well as preventing tax dodging by underreporting a mining company's gains. And despite the minority of people who tried to drum up anti-monopolistic sentiments, the government holding a monopoly on the solar system was still a net positive for all. Despite the people who didn't know any better, not having bothered to take advantage of the educational resources provided to them for free by the Empire, the benefit could be seen everywhere. For example, the government, being by its very nature a not-for-profit enterprise, could sell those raw materials to the companies in the industrial sector for an extremely low price. Thus, the final products would also remain within a reasonable price range for consumers. And with companies like GIA Tech, HHI, and others, Aaron could fairly compete with the other companies springing up in the industrial and manufacturing industry, ensuring that all prices were kept low and, fat cat, capitalists couldn't use the cheap raw materials to pocket an extreme profit by hiking up product prices to a ridiculous degree. That was one of the problems with capitalism. The profit-centric ideals would often lead to a minority of people bleeding the majority for everything they could and driving a wealth gap wider and wider. It needs to be said that scarcity wasn't a problem, but unequal distribution of wealth most definitely was. Thus, by municipalizing resources and entering the market with his own companies, Aaron had cut that wealth gap off at the pass and ensured that it wouldn't immediately destabilize the fragile balance of the Empire's new economy. The sound of tapping at a mechanical keyboard clicked and clacked in what could only be said to be an otherwise extremely advanced lab. The person typing was the only one in the room, and the machinery was currently in a dormant state and completely silent. The man typing was doing so at a monstrously fast speed, with more than 500 lines of intricate code appearing on the quantum dot screen in front of the white-coated typist. That continued for more than 11 hours. The sound of the keyboard neither sped up nor slowed down, and the person doing the typing moved nothing but his forearms and fingers. He didn't even change position for the entire time until he suddenly halted his typing with the press of the Enter key, then stretched his arms and shook the fatigue from his hands with a satisfied grunt. But although he had stopped typing, the screen in front of him continued generating line after line of code. The system was compiling the raw code he had typed into it into a kernel, testing it line by line for any logic mistakes or other problems that may occur once the code was implemented and run as an executable program. "Any major errors?" he asked the empty lab. "The compiler is still running, but so far it's looking good, sir," Nova replied as she materialized next to Aaron, who was staring at the ceiling as he waited for the process to be completed. "I do have to say, though, that you're quite good at coding. You didn't even have to stop and think at all. It's almost like you were the creator of the coding language. And the code you wrote helped me quite a bit, too. Human ingenuity really is interesting," she praised as she internalized the code Aaron had written and began compiling it through her own compiler. It was hard to believe Aaron had written it in the span of half a day. "It's how the system works. Anything I buy from it is assimilated into me, giving me an instant mastery of whatever knowledge I bought. The good and bad of it is that I'm getting the distilled wisdom of the pioneer of the knowledge. It's good because it saves me centuries, or in some cases, millennia, of my own research, but it's also bad in that I'm only getting the perfected form of it. So I can't look back on past mistakes to help me progress further. Look at the printers, for example. It took dozens of researchers in Lab City hundreds of years just to miniaturize it, and it wasn't until I purchased the nanotechnology knowledge that we were able to take atomic printers down to the size of a suitcase. Up until then, the smallest we could make them was still the size of a luxury SUV," Aaron complained, though Nova knew it was just his way of humble bragging. Thus, he was surprised when he was met with nothing but silence. He tilted his head and looked at Nova. "What's the problem? You just went silent on me," he asked. "My own initial check is complete. The compiler is still working and will be done soon, but even with the raw code right in front of me, I can't get the full picture of just what this code is meant to do. But what I've gleaned so far is unbelievable at best. I'm pretty sure this isn't even the complete code," she said. "What makes you say that?" Aaron asked with a smug smile on his face. "I'm not entirely sure. There are obvious loopholes and hooks for new code to be injected, but that's standard for any code that you'll want to update in the future to add features to. But what really made me think that is that this code doesn't seem to do anything. And I don't believe you would spend so long manually coding a program that doesn't work, so there has to be more to it. If I were to hazard a guess, I'd say that this is only a third of the total code you'll need to successfully run this program. It almost seems dormant, like when it's completed, it'll be a living program of sorts." 567 Project Protagonist. "You're right," Aaron said with a smile. "Both in that it isn't complete and that there's still 2 parts missing." "What are the other 2 parts? I can't find anything that looks like it would fit this segment in my knowledge base," Nova asked. For the first time in a long time, she was unable to comprehend Aaron's thought processes. She had a few theories, but she wasn't confident in any of them. They were all equally likely or equally unlikely as the case may be. Aaron went still for a moment, then, with a grunt, rose from his chair. He paced around the room with his hands behind his back, as if he was a wise old sage about to give advice or perhaps an anecdote about his earlier life. It was a fair comparison, too, as his mental age was far, far beyond his physical age due to spending so much time in the time-dilated environment that was the universal simulation. "After the initialization of Project Loki, I, and everyone else in my inner circle, came to the conclusion that everything we've been doing are preventive measures. And since none of us can be sure whether our incoming visitors will be friendly or hostile, we can't fully commit to a single course of action either. So this, he gestured to the screen, where the compiler was still running, is the solution. It's a seed that can either cause a civilization to flourish or infect them with a plague that will destroy them, given time. Whether it sprouts or spreads will depend on whether or not the visitors are friendly. And it doesn't matter if they're carbon-based, mana-based, or otherwise, this is the core of a weapon that can target any of them. I call it Project Protagonist. Aaron was speaking in a calm tone, as if he was talking about the preponderance of cats on the internet, not civilization-ending weapons. Project Protagonist isn't a weapon that'll wreak havoc on its own, like a bomb or something. Like I said, it can either help a civilization or destroy one. I came up with the idea a few months ago and only recently figured out how to bring it to fruition. The code is just the easiest part of the project. I don't even know if I can successfully write the remaining 2 parts either, and just figuring out if it's viable or not will cost quite a few billion SP. Even then, that'll only make it slightly more in the realm of possibility rather than a sure thing. And even if I do create it successfully, I'll only need to make a few of them. That, in and of itself, is actually a good thing. If there are billions of them, they won't be worth anything and might even backfire on humanity. Especially since, with its capabilities, the weapon itself will possibly spiral out of control if I need to use more than a few dozen of them. That's all I can say for now. It's too early to know if it'll succeed or not, so I'll withhold commenting further. But I look forward to your guesses as the project progresses. He finished with an arrogant smirk. He walked back to his desk chair and sat down, then minimized the compiler that was still cascading a visual reference of his code on the screen. Then he pulled up the Lab City Research database and entered something in the search field and hit enter. The screen changed to look like the format of a scientific journal, which contained an internally published research paper about the latest generation of nanites that Lab City was working with. In the time they'd had to work on it, after he downloaded the nanotechnology knowledge into them, the researchers had already reached the 2846th generation of nanites. Aaron frowned for a moment, then closed the window with a sigh and said, "Looks like it'll take a few centuries for the nanotechnology research to catch up to my needs." Nova noted that down and created an action plan to increase the speed at which she built new quantum superclusters, increasing the time dilation that Lab City was under. Since its residents were completely digital and had no physical limitations, there was also no limit to the time dilation they could operate under without being detrimental to their continued existence. The only limiting factor was her server capacity. She also set a reminder to herself to remind Aaron after each century that passed in Lab City as well, or after every 100 new iterations of nanotechnology. At each of those milestones, he could take another look to see if the technology had reached the necessary level of advancement. That was the level of convenience Aaron had grown used to since Nova's birth a few years before. She was the backbone that allowed him to focus on the big picture as she dealt with a million complicated, or even simply mind-numbingly boring, tasks that were required to reach his goals. So from what you said, the remaining 2 parts have to do with carbon and mana-based life forms in some fashion, right? Nova asked. She had already devoted a small block of her processing power to figure out what Aaron had planned. So when she saw him lean back and relax in his chair, it was the perfect time, in her mind, to ask. After all, he wasn't doing anything right then, but spinning in his chair as he waited for the compiler to finish its task. Yep. I'll need a few things from the system to accomplish that. Plus, I bet the things I need will also give us quite the insight into alien life forms, he said as he stopped spinning in his chair. He opened his system's shop and granted Nova Live access to his vision so she could read over his shoulder, so to speak. And there it was, listed in easily readable text floating in Aaron's vision, courtesy of his system shop. Chapter 568 Branching Out. Organic Computing Tier 1. Drawing inspiration from the remarkable complexity and efficiency of their species' biology, they combated the lack of mineral resources on their homeworld by branching computing into a different path. Instead of using silicon and metals, they discovered the ability of DNA-based pairs to store information and developed a system of computing around that, creating complex and powerful computers from their own DNA. It was the final step that allowed them to become an interplanetary civilization, ruling over vast swathes of their home galaxy until they fell at the hands of the price 178,000,000,000 SP. Runic Computing Tier 1. A former noble of a race enslaved by their technologically superior neighbors, took a side path upon his discovery of the fundamental runes that underpin all of creation. Knowing that he couldn't trust his fellow slaves, as many quislings and traitors were among them, and he had no way of distinguishing them from his loyal compatriots, he utilized his accidental discovery of runes to create something that he thought would save his species. Unfortunately, while his skill was enough to advance computing technology far beyond even the technologically advanced's wildest imaginations, his skill with other technologies couldn't keep up and his rebellion ultimately failed. As it turns out, using an enemy's last-generation technologies against them is not the key to successfully rebelling, a lesson that learned the hard way. However, his ingenious, and some may say epic-making, computing advances were preserved and iterated upon by the rest of his species, on the other hand, was not so lucky, meeting their end to the last sapient. Using runic computing technology, they swept through multiple galaxies before finally falling under the weight of their own slave empire and spiraling down into extinction. Price 250,000,000,000 SP. Those two options were hovering in Aaron's view. Nova, seeing them through his eyes, joined him in contemplating whether or not it was worth purchasing one, both, or neither. They were each superior to the quantum computing technology the Empire currently used in at least one benchmark. Biological computing was capable of containing enormous stores of data, though its processing speed was considerably lower. After all, while DNA was remarkably efficient and compact, the process of encoding and retrieving data was positively lackadaisical in comparison to the instantaneous operation of qubits or even the near light-speed operation of traditional silicon computer chips. And runic computing had a much faster processing speed, but the cost of that speed was lower storage capacity. Most of the runes were taken up by core processes, limiting the data they could store. Operating a runic computer would be much like installing the Gaia OS on a computer from around -50B. In order to do that, it would require vast server rooms full of towering behemoth servers just to contain the operating system itself. By comparison, qubits were microscopic, and even the old magnetic storage platters found in Imperial Citizens' hard drives were more efficient storage media. Note: remember that the Empire was founded in 2018, making the year -1B before Empire, and 2019 is 1A after Empire. So -50B would be around 1968. In 1965, the Honeywell DDP-116, a 16-bit computer system, was introduced. It was capable of storing 8 kilobytes of data in a drive that measured 7 by 19 by 24 inches, roughly the size of a big shoebox. So you can imagine the number of those that would be required to store even a cell phone operating system on them. Aaron tapped his pointer finger on the desk in front of him as he delved deep into his thoughts. The contemplation was understandable, as if he was going to branch out in his computing technology, he would definitely need to buy all of them together. Combining the flexibility of quantum computers with the speed of runic computers and the enormous storage capability of biological computers, the thought was almost intoxicating. So why was he hesitating? Simple. The costs were staggering. And once he went down that route, he would have to continue down it, tier after tier, with the SP cost increasing exponentially. Plus, it would delay the technological advancement of his empire, as his population would need to increase to pay the SP cost, but that population increase would necessitate more advanced technology, and so on. It was a catch-22 that would last for quite some time. And right now, he was finding it difficult to justify paying the cost out of his emergency SP fund. The 800 billion SP he currently held in reserve would be cut by half, and then some. It would severely limit his options when the visitors arrived, especially if they were hostile and so advanced that his current technology couldn't handle them. If Project Protagonist succeeds, you won't need the emergency fund at all. So if you're confident in that plan, then spend the SP. Also, combining the 3 computing branches will render our network more flexible and less prone to a single point of failure in case we end up butting heads with aliens, who can hard counter any one of the branches, Nova said, interrupting Aaron's thoughts. If it could be called an interruption, that is, he was also considering the same things, but it was different once the thoughts were spoken aloud. True. Aaron nodded, then stopped tapping his finger on his desk, having come to a decision. And besides, if I always stop myself from buying things now in the worry that I'll need the SP for different things in the future, well, that's a weakness I can't allow myself or my empire to have. Thanks, Nova. He lifted his hand to the system display window and tapped on the button labeled Buy for both the biological and runic computing knowledges. 428 billion SP drained from his total balance, and the display screen changed. Thank you for your purchase. Install now? Y/N_. See you soon, he said, as he mentally confirmed the installation and logged out of the simulation. Nova had already put his physical body into a deep sleep inside his pod, and his virtual face only twisted in pain for a fraction of a second before he disappeared from the simulation and his consciousness joined his body in its sleep. Installing knowledge from the system was an extremely painful process to begin with, even when only dealing with a single knowledge. Aaron, however, had decided to buy both of them and install them simultaneously despite knowing of the downsides. It would send him spiraling into a level of pain that Nova didn't believe his consciousness could handle without shattering, despite his thousands of, sometimes agonizing, deaths during his training in the simulation. His choice demonstrated once again his deep trust in Nova. He was no masochist to begin with, and Nova was the only one capable of sending him into what was essentially a medically induced coma before the pain really hit with its full intensity. Chapter 569 MO Technology, MO Problems. While Aaron was assimilating the new knowledges and deep in Nova's medically induced coma, the top minds in the Imperial Space Agency were in a meeting with Styx, the AI that headed up both the TSF and their agency. How reliable is this? Dr. Musa Aminu, the head of the ISA, asked as he blinked the holographic file displayed in his glasses closed. We're 95% confident, sir. Sometime within the next week, another Carrington event is expected to take place. And based on the sunspots we observed along with the increase in solar winds, we believe it'll absolutely dwarf the event from 1869. The most damning piece of evidence we have is that it's happening off-season. Normally, the sun acts up on a predictable 11-year cycle, and the last solar maximum was only 5 years ago, so it wasn't 1869, agency head Amina calmly said. It was minus 149 B. I'm not sure that's relevant, sir, the researcher said. A change in calendar doesn't matter. It means exactly what it means, Dr. Yao. If this event is as epoch-making as you say it'll be, then we must be absolutely meticulous. If for nothing else, consider it for posterity's sake. Understood, sir. Dr. Yao cleared his throat and continued. It'll be more devastating than the event in minus 149B, sir. It might even be a civilization-ending event, given our reliance on technology. Musa nodded, lost in thought. The entire room fell into an uncomfortable, anxious silence before he sighed. Sticks, please inform the higher-ups of the oncoming mess and call an emergency meeting. Tell them that there's a 70-odd% chance that we'll be hit by a historic coronal mass ejection within the next week. Sticks flickered into visibility, then blinked. An emergency meeting will be held in 30 minutes with the Emperor's Inner Council, he said. They're currently being briefed on the issue, and will need a detailed presentation from you. Dr. Amina nodded to Sticks, then turned to the other researchers in the conference room. Prepare a presentation on the event. I'll leave it to you to present it, he ordered. Yes, sir, they chorused, then left to prepare their presentation. An hour later, after the briefing. How devastating will the impact be? John asked, having finished reading and digesting the information. And should we announce the event ahead of time? Minister Rogers interjected. If the coronal mass ejection hits Earth, we predict it'll be a civilization-ending event. It won't be an extinction-level event like the Chicxulub meteor impact, but odds are good that it'll drive us back to before the Industrial Revolution at the very least. The power grid will go down, utility services will go down, a massive electromagnetic pulse will impact the entire planet, and people all over the world will see the aurora. In short, with our reliance on advanced technology and electricity, the event will be devastating, Dr. Yao explained. As far as making any announcements, I'll defer to the council for that decision. It isn't in my wheelhouse, so to speak. We should make an announcement as early as possible and implement rationing to prevent panic buying, Minister Al-Muteri said. We should go further than just implementing rationing. Declare martial law and issue a shelter-in-place order, John suggested. What about methods to prevent it from hitting us? Minister Rogers asked. Can we block it somehow? Theoretically, an object of sufficient size and mass should work. But we're talking on the order of planets, not man-made objects. A Dyson sphere might work, but it's far too late to consider a solution like that. And if we're going to attempt to stop it, we should do it as far away from Earth as possible. A CME of sufficient size can even strip the atmosphere from planets along with a not insignificant chunk of their crusts, Dr. Yao answered. What if we move the Home Guard fleet as close to the sun as we can and have them link shields? John asked. That wouldn't be feasible, General Smith, Sticks replied. In theory, enough of our ships linking shields should be able to block a coronal mass ejection. But if this one is as big as our data suggests, then even if we used everything we had, including the 10,000 ships we just sent on the exploration missions, it wouldn't fully block it. Wait, shields? Minister Rogers asked with a slight frown, obviously considering something. What about the planetary defense shield? Isn't this kind of thing exactly what it was meant for? Dr. Yao's eyes lit up. We have a planetary shield? Can it handle the full brunt of the incoming CME? He asked. His security clearance level wasn't high enough to have any information on the full brunt of the incoming CME? He asked. His security clearance level wasn't high enough to have any information on the PDS, so the information, in his mind, changed everything. If we switch it from passive to active defense, then, sure. We'll also need to move all of our shipping under the shield or behind Jupiter, Nova answered. And during that time, nothing will be able to pass in or out of the shield. Does it need to be fully active? Can we just activate the half that's facing the sun when the CME hits? Minister Rogers asked. Technically, yes, Nova said. The shield is set up such that any of its hexagons can be activated independently of the rest. But it wouldn't be a good idea, as the coronal mass may wrap around it due to the Coanda effect and hit the planet regardless. So, to counter that, we'll need to activate the entire shield at full power. Ed note, the Coanda effect is what causes running water to stick to the surface of objects placed in it and flow around them. You can see this by turning on the faucet in your kitchen sink and putting a glass in the water on its side. The water will seem to adhere to the surface of the glass and flow around it. 1806. Then continue flowing instead of being deflected off to either side of the glass. Physics is fun. We should let it hit the planet, Nix interjected, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the room. A moment of silence ensued, then every human in the room burst into a clamor. What? Do you have any idea how devastating it's going to be? Are you insane? The outburst continued for a full 3 minutes before John slammed his hand on the conference table and shouted, "Shut the fuck up!" Chapter 570 Absolute Deniability. John turned to Nix and said, "Continue. What are you trying to say?" "I'm saying we should keep the shield in its passive mode and allow the Carrington event to happen," she said in her trademark disinterested tone. "Why should we do that?" Dr. Amina said, a look of shock still lingering on his face. Was he on the ground floor of an AI apocalypse? A bead of cold sweat dripped down from his temple as he fruitlessly tried to rein in his emotions. "A few reasons, actually," Nix said. She paused and looked around the room before continuing. "Other than the people in this room and His Imperial Majesty, no one knows that the planetary defense shield even exists in the first place. It's always been in its passive mode, making it invisible to everyone. Bringing it to full strength will reveal it, making its existence a matter of public record. That wouldn't be a problem, but there's no need to reveal our trump card like that. After all, a trump card our enemies know about isn't very useful now, is it?" Before Nix could continue providing her other reasons for not using it, she was interrupted by Dr. Aminu. "That isn't a good enough reason for bringing humanity back to pre-industrial levels. Especially since we don't even know for sure what the visitors' intentions are. For all we know, they could just be interstellar traders, or maybe they're a branch of humanity that left for the stars long ago. The only thing we can be sure of is that we know absolutely nothing about them. And let's say, for the sake of argument, that they are in fact hostile. By letting a Carrington event of this magnitude just impact Earth and drive us back to where we were in the 1800s, wouldn't that just make us easier pickings for them?" Dr. Aminu was so worked up that he even forgot his earlier insistence on using the new imperial calendar. The other humans in the room, minus a few, nodded in agreement with Dr. Aminu's sentiment. "You interrupted me too soon," Nix began. "As I said, There are multiple reasons to allow the CME to hit Earth unimpeded, but you stopped me when I had only mentioned the first of them." Though she was speaking in a chiding tone, she understood the interruption was done with the best of intentions. "So let me dispel your worries first. Helios Energy considered the possibility of a massive electromagnetic pulse when they first designed the power grid and other infrastructure upgrades to the Empire. Over the past year, they've been upgrading the utility infrastructure across the globe, at least in areas that have accepted Imperial rule. So far, over 95% of the upgrades have been completed, and the rest can be rushed to completion over the next few days. Since the upgrades include hardening against an EMP attack, we'll survive it just fine without interruption. The same can't be said for areas that rejected Imperial rule, though. They'll still be devastated. But who cares? It seems you've all forgotten Operation Boiling Frog." When Nyx mentioned Operation Boiling Frog, looks of realization flashed across the faces of the ministers in the room. Dr. Aminu and his subordinates, on the other hand, still looked lost and clueless. Dr. Yao raised his hand and began. "What's Operation Boiling?" "It's classified, Dr. Yao," Minister Rogers interrupted. "So forget you ever heard it." Dr. Yao lowered his arm and clasped his hands together, looking down at them. He, just like everyone else in the room, understood the need for classification and compartmentalized information. He didn't particularly like it, but he understood it. Nyx didn't care about the reaction of the Imperial Space Agency's researchers and continued, "Since all of the Imperial infrastructure and the Empire's newly introduced technologies can withstand the EMP without any problems, it means only those that still use legacy tech will be impacted. Nearly all of their technology will be rendered useless through force majeure, so the Empire can't be blamed for the failure of their critical infrastructure. Besides, even in its passive mode, the planetary defense shield will still block a lot of the CME. By my calculation, the EMP that results from the remainder of the ejection that actually impacts the planet's magnetic field should be just enough to cripple non-Imperial infrastructure and last-generation Imperial products. It's the perfect deniability for the Empire, since we'll be hit as well. It's just that the hit we take will be in the non-essential category. We can even warn the remnant governments of the upcoming Carrington event, making us the good guys in this situation, especially after we offer outreach that mitigates the loss of life the event causes even to non-citizens. At the same time, we can stress that Imperial tech should hold up just fine, but to be safe, all Imperial gadgets should be powered down when the event hits," Nyx finished, her tone as calm as if she had just been reading the dictionary aloud and not talking about a potential civilization-ending event. A shocked silence descended on the conference room after Nyx finished explaining her reasoning. The Imperial Space Agency staffers in the room figured out quite a bit about Operation Boiling Frog from the explanation. They were far from stupid, and the petite AI's suggestion gave them enough to tease out a general idea of what the operation was for. To them, it was completely new information. But despite that, they understood the reasoning behind the possibility of the Empire simply allowing the CME to proceed without any active attempt to stop it, even though they were more than capable of doing so. After all, despite the semblance of peace that had recently returned to Earth, there was a very limited time frame in which to turn that facade into lasting reality before they had potentially hostile aliens showing up on humanity's doorstep with a broken society that would be easy to exploit should they be so inclined. That said, not everyone in the meeting was in agreement with Nyx's suggestion. And with the Emperor's absence, they couldn't come to a decision even if any suggestion was unanimously approved. So before the situation could devolve, Gaia appeared and took charge of the meeting. "Let's end it here for today, ladies and gentlemen. I'll deliver all of your points to the Emperor when he's available, and let you know what his decision is once he comes up with one." Though her tone was diplomatic, she still shot Nix a loaded look. The feisty mistress of intelligence had let classified information slip, purposefully or not. But with Gaia's involvement and her position, she had the authority and the duty to act as Aaron's plenipotentiary whenever he wasn't available. As such, the meeting was dismissed, and everyone disappeared from the virtual conference room, followed by the room itself vanishing into the ether. It would be a waste of resources for it to remain in existence when not in use, and efficiency was everything to the Terran Empire. Chapter 571. Let it come. "For God's sake, I just woke up," Aaron grumbled. He hadn't even been awake for an hour before Gaia and Nova had dragged him back into the simulation for a briefing on the upcoming Carrington event. "The situation is critical, Your Majesty. So there's no time to waste, since we'll need to respond to the situation as early as possible, depending on your approval," Gaia said. She knew that Aaron was still feeling lethargic after coming out of his induced coma, especially since he was still dedicating a portion of his mind to sorting the new knowledge that had been downloaded into him. "What is it with shit always happening when I'm out of commission? What kind of bullshit is that?" Aaron continued grumbling as Nova massaged his headache away. Still, his briefing had been thorough and included the options presented to him by the people in the earlier meeting. "It's the opposite, sir. Things are always happening, but while you're in commission, they immediately get dealt with. It's only when you're unavailable that things pile up awaiting your decisions," Nova coaxed. She increased the strength of her massage, the medical pod connecting her virtual actions to real-world effects. Aaron groaned in relief as his headache rapidly faded, then took a moment to think about what he had just heard about the ongoing situation. "I agree with Nix. Let the coronal mass hit. Gaia, develop an action plan with Minister Almuteri and bring it to me for approval in, let's say, 1 hour real time." An hour in reality was almost 4 days in the simulation, which would be plenty of time for them to develop an action plan. "We'll implement it as soon as it's finalized." "Yes, Your Majesty." Gaia's virtual figure flickered as she sent a message to Yusef. She was just about to move to the next topic when Aaron spoke again. "What about Mars? Will it be impacted as well?" Mars was currently on its nearest approach to Earth, so it would definitely be in the affected zone when the CME happened in a week. There were still millions of kilometers between them, roughly 58 million, give or take, but in astronomical terms, that was virtually like the distance between one apartment and the apartment next door. "I was about to mention that," Gaia said. "The answer is yes, but not really. Even though the upcoming CME is predicted to be the worst we've ever faced, Mars should be plenty far enough away that the disruption there will be minimal. The mass isn't thrown out in a concentrated shape, but more like a very broad cone, almost fan-shaped. So while it'll still be concentrated enough when it reaches Earth, by the time it hits Mars, it'll be too dispersed to cause much of an issue there. Even though Mars lacks a molten core, it contains an immense amount of iron in its crust. That iron generates localized magnetic fields around each of the tectonic plates that are up to 10 times as strong as Earth's magnetic field. So it'll effectively block what little solar mass actually hits them, at least for the most part. And any negative effects, like the resulting EMP, will easily be countered by the hardened nature of Ares' equipment. After all, the Mars base is an important military base, so it's designed to take quite a pounding without crumbling. As she spoke, Gaia threw Aaron a file with the simulated effects of the upcoming Carrington event, both on Earth as well as Mars. Aaron sighed in relief as he looked at the simulated CME and read the data on its effects. "That's a few trillion, and I won't have to explain spending in our military budget. The entirety of Mars was being built up to create a solid fortress that could weather any number of storms. The surface installations were almost all weapons, and the reinforced underground tunnel network would allow for rapid transportation of men and material anywhere within a very short amount of time. And Mars' solid core was perfect for housing the immense reactors, capacitor banks, and even the living areas for the millions of Ares personnel that would soon be stationed on the Red Planet. The budget, even considering that the construction and materials involved were free, was still considerable and ran into the trillions of E&D. Most of that cost was in certain rare earth and other minerals procured through the Empire's burgeoning asteroid mining industry, as Mars still lacked a lot of the materials needed for the massive construction processes. Even with constructor swarms, G-bots, and atomic printers, they couldn't create something out of nothing. And even though Aaron was personally shouldering 70% of the budget, if the Mars base was delayed by the impact of the upcoming CME, it would still have cast a shadow over the Empire. After all, 30% of the cost was still multiple trillions of E&D, which was a lot of money to lose in a single incident. But that was only by the Terran Empire's current standards. Once the diaspora and colonization efforts began in earnest, trillions would be a much smaller amount by comparison. Aaron swiped the file closed and paused for a moment, updating his plans. "Looks like I'll need to visit Mars sooner than I'd originally planned," he said. He would need to personally erect a planetary defense shield there regardless, but the upcoming Carrington event had lit a fire underneath him. Just because the solar system had survived billions of years, if not trillions, it didn't guarantee that something would happen the very next day that would render the entire area uninhabitable. "I'll add it to your upcoming itinerary," Nova said. She was responsible for all of Aaron's movements, making her perhaps the most powerful secretary in the history of Earth. As she spoke, everyone who would be going with him in his entourage, all the way from his Emperor's Aegis down to his personal chef, received notice of the upcoming trip and immediately began making preparations. Chapter 572 Monsters Incorporated. Nova, having returned to her previous calm D-minor, remained standing behind Aaron observing what he was typing. Currently Aaron was writing the instruction set of the runic CPUs he was soon to create. The silence in the room continued for a few hours before he was done, evidenced by him reclining back and stretching himself just like during his first time. "Okay, let's look for a programming language befitting of the CPU," he said as he opened the system shop, and without wasting too much time he filtered through all of the programming languages, leaving behind Rune-specific language before he bought the best, doing the same as when he had bought Prometheus++ without even wasting a moment, as it only costed a few millions, and not the billions price tag he was spending when he was buying civilization-defining technologies, as he wanted to always use the best and most optimized programming language to remove the need for later updates when a better language is required, which was going to be costly and time-consuming on the Empire's side. Due to the size of the knowledge and the advance of his brain, he didn't have to enter coma, as he assimilated with the language for a short moment before it was done with him feeling nothing but a mild headache that came and went for a short moment. "Now let's create the CPU, shall we?" he said, as he brushed his hands with each other before they moved to one of the machines in the lab. It was the atomic printers. He took control of the machine as he started the creation process. He started by creating a 3-atom thick but large circular wafer using the most mana-conductive material available in the solar system. The moment the creation of the wafer was done, it was immediately bombarded with concentrated amount of mana, with the material being created with a structure made with the specific mission of trapping mana from the inside, with the structure of atoms acting as one-way gate to make sure it gains the mana prefix in a short period of time and not lose it. It only took half an hour before the material gained the prefix, which Aaron immediately restarted the printing process, this time for it to close the so-called atomic lead sealing the mana at the center of the material. Okay, start the etching process. The moment he said that, Nova took over and started the printer's runic imprinting function to start the rune etching process. 20 minutes is all it took for the etching process to take place in etching billions upon billions of runic words that acts as the runic switches, something that usually took hundreds of runic scribes to accomplish in months, yet it was impossible for them to create them in such size and at such high quality. Nova immediately started the process of cutting the wafer into different parts for different purposes before she immediately created the complete chips together with RAM and memory, all from part of the same wafer, but with each of them being uploaded the different instruction sets for their expected tasks that Aaron had spent hours creating. With the creation of them now completed, she just materialized the rest of the needed components, and there it was, humanity's fast magical or either runic computer sitting on the table silently waiting for Aaron to test it. Aaron, with excitement still on his face, moved at a light speed to the seat, as he couldn't wait any longer to test the computer if it has reached the standard that was in the knowledge he bought. He immediately powered it on, allowing the computer to take in the electricity that was coming from the wall going through the computer's power brick that immediately converted it to mana before it was sent to all the components of the computer, and immediately completing the powering up process. The operating system that was embedded together with the instruction set came to life, and the screen came to life showing the logo of GIA Technologies, something that Aaron had never forgotten to put. "Let's see how it functions," he said, as he selected one of the many apps that Nova had already converted to runic language, making them capable of running on this computer to test the speed. After fiddling with the app paired together with him, having already gotten used to the speed of the quantum computer, he wasn't really impressed by speed since it was about the same, albeit a bit faster on single-threaded operations. "But can it run Doom?" A week later, Aaron could be seen sitting on the same table. This time, there was another computer on the other side, with the exterior looking like wood, indicating that it was either a wood cover or it was the biological computer, with those who guessed the second being right. He had spent more than a week in his private simulation time creating and testing the different iterations of the two technologies he had bought, and currently he was quite satisfied with what he had accomplished. When it comes to RAM, QRAM is the fastest. As for CPU, for single-threaded operations, the runic computer is the fastest, and multi-threaded operation, nothing beats quantum computing. And when it comes to high-density storage, biological computer is unbeaten, he said, having came to the conclusion after spending the entire week testing all of the new computers to the limit. Instruct the Lab City to start the integration of all the technologies into creating a single computing system that encompasses all of the benefit of these tech without the weaknesses. They will be the flagship computers for Imperial operations, since it is difficult to hack 3 different systems than one, plus it in the possibility that we are met with a Tier 2 civilization that are advanced in one of these computing technologies, we will be able to at least put a fight against them with the other 2-inch. Aaron ordered, deciding the direction of research the Empire was going to be taking regarding this technological aspect, something that might save the Empire in the future. "As for me, I should start creating the other 2 pieces of my puzzle," he said, as he returned to his main computer and started coding, this time too using the runic language. Since he had already finished the quantum side of creation, he was planning on finishing the creatine of the runic and biological side of his puzzle in the remaining time, as he waited for the advancements of the nanomachine side of things for all of the 3 technologies he bought. Chapter 573: Sharpening the Axe. Aaron had advantages that made all of the problems the early pioneers of runic computing encountered complete non-issues. He was the perfect, or perhaps worst, person to have ever gotten their hands on that technology. It only depended on whether you were friends or foes in his eyes. For the mana requirements, he had an adapter that would convert electricity into mana, even if the ratio was steep. For material needs, he had atomic printers. And for the issues the original creators had run into regarding mass production of runic computers, he'd upgraded his atomic printers with the capability of printing runic constructs. All he would have to do is gather up the pre-printed materials and channel his mana into them for a while. And even that would cease to be a problem as soon as he worked out a way of automating the process of imprinting intent into runic constructs that were created by his atomic printers. Aaron laughed out loud after he finished explaining his plans. He was quite excited about finally having bought something from his system that wasn't an immediate necessity in terms of his offensive or defensive capabilities. It was quite refreshing, he thought, that he was finally able to buy something he could afford to play with before putting it into immediate use to counter some crisis or other. From the very beginning of his explanation, Nova had been sending his ideas to the researchers in Lab City. Thanks to all of them being mere digital copies of living people, they didn't require any extra time to download information into them, so they were able to immediately get started on the projects Aaron had outlined in his rambling. It would spark yet another round of innovation from the enthusiastic researchers, who loved nothing more than getting their hands on new things and using them to innovate. No matter how ridiculous the idea was, it would be tested and researched until it became obvious that it would only ever be viable as an inspiration, rather than reality. Over the perceived centuries of Lab City's existence, the researchers had found many inspirations like that. And every time they found another one, they would jokingly refer to the round file, which was code for a trash can. In a similar vein, when they were at their wits' end with an active project, those same researchers would go dumpster diving in the round file, looking for inspiration to jolt them out of whatever rut their thought processes had ended up in. "Let's continue with Project Protagonist," Aaron said after recovering from his manic laughter. He stretched his fingers, as he was about to embark upon a second round of creation, this time ending in the creation of the world's first three-way hybrid computer. After all, sharpening an axe had never delayed the felling of trees. At least according to Sun Tzu, anyway. Nova returned to her position standing slightly behind and to the left of Aaron, paying close attention to what he was typing. At the moment, he was writing the instruction sets of the runic part of the computer, the motherboard, RAM, graphics card, and a suite of software designed to take advantage of runic speed. The CPU would still be a quantum computer, as would the graphics processing unit in the graphics card, and the hard drives would be purely biological in nature. Next, he would need to create an entirely new hybrid programming language that would allow all of his hardware to properly work together. But first, he would build one of each computer to give him a better idea of what he would require in terms of programming languages and hardware. The hardware itself was rather intuitive. Quantum computers had immense flexibility and an absolute advantage in terms of running multiple processes on a single CPU. Since each qubit was like a gate that could be open, shut, or simultaneously open and shut, it allowed a relatively small number of qubits to take the place of traditional silicon CPU cores. That flexibility was an advantage over runic computers, which were capable of insanely high speeds, but limited flexibility. Each line of runic code was capable of performing a single task, but that single task would be completed nearly instantly thanks to a completely dedicated pathway for each individual task. Plus, all of that runic code, no matter how finely it was etched, took up space and limited the amount of data that could be stored in a certain area. The limited storage space of runic computers wasn't an issue with biological computers. Take the human genome, for example. When stretched end to end, a strand of human DNA would measure a little over a meter in length. It contains about 3 billion base pairs, and when acting as binary bits, would allow for around 750 megabytes of storage. When wrapped around a spindle, however, it only took up about 10 nanometers of space. But what it gained in compressed storage space, it lost in flexibility and definitely lost in speed. Information transmission via messenger RNA took, at a minimum, 7 minutes. So, intuitively speaking, Aaron already had an idea of the hardware architecture of his planned three-way hybrid computer that would take advantage of the flexibility of quantum computers, the speed of runic computers, and the storage capacity of biological computers. The problem he was currently solving was how to get all three branches of computer technology to interface such that it would have the advantages of all three types of computers, while removing, or at least greatly mitigating, the weaknesses. And to do that, he would do two things: create a new coding language that was capable of interfacing with all three types of hardware, and modify the runic computer components he planned on using in the final product. But in order to do that, he first had to build a runic computer and a biological computer so that he could deepen his familiarity with the technologies and choose which operating systems to make part of his final coding language out of. Taking advantage of the universal simulation, he could create each component with a wave of a hand, should he so choose. But that would be counterproductive to his goals. He wanted to deepen his familiarity with the system purchase knowledge, not simply use it as is. Chapter 570 for the Aaron Michael Code. Aaron watched as the atomic printer in his lab whirred to life, printing the base materials he would require to build his runic computer. Block after block of pure minerals slid onto a waiting tray, beneath which he had already carved a mana-condensing runic construct linked to a fusion reactor the size of a golden retriever. "Nova, increase the time dilation around the condenser as high as it can go," he ordered. Nova nodded and waved her hand. The condenser construct was immediately increased to a time dilation factor of 1100:1. In reality, they could do the same thing by increasing the size and output of the runic construct and fusion reactor, but that wouldn't fit in Aaron's personal lab, virtual or not. While that's working, let's see what the system has for programming languages that are compatible with runic and biological computers, he muttered to himself, bringing up his system shop window and giving Nova access to his senses with a blink. You?" he began. "And you." He moved a runic programming language and a biological programming language into the system shop's cart and clicked purchase. Dozens of millions of SP were deducted from his remaining amount. And due to the size of the languages in question and his enhanced brain structure, he didn't have to be put into a coma before downloading them. All he felt as the download completed was a brief stab of pain between his eyebrows, which rapidly faded and left nothing but the new knowledge behind. It may have seemed like he had made random choices, but he had actually judged them rather thoroughly before making his decision. His personal implants, as the emperor of all humanity, were all on the absolute bleeding edge of the best technology the Empire had, courtesy of Nova and his frequent stays in the extended stay edition of the VR medical pods. So his current thinking speed and processing abilities were roughly 1,000 times that of non-enhanced people, which was evident in the time dilation he could easily handle when necessary. The two languages he had chosen weren't necessarily the best, nor were they the most expensive, but they were carefully selected with flexibility and open-endedness in mind. It would make his upcoming job of fusing them with Prometheus++ much easier, as well as postpone the need for later updates until he was ready to purchase the Tier 2 versions of all of his tech. "The materials should be ready now, sir," Nova announced, having kept track of the maniforging process, while Aaron was busy shopping and downloading new knowledges. Excellent! He rubbed his hands together like a shady merchant in an underground bazaar. Let's get building, shall we? He picked up a cylindrical mana alloy made of vanadium, manganese, gold, platinum, silicon, and beryllium. It practically glowed to the naked eye, and was nearly blinding in his mana sense. Placing it back into the atomic printer, he shaved slices off of it that were approximately 3 nanometers thick. Any thinner, and he wouldn't be able to carve runes on it, and if it was any thicker, it would cause transmission issues, throttling, and bottlenecks. Not to mention the size and form factor. Once he had hundreds of identical wafers, he began swiping his fingertip back and forth across them, leaving trails of glowing golden runic script behind his steady movement. The material he was working with, which he had dubbed mana steel, was very brittle and fragile, though it was highly conductive when considering both mana and electricity, so he was being very careful as he carved the runic script into the wafers. 20 hours later, the carving was complete, and line after line of brilliant golden runic symbols had been carved on the hundreds of wafers. In total, there were trillions of runic words that acted as switches, replacing the ones and zeros of humanity's binary number system. And Aaron had completed the carving process in less than a day. If the originators of the technology were to see that, they would be absolutely flabbergasted. It took hundreds of their runic scribes months to accomplish a task that a single human had just done virtually with a wave of his hand. Note: he has hundreds of millions, if not billions, of entire lines of runic code on his heart. Here, he's only dealing with runic symbols, or words, in the trillions. So the total number he's writing per minute is a lot higher than if he was writing lines of code in the trillions, hence his speed. Also consider that he regularly studies the runes on his runic heart, so he has experience deciphering microscopic runes and has learned to do so without a scribing pen, which the originators of the tech would probably have used. Aaron stacked the wafers atop each other in a set order, then fused them together with a flood of mana. His first runic computer's processor was complete. He repeated the task for each of the remaining critical computer components, then assembled it and screwed it into a case that Nova had manifested for him. The case didn't need to be handcrafted. A simple steel box the size of a PlayStation 5 would do just fine. Now that the hardware was complete, he sat at his desk and manifested a keyboard that would work with the runic coding language he had selected and began coding an operating system for the newly assembled hardware. 5 hours passed, and his fingers were still dancing over the keys, practically leaving after images as he transferred the code from his head to his keyboard. The 8-hour mark came and went, and he was still single-mindedly focused on his task. It wasn't until 12 hours after he had started the coding process that he finally hit enter, and his raw code was sent to a compiler. Finally! He cheered, leaning back in his chair and throwing his arms straight up for a deeply satisfying stretch. Now we just have to wait for it to compile, and I can benchmark the new hardware. Congratulations, sir, Nova said. Thank you. Now it's time to build the biological computer since I've got some time, while the compiler runs on the Runic OS. That one will be much easier than the Runic computer. All I need to do is mix up a growth medium and seed it with blank nucleosomes, then wait for them to propagate and grow. Anticipating Aaron's request, Nova waved her hand and manifested a completed biological computer. Due to the relative ease of manufacture, neither of the two people in the lab found it necessary to go through the step-by-step process of growing the hardware itself. Another 12-hour coding marathon later, Aaron flexed his fingers and shook his hands before picking up a sterile syringe containing a virus that had been engineered to deliver his new operating system to the nucleosomes floating in his biocomp vat, suspended in their nutrient solution. He inserted the syringe into a sterile port and the programming of the computer began. Chapter 575. But can it run Doom? Aaron, still giddy with excitement, ran to his seat at lightning speed. He couldn't wait any longer to test the computer and see if it met the standards outlined in the knowledge he had purchased from the system. He plugged it in and powered it on, allowing the computer to draw electricity from the wall through its power brick, which converted it to mana to power the components, thus completing the boot-up processes. The operating system he had written into it came to life, lighting up the screen with the GIA Technologies logo, something he was careful to never leave out of his innovations. "Let's see how it holds up," he said, as he pulled up the benchmarking program he had written alongside the Runic OS. But after fiddling with the program for a while, he was left less than impressed by the Runic computer's speed of operations. It was fine for single operations, but didn't even include the ability to hyper-thread to at least emulate the ability to multitask. Perhaps starting with quantum computers had spoiled him somewhat. "But can it run Doom?" he muttered to himself as he pulled up the venerable computer game. A week later, Aaron was still sitting at his desk in his virtual lab, this time with a shining stainless steel cylinder in front of him. It stood 6 inches in diameter and another 6 inches tall, and had a clear window in it. A murky, light yellowish liquid with streams of bubbles was visible through the window, which stretched from the base of the cylinder to near the top. Anyone who guessed that the cylinder was a biological computer would have been right. Aaron had spent the past week of Earth time in his virtual lab, creating and testing iterations of the 2 technologies he'd bought from the system. Currently, he was rather satisfied with what he had already accomplished, though he knew there was much further to go. When it comes to RAM, QRAM is the fastest. As for single-threaded operations, Runic processing is hands down superior to the others. But for multi-threaded operations, quantum processors take the cake. And I doubt I'll find a better high-density storage media than a biological computer's DNA storage, he dictated to Nova, having finally come to his conclusion after his experiments with the new computing technologies. "Nova, pass what I've got here on to the Gold Labs in Lab City. Tell them to begin integrating it all into a single computing system that takes advantage of the strengths of the 3 technologies while mitigating their weaknesses as much as possible. I don't expect much out of Tier 1 tech, but the new incorporated computer systems will be the flagship computers for the Empire moving forward. Not only will integrating everything into a unique whole make it nearly impossible to hack, but I estimate that the original product will be right up at the Tier 2 line, if not even higher. This project might be our first Tier 2 technology, and we'll have come up with it ourselves. But even if it isn't, the 3 paths seem to be the main ones in use throughout the universe, so if we come into contact with an enemy that's chosen one of the 3 paths, we'll be able to use the other 2 to put up a fight against them." Aaron's choice could perhaps save the Empire from subjugation in the future. "Right away, sir," Nova replied, her figure flickering as she passed on his marching orders to the researchers. Next item on the agenda: creating a bridge that I can use to integrate the 3 programming languages. Aaron returned to his work, this time focusing on creating a program that would allow 3 wholly unique languages to flawlessly blend together into a singular new language. It would be needed as soon as the researchers in Lab City came up with a way to integrate the hardware into a single computer. Without a unified programming language that was capable of porting instructions from any of the 3 languages into any other language, the new hardware would be useless. After all, no matter how shiny and excellent a computer's hardware was, it would still be useless without programs that ran on it. But if that was his only reason, he would have left it to the researchers in Lab City to create alongside the new computer system. In fact, it would even be more efficient to do it that way. However, the programming language was important for another reason. He needed it to be able to communicate with all three systems in order for Project Protagonist to function. With his understanding of the languages, it took him virtually no time at all before he had written a program that blended them together and created an entirely new language. The new language wasn't quite as streamlined as any of the source languages. Aaron alone couldn't possibly be compared to a collection of generations of the greatest minds of alien civilizations, but it was an astounding act of creation nonetheless. During testing, it was shown to only require an average of a femtosecond longer to operate a program when compared with running that same program on dedicated hardware with matching programming languages. And a femtosecond of lag time was an absolutely outstanding result, especially given that he was still working on version 0.1 of the new language. Now to finish the Project Protagonist code. Upon finishing his new programming language, he immediately moved to create the remaining 2 segments of code for his plan. Waving his hand, he manifested a runic computer and began writing code for the runic integration in his project. 12 hours later, he fed it into his compiler and switched to a biological computer and biological code. And 14 hours after that, he began compiling that segment of code as well. And with that, he stood and stretched, letting out a contented groan as he was no longer used to remaining physically inactive for long periods of time. But now all that was left was to recompile the 3 segments of code and run it through the converter he had created, turning it into a program capable of adapting any medium or biological body it found itself in. "It should be about time for the show to start, right, Nova?" he asked, waving his hand and teleporting to just a few hundred kilometers away from the simulated sun, where he would watch as the predicted Carrington event began. "Just a few hours now," Nova answered. "Is that Earth time or simulation time?" "Simulation time, sir. You have impeccable timing." Aaron nodded and turned his attention to the raging surface of the sun. Chapter 576 Ignorance is Bliss. Meanwhile, around the sun, the detectors launched by the Imperial Space Agency that had first discovered the signs of the impending disaster finally let out an alert as the sunspot stretched to the verge of breaking. Shortly after, with a flash of light, all of the detectors vanished as the eruption began. A mass of nearly liquid hydrogen and helium the size of Earth was ejected from the sun in a 120-degree arc. Its velocity was such that it would reach Earth in just over 12 hours, and Mars about 2.5 hours after that. And all of it was being broadcast live to everyone in the solar system, courtesy of the Imperial Space Agency. Some people believed that, if something beyond their control was about to happen to them, it would be better if they were caught off guard by it. That way, they wouldn't spend the time leading up to the event in anxiety and panic. "Ignorance is bliss," they claimed, and in a sense, it was the absolute truth, because the moment one was notified of a crisis they could do nothing about, the panic would set in. That was why, in the face of crises in the past like pandemics, people would make some truly weird decisions, like buying all of the toilet paper in stores everywhere. And now, everyone in the solar system was experiencing that sense of deep, visceral, hopeless terror while they awaited their devastation at the hands of the sun and the knowledge that there was nothing they could do to stop what was coming. The Imperial Space Agency, in conjunction with the Imperial Press Corps, was even doing everything they could to ensure that everyone could see what they thought was their doom approaching. There was a timer in the corner counting down to when the CME would arrive at Earth and end everything they knew, and the past 11.5 hours had seen people glued to their screens with a sense of morbid curiosity as expert after expert was paraded past their eyes, all of them virtually shoveling doom and gloom into viewers. Some were questioning what the empire wished to achieve with the morbid spectacle. Was it just Nero playing the fiddle as Rome burned? Or was there some deeper meaning to it? Even people who were the proudest of their skepticism when faced with conspiracy theories were finding it difficult to believe that there wasn't some conspiracy behind the news coverage. Especially since the empire was going out of their way to sow anxiety, when previous governments would have put their best effort toward hiding the news as long as possible, then make Herculean efforts toward keeping the people as calm as possible. Most of the conspiracy theories died stillborn, though, as people were too busy discussing the kind of damage they could expect rather than the whys and wherefores of the empire's actions. Thus, if the empire's aim was to incite fear and panic, it was becoming ever more obvious that their goal was being achieved, at least among a specific group of people. A man in his 30s was watching the broadcast on a small TV that was suspended over a hospital bed. The TV was muted, so he had no idea what they were saying. He hadn't even bothered turning on the closed captioning. He was dressed in a sterile suit that covered him from neck to ankle. His shoes were covered in sterile booties, and on his head was a sterile cap and a face shield. His face was half covered by an N95 surgical mask, and surgical gloves covered his hands. The only sounds in the room were the soft hissing and beeping of monitoring equipment. On the bed was a woman with dozens of wires and tubes attached to her body. A PICC line connected her to a dialysis machine. A nasogastric tube was connected to a hanging bag of liquid food, and a dozen different wires attached to her chest connected her to the 12-lead EKG machine. Another wire ended on a probe that connected her fingertip to another machine, and a sphygmomanometer cuff was connected to the same machine as the fingertip probe. She had been intubated and was breathing via ventilator, and on her head was a tight-fitting cap that gathered data and displayed it on the screen of an electroencephalograph machine. Running from under her hospital gown was yet another tube, through which her waste flowed. If one were to pick up the medical chart hung on the foot of her bed, they would see a bright orange sticker that read, DNR, do not resuscitate, and the diagnosis of end-stage multiple organ failure. Her prognosis was grim, to say the least, and she wasn't expected to survive the oncoming crisis. Suddenly, the wail of a baby overpowered the sound of machinery, and the man looked at the incubator next to the hospital bed, within which lay a prematurely delivered baby swaddled in a light blue blanket and wearing a matching beanie on his head. The man crooned a soft melody and rocked the baby from side to side by pushing and pulling the incubator. Don't worry, little guy. Mommy will be just fine. Shoo, SHHH, SHHH, he continued, trying to soothe the baby that was barely bigger than his two palms combined. That continued for a little over 10 minutes before the baby ran out of energy and fell asleep again. The man drooped in his chair, obviously exhausted, and lay his head on the side of the woman's bed and gazed at her hand. He prayed for it to move, and it remained still, just like the last 1,000 times he had prayed for her to show a sign of survival, some evidence that she was fighting for her life and hadn't given up yet. His eyes moistened, then tears dripped on the blanket covering the woman and his shoulders shook in silent sobs. He wanted to wail at the top of his lungs and shout curses to the sky, but every time he was tempted to give in to that urge, he couldn't help but remember the preemie that was currently struggling to survive, or the woman on the bed who was doing the same, he hoped. Chapter 577, All According to Kikaku. Babe, the man said with a choked sob, I know you'd rather die than become an impy. I know what happened to your family in the war, but I can't do this by myself. I need you. He clenched her blanket in his fists, then used it to wipe his tears. On some level, he knew it could cause more problems, but a man drowning in an ocean of tears wouldn't fear the rain.
It isn't just me either. Our son, our son.
He sniffled back the snot that was about to drip out of his nose.
I can't do it alone. You need to live, not just for me, but for our son. He needs a mother, not a stepmother or a nanny. And you promised me forever. What happened, happened, but you can't punish our son for the mistakes of others. Your pride is punishing us, and for what? What did we ever do? Is it fair to punish us just so you can keep your pride? Is it fair to make us feel the pain of losing you? The people you're angry at don't even know who you are? You're just a number to them, but you're everything to us.
He broke down in silent sobs again, doing his best to choke them back to avoid disturbing the preemie in the room. After a few minutes of silent sobbing and sniffling, he continued,
Why did you have to create a beautiful life with me if your pride would just force you to punish me and your son? He never asked for any of this. He didn't ask to be brought into this world only for you to leave it out of spite and your misplaced pride.
There was another long pause, as if the man was struggling to come up with a way to say the words he needed to speak. Minutes passed like that before he turned to his son. He gazed at the boy that had been born 10 weeks too early, when his wife's health made it too risky to keep the pregnancy, but too late to terminate it without making everything worse. His eyes were filled with love and pity as he gazed at the too small infant in the incubator. A sense of resolve came over him then, and his shuddering stopped as he turned to his dying wife.
I've done everything I can to honor your wishes, my love.
He caressed her forehead with a gloved hand, grasping one of hers with his other hand.
But the sun has made its decision. If I don't do anything now, you'll die, and I can't let that happen. So for once, I'm going to be selfish. For me and for our son.
After he said that, he took one last long look at his wife and son, then stood and walked out of the room. He passed through the airlock and took off his sterile outer clothing, revealing the t-shirt and jeans he was wearing under them. Then he opened the locker next to the airlock door, took out his phone, and, as if he had granted himself permission, dialed 000. The line only rang once before it was picked up.
Imperial Immigration Agency, how may I help you?
The voice on the other end asked. With trembling hands, the phone to his ear, and took a deep breath.
My name is Sunday Khan, and I officially request Imperial citizenship for me and my family.
The phone call continued for a few minutes, as Mr. Khan provided all the details the Imperial Immigration Agency required.
Mr. Khan, I've dispatched a recovery team for your family, and am in the process of notifying the hospital to expect their arrival. Please stand by for our team. The expected arrival time is in approximately 18 minutes. Do you have any other questions, concerns, or needs?
The immigration agent asked.
No, as long as my family can live a healthy life, I'll be satisfied, thank you. Excellent. We look forward to having you as Imperial citizens,
the agent said, then fell silent as it was only his third day on the job, and he didn't quite know what to say in this particular situation.
Well, goodbye then, and good luck.
With that, the agent ended the call. Sunday closed his eyes and clasped his phone between his hands. He raised it to his forehead, as if in prayer, and said,
Whatever happens when you wake up, whatever you want, I'll accept. Even if you want to divorce me, I'll accept it. At least you'll be alive to hate me.
He closed his eyes, feeling like a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. A few minutes later, and a whole lot lighter, he opened his eyes and looked at the television screen in the waiting room that was still tuned to the coverage of the incoming disaster. The timer on the bottom corner of the screen still showed 6 hours to the end.
So this is what they were after,
he muttered to himself, then slumped in the chair he was sitting in and laughed at his own powerlessness. Similar scenes were playing out all over the world, or at least in the non-imperial areas of the world, anyway. The more fear people felt, the more firm their decisions to join the empire became. Some even threatened to abandon their more stubborn relatives, who were steadfast in not joining the empire under any circumstances, even the impending death and destruction they were sure to face. Imperial Palace, 3 hours before the event.
"How's the situation coming?"
Minister Rogers asked. As expected, Minister Rogers. Millions of non-citizens have already requested citizenship, and millions more are rushing to do so. We've had to activate the 6th system to process all of them, and we expect that as we come closer to the shockwave, the numbers will grow exponentially. Other than Neo-Luddites and people with firm religious beliefs, we expect that the majority of pre-imperial remnants will request citizenship before the CME impacts Earth. The only ones who will still refuse will be hardliners, and will require alternative methods of dealing with them. I have some ideas, and will put it on the agenda for the next council meeting. But for now, things are progressing according to plan, Gaia reported.
"Excellent. For a unified Earth,"
Jeremy said, wishing he wore glasses so he could push them up the bridge of his nose like his favorite anime schemers. Time inexorably ticked on, and soon the countdown timer on every screen in the world reached 0. There was no earth-shattering kaboom, no mushroom cloud of devastation, no blast radius, nothing. In fact, it was rather beautiful as an aurora spread from Earth's magnetic poles that could be seen as far as the equator. On the dark side of the planet, night became day, and on the day side of the planet, the day became just a little bit more gorgeous as the aurora spread to the backdrop of transformers fizzling out and electrical appliances that hadn't been unplugged shorting. Almost every electrical appliance outside the Empire fizzled out into uselessness as Earth suffered a planet-wide EMP. Chapter 578 coming out swinging. The fallout from the EMP was relatively small, considering that it only really affected a minority of the population. It also helped that the Empire hadn't been caught off guard and had had time to prepare. Thus, the damage was relatively minor, only in the billions of E&D. And most of that was the damage to old, legacy, versions of their tech, as anything that had been released over the past 6 or 8 months had been well shielded and hardened to resist EMP attacks. Even civilian tech was the same. As for the electrical grid, that had been shielded from the very beginning. Thus, nothing connected to it faced any issues due to surges in the grid itself. Still, as part precaution and part political theater, the Imperial Press Agency had reminded Imperial citizens to ensure that any electrical appliance was unplugged at the time the CME hit, and for at least 2 hours afterward in case of any residual effects. However, the same couldn't be said for things that weren't reliant on the grid and couldn't simply be unplugged. Things like airplanes, cars, other vehicles, ham radios, and so forth were still affected. Most of those were major purchases or passion projects, so they hadn't been replaced with newer hardware, as in the case of airplanes and vehicles, or they hadn't been made to the exacting standards of Imperial hardware, such as in the case of hobby electronics or passion projects like RC vehicles and ham radios. That was where the majority of losses came from on the Empire side, as most of the citizens' hardware had already been upgraded to the newer, more protected versions. But the same couldn't be said for non-citizens. Other than religious Luddites like the Amish, Mennonites, and some Hutterites, or the small tribes that hadn't even come into contact with modern technology like the Sentinelese, the rest of the world was severely impacted. Power grids were overloaded, generators failed, and in some cases, exploded. hospital life support turned into impromptu electroshock therapy devices, and even the so-called hardened military technology, like tough books, turned out to be not so impervious to EMPs as non-imperial scientists and researchers had claimed during the development and bidding processes. But as hundreds of millions of people had finally caved and joined the empire, leaving only a little over 100 million or so non-citizens, the effective damage was limited. Most of it, ironically, was environmental damage caused by shorts and surges. Minister Almuteri had reached out through the Imperial Diplomatic Corps with an offer to aid in extinguishing the roaring wildfires and helping with the recovery efforts. But other than the Russians, who were still led by Vladimir, most of the remnants declined the offer, some rather more politely than others. Still, the remnants had been chokeslammed back to before the Industrial Revolution, and a lot of effort would be required to lift them back to what passed for modernity to them. And that was something that Aaron wasn't willing to do. To prevent accidents and limit the loss of life to the greatest degree, the Empire had issued a shelter-in-place order for all Imperial citizens beginning 3 hours before the CME hit Earth. They also, through the Ministry of the Exterior, asked the remnants to do the same. And to limit the damage to the economy, the Empire also promised to allow citizens to trade in any damaged goods for identical items, or for partial credit toward more advanced versions of the same things. The shelter-in-place order was quite effective for the Empire. They suffered almost no casualties at all. Only a few hundred people had ignored the order, and most of them even survived. But the same couldn't be said for the remnants, who died in the millions when their pacemakers shorted in their chests, or their hospital life support electrocuted them to death. And, at least outside of mixed cities where impis and remnants lived side by side, the material losses were almost total. Basically, there were two outcomes of the Carrington event. Even though it had affected the entire planet, the humans living there were either completely unscathed or completely obliterated. There was no in between. 2 weeks later. Your Majesty, the crime rate has been on the rise over the past week. Especially remnant on citizen crime, Gaia reported during Aaron's weekly update meeting with her, where she gave him a high-level briefing on events around the world.
I have a wedding in a month,
he groaned.
Can't the police handle crimes by now?
Though he said that, he knew that if it was important enough to be included in his weekly briefing, it wouldn't be an easy problem to solve. We've caught most of them, yes. But it's difficult, as the remnants are all anti-empire hardliners, and are more than willing to shelter the criminals and help them escape. Naturally, we catch the ones who do that, but solving the problem at its root is proving much more difficult. The remnants were virtually crippled by the recent Carrington event. They're suffering hardships they weren't prepared to deal with. Food shortages are practically reaching the level of famines, lack of transportation, lack of waste management, electricity, running water. They were basically catapulted back to the early 20th century in terms of technology, and are having severe difficulties adjusting to the new normal. And when you consider that most remnants can see our citizens living in virtual luxury compared to them, it becomes understandable that they're upset. No matter how many of them we arrest, more just crop up and act out against us, whether because they're jealous or because they're forced to by starvation or disease. Gaia threw the data file compiled by Nix over to Aaron. He quickly scanned the file and asked,
"What's the damage estimate so far?"
Mostly property damage, with a few injuries. The injuries are easily fixed, but the property damage is less so. And it's increasing as articles are published in newspapers, social media, and broadcast media. As you know, with tensions rising, it's like we've been put in a pressure cooker with the valve stuck, adding in the wild card that is blessings.
And all it'll take is a single incident to trigger a pseudo-race war,
Aaron finished for Gaia.
What are we doing about it?
He asked. The Imperial Police Agency has increased the number of patrol ships, but it's a band-aid patch at best. Police are reactive by their very nature, and they can only catch the criminals either in or after the act. Prevention is impossible for them, but it's the only cure.
I hope the situation resolves itself.
Aaron sighed and rubbed his temples. He could feel a headache coming on.
God help them if they do something I can't tolerate. If they push me that far.
He was far from as calm as he appeared on the surface. The damage report was already beginning to make him angry, but it was still manageable as no deaths had occurred yet. Although he had been as benevolent as he could since the founding of the Empire, that didn't mean he was incapable of being ruthless. But people had short memories, and it was becoming obvious that they had already begun to forget what had happened during the last war. And though he hoped the police could deal with the rising crime rate, it didn't prevent Murphy from coming out swinging. Chapter 579. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. As Murphy said, anything that can go wrong will go wrong, and at the worst possible time. Just hours after Aaron received his weekly briefing about the increasing crime rate, an event that would change his stance on the remnants began. Former Somalia. Saro Hassan was sitting on a bench on the side of a street in Mogadishu, overlooking the ocean. The street itself was very clean, considering how much conflict the nation's capital had gone through. It had been through wars between warlords, pirate groups, terrorist attacks, and riots, all within the young man's memory. But now, all the traces of destruction had faded, and the city was, on the surface at least, at peace.
Those were the good old days,
he sighed, reminiscing on his early life. He had lived like a prince in Somalia's troubled times, as his father was not only a warlord himself, but also a high-ranking member of the terrorist group Al-Shabaab. Those early years had shaped his personality, fostering an extremist interpretation of Islam that, through very convoluted and cherry-picked quotes taken out of context, justified the group's atrocities. So in his eyes, he was the proper owner of Somalia, now that his father and his men had been captured or killed by the Empire. After the Empire took over, he had been left with just a house and a few other things that were under his name. The impis had confiscated everything else. Thus, thanks to his corrupt religious belief and the lingering resentment over his father's capture, he took a very hardline stance against joining the Empire with his mother. Despite that, his life could still have been considered very good, thanks to the things he had, both open and hidden. But then doomsday had struck and destroyed some of his most precious things, and fanning the flames of his jealousy-inspired hatred of the Empire. Add to that, his mother had fallen ill, and outright told him she wanted to become an impi, so she could be treated. However, due to their traditional leanings, he was the head of the household now that his father was gone. So he strictly forbade his mother from joining the Empire, as, to him, that would be a betrayal of everything his father and his religion stood for. If she died, and he would consider her just one in a long, long line of martyrs and receive her rewards in paradise. As he was reminiscing, he noticed a small white shuttle with a bright red cross painted on the side flying over him. That wasn't an uncommon sight lately, but this one had caught his attention because it was flying overhead in the direction of his house and slowing down. He turned and watched it as it landed on his front lawn. Then 4 people disembarked. 2 of them were wearing white coats and guiding a hovering stretcher between them, and the other 2 were Ares troopers in full armor, acting as guards for the medical team. The 2 in the white coats walked into his house, accompanied by one of the guards, while the other guard stood ramrod straight outside the front door of Saro's house. And before the young man could even react, The medical team exited the building with his mother on the stretcher, an oxygen mask on her face. The medical team and their guards boarded the shuttle, and it lifted off seconds afterward. The entire process had happened so fast that Sorrow hadn't been able to react. By the time he reached his house, he found himself silently standing in front of the open front door, his body slightly trembling. After standing in silence for a few minutes, he clenched his fists so hard that his fingernails drew blood from his palms, then raised his eyes skyward and screamed his hatred aloud.
First you took my father, and I could do nothing. I was powerless to stop you. But now you impi dog stole my mother without my permission,
he growled, his bloodshot eyes beginning to faintly glow red. His hair also began turning bright red, like the heart of a fire.
This place will burn.
He raised his bloody fists and shook them in the direction the shuttle had flown off.
You and that bitch who chose this world of sinners over paradise will regret this,
he shouted, then turned and looked at the bustling street, seething in anger. The Empire had taken too much. They had taken his father. They had taken his father's loyal men. They had taken his lavish lifestyle and his high status that made him untouchable. All of it was gone. Gone! He had been forced to live like a rat, hiding and subsisting on the scraps of his life that once was. And now his mother, a woman that he'd had firmly under his control, had betrayed him and joined his enemies. She had taken the last of his honor and showed with her actions that he was unworthy, that he had failed, that he couldn't be the man his father once was. In that instant of pain, rage, humiliation, and loss, he decided that if his mother didn't want paradise, he would take it from her as his first and final act of revenge. He turned and slowly walked toward the beachside marketplace, his strides even and inexorable as wisps of fire rose from his eyes and the tips of his hair. A massacre was about to begin. 20 seconds. Not even half a minute later, the emergency response team arrived and found nothing but a sea of fire burning in an eerie silence. There were no screams, no crashing of collapsing buildings, no roaring of the flames. It was as if the fire itself had included sound with the rest of the fuel that normally allows blazes to exist. Mogadishu wasn't a tiny city. With a population of nearly 2.5 million people before the last war, it could even be considered a thriving metropolis. Of course, the population had steeply declined after the war, between the losses caused by the war, the mass arrests afterward, and then the general exodus of people who had chosen to join the empire, so it wasn't what it once was. Only a few dozen thousand people remained, leaving the rest of the city empty. Thus, the emergency responders in the city weren't fully prepared to deal with a catastrophe of this level. They were on guard and sufficient for things like gas line explosions or power lines coming down, and of course, the regular gamut of things that first responders dealt with on a daily basis. But this was on another level. Despite the immensity of the threat, the police, fire department, and Ares responded per protocol, calling for reinforcements from the nearest cube as they bathed the surrounding neighborhood in fire suppressant foam in an attempt to prevent it from spreading. Once reinforcements arrived, they would move in to suffocate the blaze in its entirety. At the same time, hospital ships had been scanning for survivors and people trapped in the fire. But they found nothing. Chapter 580: A shit show from start to finish. High Earth orbit. After cleaning up the debris in orbit following the last war, the Empire had launched a few thousand satellites of their own, and among them was a constellation of satellites dedicated to monitoring the movement of mana around Earth. After all, it was a new discovery, so they needed to know how it worked and why, so it was worth studying. And as an added benefit, the Empire had gained the capability to track the changes mana caused in its surroundings. Currently, 7 of the satellites responsible for monitoring mana were sending alarms to the staff of the Imperial Space Agency. Central Command, Ceres Station. The Imperial Space Agency had a dedicated secure section of the dwarf planet Turn Space Station, and their central command was based there. They were responsible for monitoring every Imperial asset in space, barring the Ares and NIS assets, each of which had their own monitoring stations. As reliable as the VIS that ran the satellite networks were, and as much as they trusted Panoptes, they still maintained their own monitoring staff. Even though the staff joked about being nearly as useful to the Empire as an appendix was to a single human being, they still took their job seriously. They were the ones who had verified the information about the recent Carrington event and triggered the news going up the chain of command to the Emperor. The staff always came to work ready to receive all of the bad news and were, by and large, serious and dour-faced men and women. There was always something happening in the solar system that required their intervention, and because of that hectic, busy schedule, they only spent 3 days a week on the monitors themselves. The other 2 workdays were spent filtering and sorting the reports from other shifts. And that day, things were going as usual, until an alarm whooped from the speakers in the room and yellow lights began flashing to grab their immediate attention. Extreme use of mana within habitable areas detected, damage, medium, situation, orange.
Now that's new,
the shift chief said as he read the notification. It was the first time there had been a mana-related orange situation alert.
Fuck,
he muttered when he switched his monitor to a live satellite feed of the situation. Goosebumps popped up all over his body as he continued.
Pass this directly to the relevant agencies.
Report sent, the AI replied almost as soon as the chief finished speaking. It knew best which agencies and departments would need the information.
Which department did you send it on to?
The chief asked, curious as to which agencies would be responsible for acting on it. The more he knew, the better he could do his job in the future. The first responders on scene, Imperial Blessings Agency, Imperial Police Agency, and Ares, the AI reported.
What's Ares supposed to do about a civilian situation?
The chief asked. It was the first time he had heard of the military being brought into a civilian matter. Normally, the police were plenty to handle any issue that cropped up. Ares is listed as the correct agency for an incident on this scale, the AI answered.
Oh, okay.
The chief returned to his normal work. The universe wouldn't take the day off just because something weird happened on Earth, though he did make a mental note to check up on the situation as it unfolded. At the Hidden Joint Ares NIS base, a single yeet pod detached from one of the arms and oriented itself in a specific direction. It fired a deorbit burn, then fell completely silent as it dropped toward the surface. Its target? Mogadishu.
How's the evacuation going?
The local Mogadishu police chief asked the emergency coordinator, who was standing next to him.
We've fully evacuated a radius of 1 kilometer, and we're in the process of pushing out the cordons. But we still need to figure out a way to stop this fire from spreading, since it seems to be able to burn our fire foam,
the coordinator replied.
Silver linings, I suppose. At least we're ahead of it, for now. Keep me updated,
the chief said, then turned his attention back to the eerily silent fire and its slow but steady spread. The chief was alerted by a flashing icon in his glasses, indicating a virtual meeting he needed to join. He blinked the icon away and joined the meeting, which was in progress.
Okay. Time to spitball. What do you all think is happening, and how can we deal with it? If the fire keeps spreading like this, it won't be more than another hour and all of Mogadishu will be gone.
The head of the Emergency Response Task Force asked from his virtual control room.
We've run out of normal methods to stop it. Fire breaks don't work, fire foam doesn't work, water doesn't work. Hell, we even tried flooding the area with halon. Everything seems to just contribute to the spread, so we were forced to stop and evacuate, since the more things it burns, the faster it spreads. We need to either deal with the Awakener who triggered it or starve the area of mana,
the representative of the Imperial Blessings Agency suggested.
We haven't picked up any life signs on our scans, which means there's nothing living in that blaze. So how can we deal with the person if we can't even find him or her?
The task force leader asked.
There's two possibilities. Either the Awakener died and the fire is feeding on the mana in its surroundings, or he's reached an understanding of fire mana that lets him literally become the flame. They're both equally unlikely, but once you rule out the impossible, whatever is left, no matter how unlikely, must be the truth,
the representative explained.
That makes sense. If the Awakener turned himself into fire, it explains the lack of life signs in the blaze. So we should widen the scope of our life signs scan to the entire fire to confirm or rule out that possibility. If we can rule it out, it means this was accidental and isn't being maliciously controlled, which should make it easier to deal with, at least in theory.
Another aide interjected.
Okay, let's.
The task force leader began, but was interrupted by an incoming communication.
This is QRF Bravo inbound, requesting field clearance.
Before anyone could respond, everyone in the meeting got a direct message from the heads of their agencies ordering full cooperation with the incoming vessel. The task force leader sighed in relief. The entire incident had been a shit show from start to finish, and he would be happy to let someone else take charge of it. He had done his best. He opened up a wide channel and ordered,
"This is Task Force Command. Clear the field for classified ops."
Chapter 581 Firefighting. The Yeet pod fell through the atmosphere, its pitch-black radar-absorbent paint contrasting against the fireball created by re-entry. It was perfectly targeted at the center of the active fire, and if one were to look from above, it would look like it was flying directly into the sun. Soon, it smashed into the fire and disappeared from sight. The eerily silent blaze showed no changes, nor was there any sound of impact. But the Yeet pod didn't care about any of that, and the machine contained within immediately got to work. The emergency workers watched as a pale, milky white dome spread until it covered the entire area that was on fire. Then the flames began retreating, slowly at first, then faster and faster until it neared the center. The blaze, however, began fighting back at that point, wavering between invisibility and solidity as the dome starved it of mana. About 5 minutes later, the blaze lost its final fight. It had drained all of the mana captured in the dome to fuel itself, and the fuel had finally run out. The remnant wisps of flame gathered together in the shape of a human, then flared up with a bright yellow flash before the light faded and left a young man lying on the ground, naked and unconscious. The ground around him looked like it had been transplanted directly from hell. It was charred to a reflective black sheen, the only imperfections the cracks that radiated from the crater the Yeet pod had left when it impacted the surface.
"That's a spicy creme brulee,"
one of the onlookers muttered in an attempt to brighten the mood. Within seconds, the Emergency Response Task Force vehicle drew the unconscious young man into its transport hold, where the police placed him in a stasis pod before the pilot brought the shuttle on course for the hole. Meanwhile, the rest of the emergency responders looked around, lost. Their SOP would normally be to look for survivors. If they couldn't find survivors, their task would then become collecting and identifying remains. But the book never mentioned what to do in the case where there was just nothing. No survivors, no remains, no buildings, and no ruins of what used to be buildings. There was just nothing there. Aaron sighed, watching the entire process unfold. The sigh was a mix of disappointment and anger that he was struggling to control. He took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of his nose.
"What's the casualty count?"
he finally asked after mentally counting to 10. 1,764 Imperial citizens and 432 remnants died. 764 Imperial citizens and 231 remnants were injured and are currently receiving treatment at the emergency aid station the first responder set up, Nova answered.
"And what do we know about the Awakener that caused the incident?"
he asked. The answers would determine what action he would take as the leader of the Empire. Nova threw him a data file on one Saro Hassan, and he read through it as she dictated the important highlights. The file also contained the brain data scan that had been uploaded when Saro was put in stasis, including the reasoning behind his suicidal attack. Aaron took his time reading the data file, tapping his desk with his finger. Nova remained quiet and waited for him to finish his thought process. The silence stretched for more than 30 minutes before Aaron finally asked,
"How many remnants are there total?"
102,321,568. That's everyone who hasn't accepted Imperial citizenship, including the primitive tribespeople that aren't in contact with the rest of humanity, she said.
"How many of them are Awakeners?"
4,203,857 of them, sir. 1,385,714 of them have undergone our basic training program, and the rest of them declined.
"Schedule a meeting of the Inner Council,"
Aaron said in a grim tone.
"I have ideas on how to deal with the problem, but I'm not in the right headspace to make a final call."
"What are your thoughts, sir?" Nova asked.
"Australia,"
he replied. "Australia, sir?"
"Yes. Australia. You know how it started, right?"
"The British Empire exiled. Oh. You're thinking of internment camps?"
"MHM,"
Aaron nodded.
"But if we keep them on Earth, it won't solve the problem. And it would take a few months, maybe a year, before we could get a habitable dome ecosystem set up on, say, one of Jupiter's moons."
"Matrix Protocol then, sir? I thought we discarded that plan as unfeasible."
"That's why I need to call a meeting of the Inner Council. Right now, if I was forced to choose, I'd either just kill them all or enact the Matrix Protocol."
"And that would be counterproductive either way. People don't take kindly to disappearing entire populations, nor are they fond of genocide." "Understood, sir. I'll schedule the council meeting for tomorrow, Earth time, and give the council members a heads up on what'll be discussed there. That should give them enough time to come up with solid ideas."
"And it won't give the problem enough time to continue spreading out of control. That Hassan kid was one hell of a wake-up call, and I don't fancy the damage control we'd have to do if we don't act fast enough."
Aaron leaned back in his chair and went back to pinching the bridge of his nose and his brows, trying to prevent an incipient headache from worsening. Nova began massaging Aaron's headache away, then changed the subject. "Are your wedding plans coming along, sir?" she asked, despite knowing full well that everything was going just swimmingly with the wedding planning and preparations. She continued massaging Aaron's head as they discussed much lighter topics until his headache disappeared and he put the events of the day out of his mind. The response to Saro Hassan's terrorist attack wasn't received nearly as well by the Empire's citizenry. Over the past few weeks, tensions between citizens and non-citizens have been rising just as fast as the Renminbi crime rate, if not faster. And once the media released the information they had on the attack, both sides had found a rallying point. If the Empire didn't respond soon, the two sides might just take things into their own hands. Chapter 582 to Infinity and Beyond. Emperor's Council Chamber, the simulation.
I agree with His Majesty. The remnants will continue being a problem and causing trouble as long as they're still on Earth,
John said. Aaron had begun the meeting by giving his ideas on what should be done with the non-citizens, as Operation Boiling Frog wasn't working nearly as well as he thought it would.
But where can we send them?
Minister Rogers asked. Eventually, all of Earth would be populated entirely by imperial citizens and government functionaries, so isolating the non-citizens on an island or something would just be kicking the proverbial can down the road. Sure, future them would have more options to deal with them, but Jeremy was of the firm opinion that curing a disease was much better than simply treating its symptoms.
There's a lot of moons in the solar system. Hell, Jupiter has 79 of them, and we're still discovering more that count as moons. And Saturn has even more. I mean, we could also just draft them into Aries and stick them on Mars too. Our retraining program is highly effective, after all. And that would even save us the cost of building a habitat for the ungrateful fuckers,
Minister Almuteri suggested.
But if you want my suggestion, I think we should go even farther afield. Even just having them in the solar system is a risk, retraining or not. So I'm sure we could find a habitable planet out there somewhere that doesn't have any sapient inhabitants on it already, he continued.
Aaron nodded in thought. He already knew of quite a lot of habitable, yet uninhabited planets in the Milky Way, and he was sure that was what Yusef was hinting at. The Inner Council members were among the very few who knew that the simulation covered the entire galaxy, not just Earth and Lab City. And Minister Almuteri was very good at office politics. He had an absolute talent for giving people ideas while letting them think they were the ones that came up with them.
If we pick a habitable star system, or even better, more than one, so we can send them out with the minimum number of people to make a colony succeed, it should be very far away. That way it reduces the chances of them coming back and causing problems later, especially if we limit the tech we send them out with. Besides, they can be kept in stasis for the trip. That way it'll just feel like the blink of an eye for them even if centuries pass in transit.
John agreed. He was all for limiting the size of the initial colonies as well. It would increase the number of generations the non-citizens would have to grow before they even had the numbers to start provoking an interstellar fight. There are other options, Nick said. Humankind has a long history of internment camps, where they rounded up so-called undesirable elements of society and put them all in one area. Hitler had concentration camps for the Jews. America had internment camps for Japanese Americans. Trump rounded up illegal immigrants and put them in cages. Joe Arpaio's tent cities, and so on. We could also just send in the LEAs and Aries to forcefully round them all up and stick them in pods to brainwash them into perfect little cogs in the imperial machine. And if none of that works for you, we could always just kill them all. The words coming out of the petite AI's mouth brought goosebumps to the humans in the room. Nick's tended to the extreme to begin with, but
just kill them all
was a whole new level of crazy, even for her. That said, all Nix was doing was saying the quiet part out loud. Everyone else in the room had had the same idea at first, but they had all discarded it, recalling Aaron's stance on genocide in general, and how fragile the underpinnings of the Empire still were even to that day. Thus, nobody had suggested it in the first place. What, Did I say something wrong? Nix asked, her head tilted to the side, as if she was genuinely confused. Aaron gave Nix the side-eye and pinched the bridge of his nose as he sighed.
Isolating them sounds fine on paper, but it wouldn't work in reality. They'd just use it to gain the sympathy of citizens and cause different problems. And brainwashing would be entirely too obvious. People don't change like that. They aren't AIs who can just modify a segment of their code to exhibit different behaviors. So if the remnants just wake up one day as hardcore supporters of the Empire, everyone would immediately jump to brainwashing as the cause. Plus, it would jeopardize far too many other things, as well as basically admit that we treat people's memories, personalities, and thoughts the same way we treat hard drives on a computer. From then on, absolutely no one would trust the Empire at all, since there would always be the question of whether or not we brainwashed them into believing in us in the back of their minds. Besides, I don't want to needlessly kill people. Killing is reserved for only when it's absolutely necessary as a last resort.
I was just giving you my ideas, Nix grumbled. Everyone went silent as they considered Aaron's words, and the silence stretched on for a few minutes. Yusef was the first to break it, saying,
"And even if we completely put aside all of those arguments against treating them like that, there's still an entirely logical reason to isolate them. We should make good use of them, and I see an opportunity in this situation. For the sake of argument, let's say the incoming visitors are indeed hostile. Thus, we need to plan for the worst-case scenario, which is,"
he nodded at John,
"that the Empire loses the fight against them. If we keep the remnants here, or even in the solar system, they'd be wiped out right along with us, assuming we even kept them alive in the first place. You see, humanity is a bunch of eggs, and Earth is just one giant basket. Right now, all of our eggs are in that one basket, so if the visitors come in and blow it up, we lose everything. But by pushing our diaspora plans forward and sending out colonies to multiple destinations across the entire galaxy in generation ships, then humanity as a species will definitely survive." Will some of those colonies fail? Sure. Maybe a lot of them will, and maybe even most of them. But there'll still be some that survive, and ensuring the survival of our species is the best posterity that any emperor could ever ask for.
With that, everyone else in the room fell silent and looked at Aaron. It was obvious that his council had come to a consensus on how to deal with the non-citizens. Aaron tapped his fingertip against the table in front of him as he thought, shifting plans and extrapolating possibilities. Eventually, his fingers stopped tapping and he said, "Agreed. Let's begin the diaspora." The meeting continued for a short while as the council put together a plan to encourage people to go out and colonize the stars. But one thing was certain, whether they wanted to or not, the remnants would definitely be among those boarding the first wave of colony ships. Chapter 584 Planting Seeds. Aaron remained silent for a few minutes, simply staring out of the holographic screens with his piercing gaze. Then, just when people began to wonder if the broadcast had frozen, he sighed and continued in a much calmer tone. "While the diaspora is mandatory for non-citizens, we offer our citizens a choice. You may choose to sign up for the colonization effort and join in the diaspora of humankind. We realize that not everyone can, or is willing to, pick up a weapon or don the white lab coat of a researcher. And you shouldn't be forced to do so. Protecting this solar system, the cradle of humanity, is an important task, yes, and ensuring that humanity survives every storm that heads this way is indeed the duty of every human. But not everyone is a fighter, or cut out to contribute to the scientific advancement of the species. Not everyone is needed to farm, or other supporting tasks like that,
and that's perfectly alright. That is why we offer you the choice to contribute in a different way, by spreading seeds of our civilization across the galaxy such that at least one of them will take root and grow. Humanity is a resilient species, a tenacious species, an adaptable species, and spreading out is a solution.
Behind Aaron, the backdrop changed to an image of Earth as seen from the moon appeared. Then the planet shrank as the image zoomed out, first to the Orion spiral arm, then to the entire galaxy, as seen from above the galactic ecliptic plane. From Earth's position, a pale blue color began spreading, slowly at first, but proceeding faster and faster as it spread until the entire galaxy was overlaid with that pale blue showing humanity's occupation.
But know this, the trip will be one way, and you likely won't be able to return in your lifetime. The colony ships we are building as we speak are designed for one-way journeys, at the end of which they will land and become fortress cities. And for security purposes, no navigational data or astronomical data will be maintained in the database. You will be sent with all of the tools and technology you require to ensure that your colonies succeed to the best of our ability. You will have access to all of the technology of the Terran Empire save only a few, none of which will negatively influence your colonies. The journeys themselves will be long. The planets we have selected are all over the galaxy, and it'll take a minimum of a few decades, or perhaps even millennia, for you to reach your destinations. And there's no telling what'll happen to our solar system during your trip. The ships themselves weren't designed as generation ships. They're tough, durable, and will last the journey while the colonists inside will remain in stasis. So no matter how long the journey, to those undertaking it, it'll be just like going to sleep at night and waking up the next morning after the best sleep of your lives.
Aaron gave the people watching a knowing grin.
To those who fear being sent to uninhabitable planets or already inhabited star systems, you don't have to worry. Each of our colony ships will carry scouting vessels that will scout your destination long before the colony ships arrive. And if our database proves wrong, there are a number of backup locations chosen. The galaxy is a vast place, and the number of planets that humanity can thrive on is in the trillions, so rest assured, you will have a home awaiting you at the end of your journey.
People watching the speech wondered how Aaron knew that, but he definitely wasn't about to tell them of the true capabilities of the universal simulation.
In order to ensure the greatest chances of success, the cubes have begun being repurposed into training centers, where everyone will be trained to survive, and even thrive, at your destinations. You will become experts in various fields that align with your individual interests. The training program will give you all of the tools that you need in order to build and maintain a thriving society on the planet you've been assigned to in the colonization program. Over the next 2 months, registration will be open to Imperial citizens as we build new facilities for your use. The ones we already have will suffice for the non-citizens who are undergoing the forced migration. The training, however, will be the same for everyone. After all, it would do no good to send people to the stars without giving them all the tools they need to thrive, regardless of citizenship. As we said earlier, this is mainly to ensure the survival of humanity, and no matter who you are or what you believe, you are all still human at the end of the day. We understand that many of you who are being forced to leave your homes for the vast unknown reaches of the galaxy are going to be angry. We came to this decision after a very long process of deliberation, and with the input of the best minds that humankind has to offer. Our ministers and scientists presented us with many solutions, but this was the one that survived the winnowing process. It is the solution that will ensure your liberties for generations to come. You will be given the opportunity to create your own civilization, your own government, from the ground up. You'll have all of the opportunities that we had, and even more. You'll benefit from the advances in science and technology that we had to painstakingly create over the past 2 years since the empire's founding. And we know that a forced migration may appear brutal, but believe us, it is the most merciful option that we had presented to us. May your new homes be places where your dreams come true. We truly wish you the best.
Aaron gave the viewers a small bow, then slowly faded until the stage and podium was empty. Then the image on the screens changed to the imperial seal before they went completely blank and were finally turned off, the imperial address finally having come to an end. And the public reacted. Chapter 585. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Recife City, in the north of pre-empire Brazil.
May your new homes be places where your dreams come true. We truly wish you the best.
The people watching Aaron's address on the holographic screens above the LEAs were stunned into silence. The tailgate party atmosphere instantly cooled down and became glacial, as everyone watching was stunned into silence. The silence stretched for minutes in the audience's collective stare state. Then a baby began fussing. The sound ignited the crowd, who collectively chose violence. They picked up sticks, rocks, pipes. One enterprising person even kicked over a stall and dismantled it through sheer rage and armed himself with a rather effective makeshift club. Then the chaos began. Chairs, sticks, pipes, rocks, and all kinds of other detritus rained down on the LEA, wielded by an angry mob. Thankfully, Aaron had expected exactly that kind of reaction, so the LEAs merely remained standing and allowed themselves to be destroyed. The mob's rage was soon vented, and they collectively fell to the ground, panting, and looked at the pile of scraps that had once been a piece of advanced imperial technology. After admiring the pile of lightly smoking scrap for a while and catching their breath, they took to the streets and headed toward the cube on the outskirts of the city. But they had also already learned their lesson from the last few protests and restrained themselves, intent on only damaging the cube itself. Adelaide, in the south of pre-empire Australia. In contrast to the actions of most non-citizens around the world, the Australians maintained their party atmosphere. If anything, the partying grew even more intense, with keg after keg making their way to the impromptu block parties from nearby liquor stores and grocery stores. The general mood was rather high, and all told, Australian remnants had a much better relationship with their neighborhood MPs than most. Thus, when the mobs moved out, their goal was to drag their imperial friends out of their homes to join in the celebration. It wouldn't be the first time in the history of Australia that they had been forcibly immigrated, so by and large, they saw it as no big deal. Besides, they had grown up on a continent that would qualify as a death world forbidden area among most of the civilizations in the galaxy. And even though they didn't know that, nobody on Earth had had any contact with any of those civilizations yet. After all, they still knew the wildlife that already existed on and around Australia, so they figured their new home wouldn't be any worse. At least, they wouldn't have to worry about being dragged into any more pointless wars that were fought over matters that didn't involve them, anyway. So on that front, their destination had at least one gigantic plus over their home on Earth. Soon, the partying spread until practically the entire continent was inebriated to one degree or another. It only died down after it became apparent that the people had drunk the entire continent dry. But as a completely unintended consequence, most of the imperial citizens in Australia had been talked into, or in some cases dared into, joining the Terran Empire's voluntary colonization initiative. If their friends talked them into joining them, they would request a spot on that specific transport to join them. And if they had been dared into joining the diaspora, they would also join the person that dared them, if only to show that they hadn't chickened out on their end of the bargain. Australia's reaction to the news could thus be considered fairly unique, when compared to the violence spreading around the globe. Imperial citizens, on the other hand, had a wide variety of reactions. Though the prevailing majority of imperial citizens were rather dispassionate in their reaction, not having a dog in that particular race as it were, there were still a variety of responses by minority groups around the empire. Some were enraged by the high-handedness of the emperor and were determined to protest the plan. Others were incited to sign up for the colonization initiative, either out of anger or excitement. And still more breathed a sigh of relief, as they had only recently joined the empire in order to survive the Carrington event of a few days before, and still maintain their faith in their previous remnant governments. Then, there were those who were angry about the unilateral decision, but not angry enough to join protests. Instead, they became keyboard warriors and expressed their outrage on Pangea and other social media platforms, along with sending their thoughts, feelings, and prayers to those who were the most affected by such a horrendous action on the emperor's part. But for the silent majority, they just shook their heads and moved on with their lives. They didn't care about the news at all, and found the reactions of others to be rather silly. Hadn't they learned their lesson in any one of the recent protests? And as far as the social justice warriors, the majority felt that they simply didn't understand how the world worked. Besides, the empire had already built up a proven track record of success in their endeavors, so most people just wished the soon-to-emigrate people well. Thus, by number, the reaction of the empire could be said to fall along the lines of, "Not my circus, not my monkeys." But of course, wherever there was one group with an opinion, there would always be another group that held the exact opposite opinion. So those people took to the streets and social media platforms to stage hastily conceived counter-protests, some of which grew violent. Medical response shuttles were a common sight in the sky for a few hours after Aaron's address ended, but thanks to them, the casualties were mostly limited in scope and severity. The Imperial Police Agency had been informed of the expected mess ahead of the address, so they were already in position and waiting for the rioters to storm the cubes or other Imperial brick-and-mortar offices. The directive had long come down to let them vent their anger on the LEAs. Then any who were still stubborn enough to actually reach Imperial property were to be arrested and processed along with the rest, who were to be shipped off to colonies across the galaxy. Citizenship was to not be a factor in anything. If they were angry enough to march, they would be shipped off whether they were a citizen or not. Thus, a mass arrest began. No matter which side of the issue they were supporting, getting violent would not be tolerated, and they would be arrested all the same. Chapter 586. Okay, so maybe some of the monkeys are mine. It took a bit more than 6 hours to fully quell the chaos, as the Empire had been forced to focus most of its forces on angry awakeners at the beginning. The Hero Academies had yet to produce a graduating class, after all, which meant that non-awakened Ares members and Reaper teams had borne the brunt of the Awakeners' ire. Even those non-citizens that had taken the Empire's crash course on how to handle their new blessings had proven useless. Some of them joined in the protesting, while the rest refused to aid either side. At the end of the day, they were still in the group that was to be forcibly relocated, so that much, at least, was understandable. Aaron could only thank who, or whatever, was watching over humanity for not having all of them join in the chaos, and considered their non-interference a blessing. Even one non-citizen awakener going rogue could end up turning into another Hassan event, and having millions of them doing that at the same time would almost definitely end poorly for humanity at large, much less the fledgling Terran Empire. But thanks in large part to Pappies, and in a much smaller part to headbags, the casualty count among the deployed Ares troopers had been kept relatively low, even in the face of rioting awakeners. Still, the non-awakeners had caused plenty of trouble, while the rioting awakeners were being put down and transported to the cubes ahead of schedule. They, at least, would be segregated from the non-awakeners and the non-violent awakeners, and wouldn't get a chance to interact with anyone else before they woke up on their destination planets. The prevailing opinion among them was that training, no matter how harsh and Spartan, would be much better than the alternative. The whole still had plenty of space for inmates, and forced migration also sounded like a much better, not to mention more humane, option than being drafted into prison battalions and sent directly to the front line of any conflict humanity found itself in. Even though, being awakeners, they would have an advantage in warfare, a life of constant battle interspersed with long stretches of stasis and training, sounded like a hellish existence to face. Either way, once the awakeners had been arrested and transported to the nearest cubes, Aaron, not to mention the rest of humanity at large, could wash their hands of them. Besides, it wasn't like more training would hurt them at all. In fact, it would even be good for them, especially since they were being put into the Hero program, track, and would be subtly influenced by the training program that had been designed by the Imperial Blessings Agency. And Nyx. Nyx had had a pretty big part to play in the training program designed to turn angry awakeners into heroes. When she had approached the head of the agency, she'd laid out a convincing argument based on the long history of intelligence agencies and brainwashing. Thus, she set to her task with barely disguised glee, or at least a close approximation of that emotion. Though she was still the most human-like of any of Aaron's higher-order AIs, there was still a thin barrier between her emulating emotions and actually feeling them. As for the remaining non-citizens who were arrested during the protest, they were also put into pods. They formed a second segregated group that would also not be allowed to mingle with regular colonists and those who caused very little, if any, chaos during the protest. But again, it wasn't like more training would hurt them. On the contrary, it would help them quite a bit. It had always been a truism that ignorance breeds violence, and those who were being arrested during the protests upheld that in spades. Thus, the training they were about to undergo became the equivalent of the Job Corps program that the pre-Empire United States used to run, where they would offer on-the-job training programs for people, then assist them with job placement upon graduating. The imperial citizens who were arrested during the protests were detained pending trial. Though the likeliest option for them was to join the forced immigration, they would still be given their day in court to present a defense as to why they should remain on Earth, should they so choose. To streamline the trials, they were all given an option when they were first arrested: either voluntarily join the colonization effort or be held in prison cells until their trial date, which could be as long as 3 months down the road. Needless to say, most of them chose to join the Exodus. At least there, they would have a hand in shaping their world and its social structure, unlike Earth. It hit home for some people watching from the sidelines, as they realized that most of the citizens' anger was based in never having had the ability to determine anything for themselves. Even in the U.S., which had touted itself as a haven of democracy, the people had only ever been given the illusion of choice. Every election turned into the same thing. It was like voting for cold turds on a paper plate or dried-up boogers on a silver platter. In the end, the people's voice had never mattered. Still, the wave of arrests didn't mean that the protests had ended. Hundreds of millions of people were still protesting around the globe. But they were paying close attention to strictly following the guidelines and laws that not only allowed them to protest, but gave them guidelines on how to do so effectively. Not that they were difficult to follow, really. They pretty much boiled down to: don't hurt people,
don't break things, don't demolish buildings, and don't start fires.
Thus, the Imperial Police Agency was mainly relegated to controlling the crowd to prevent trampling and such, or pulling people out of the mobs when they fainted. Thus, although the number of protesters may have seemed alarming in a vacuum, the damage caused by them was actually minimal, not to mention mostly accidental. Chapter 587 Preparation for the Diaspora. While the Empire's military and law enforcement agencies were busy quelling the chaos incited by Aaron's recent address, the Ministry of the Exterior was just as busy. Half an hour after Aaron finished speaking, they released details of the colonization plan, including the destination star systems and breakdowns of the planets the migrants would be landing on. There were so many details that nobody thought it could possibly have been faked, though they did wonder just how the Imperial Space Agency had managed to gather all of that information. Every bit of information about the destinations was released, including the backup destinations and the backups of those backups. Accompanying it were details about the ships they would be sent on, the travel time they would take, though from beginning to end it would be spent in stasis, information on any threats, both detected and theorized, what kind of city the colony ships would become upon landing, the enhancements they would all receive in flight. Everything was made transparent and publicly released with great fanfare, and anyone who was curious could easily find it, written as it was in language that would be understandable to anyone. Once they entered the training program, they would be placed in a simulated environment that mirrored what they would find at the end of their journey, assuming that they didn't have to use one of the backup options. Their training would give them real experience and allow them to acclimatize to their new environment in advance, giving them a leg up so that, upon arrival, they wouldn't need to waste the first few years getting accustomed to basic things, like the different number of hours in a day. The first few years after landing would be absolutely crucial, and the less time they needed to waste, the better. Included in the information was a section on how Imperial citizens could apply to join the diaspora, and what the process would entail for them, since they weren't part of the forced migration. There was even already a website set up for them to apply, should they be interested in doing so. And a few thousand people had immediately made that decision, for good or ill. Whether it was in protest or for bragging rights, or even genuine belief in the goal, that being survival of the species, all of them were met with the same warning in the very beginning of the application process. Once they submitted their applications, they would have their choice locked in and would be unable to retract it, even if they later changed their minds. If they did change their minds, they would simply be shit out of luck. They would be arrested and forcefully dragged to the training centers whether they wanted it or not. It was a good reminder of the irrevocability of certain decisions that people make, yet people still made the decision with the belief that, surely, the warning was just that, a warning. There was no way in hell it would ever be enforced, or so they thought, anyway. Thus, screenshots began populating social media with the hashtag #ISignedUp or #StandWithTheDisenfranchised, and many others. All of the screenshots were the same. Name: you have successfully applied to join the colonization effort. Please stand by while your application is processed. You will be notified within 48 hours of the result of your application. It was a simple acceptance screen, but it brought home the fact that the Emperor, and by extension, the Terran Empire as a whole, was serious. Beyond the first few thousand applicants, there were millions more Imperial citizens pouring through the colonization plans and the application itself, either for content creation or interest. Content creators posted videos and messages on social media platforms either in support of or hating on the program, while those who were interested were checking to see if the Empire had indeed done their due diligence. If the interested people felt they could thrive, as Aaron had promised, Then they would go through with the application process. And most of the millions of interested citizens felt that they could, so they put in their applications. Especially since, as imperial citizens, they were given the option to choose which colonies they wanted to go with. At least within reason, anyway, as there was still a limited number of slots in each colony. They would at least get preference over non-citizens, though, which was one of the differences between being forced to go and choosing to go. Either way, the number of applications only continued growing over time, as people made their choices. Aaron also chose to extend an amnesty to those prisoners serving life sentences for crimes committed before the founding of the empire. Those who'd at first had no possibility of parole suddenly found themselves offered a new life on a new planet. Those serving sentences in excess of 30 years were also given the opportunity to join them in their new leases on life. But those who were awaiting execution or serving relatively short sentences of 29 years or less weren't given the same option. Along with the extension of the human lifespan to 200 years came with a new perception of long and short time after all. That said, there were relatively few death row inmates to begin with. The empire was nothing if not efficient. The only evidence they required to deny all appeals and hasten the legal process beyond all reasonability was a simple brain scan, and even as backed up as the justice system was, the process never took more than a month from trial to execution. But almost every one of the prisoners serving life sentences, including the leadership of pre-empire countries, chose to accept the empire's offer and apply to join the diaspora. For them, there would be no downside. Upon being sent to prison, they had been given the same basic genetic enhancements that any imperial citizen received, which meant their life without parole had gone from perhaps 20 years to, in some cases, more than 150 years. Now, to not only be released, but to be given an opportunity to claw their way back into positions of wealth and power? In their minds, anyone that refused that offer was an absolute moron of the highest order. However, what they didn't know, or rather, what wasn't included in the information released by the Ministry of the Exterior, was that along with all of that training would come some very subtle subliminal reprogramming. It wasn't anything too intrusive, though. The reprogramming was mainly to bolster their drive to survive and withstand the early years of their colonies. But it would also be reinforced that they would simply not want to return to Earth after they awoke, and they were directed to influence their descendants in the same way. The programming wasn't generational, as Aaron hadn't felt the need to buy genetic recall of any tier, but given that the first landing would be the one that shaped the new civilizations from the ground up, it shouldn't be an issue. Chapter 588 Indy faded, leaving only admiration. While outside, the frantic chaos incited by news of both the forced migration plan and the imperial colonization sign-ups was ongoing. A small number of people were holding a very important meeting. Aaron, Rena, Felix, Sarah, and Aaron and Rena's families had gathered to discuss the wedding, though it had weirdly taken a different turn with everything that was going on outside.
Are the remnants really causing them much trouble?
Aaron's father asked. He wasn't worried about anyone in the room with him, as the cube on Avalon Island was the safest place in the entire solar system.
Aaron began with a sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. They're idealists, and it's too easy to turn that idealism into extremism. That makes them highly volatile, and if they remain on Earth, they'll have to remain under constant monitoring. Their potential to cause mass destruction is also immense. Just look at what happened in Mogadishu. It took one person mere minutes to slaughter thousands, and if he wasn't stopped, the best-case scenario is that he would have burned himself out after turning the entire city to ashes. Worst case, he wouldn't have stopped at the city and would have eventually ignited the atmosphere. Our weather satellites already showed a global increase in temperature by 1.5 degrees. Global, not local. There's an entire group in Lab City working on ways to reverse the temperature rise, because Hassan did more damage to the world in 5 minutes than 30 years of global warming managed to accomplish. Worst case, he wouldn't have stopped at the city and would have eventually ignited the atmosphere. Our weather satellites already showed a global increase in temperature by 1.5 degrees. Global, not local. There's an entire group in Lab City working on ways to reverse the temperature rise, because Hassan did more damage to the world in 5 minutes than 30 years of global warming managed to accomplish. Aaron laid out the truth because he trusted the people in the room with him to not panic. Besides, they were all smart enough to know if he tried feeding them any misinformation to begin with.
No need to bring up bad news here. We're here for a happy occasion,
Aaron's mother interjected. She would be damned before she let her son's wedding get put on the back burner again. The children had been engaged long enough. It was time for them to finally tie the knot come hell or high water. A month later, the imperial wedding day had arrived, and a celebratory atmosphere had descended upon the entire Eden Hesperia archipelago. A large crowd of tens of thousands of people had already surrounded the park outside the first government spire to be completed. It was the core of the fortress city that, when it was completed, was to be named Eden, after the country that Aaron had grown so far in. The Eden government spire was the tallest building ever built by humans, stretching an entire kilometer into the air and overtaking the previous record holder, the now-destroyed Burj Khalifa, by a little more than 170 meters. And wrapped around the base of the spire was a well-manicured and planned park, with a reflecting pool sandwiched between 2 rows of standing monuments like a diamond on a necklace set with emeralds. The wedding was set to take place on the steps in front of the government spire, with the groom and bride's invited guests and the lucky lottery winner seated on the plaza between the steps and the reflecting pool directly atop the imperial seal laid in mosaic. The entire area had been decorated with meticulous attention to detail, and for the event, looked more like a botanical garden than a dour government edifice. And hanging behind the stage where Aaron and Rena would be joined in matrimony was a gigantic, 30-story tall Terran Empire flag, above which was the imperial family's coat of arms. The venue was an oasis of peace and tranquility among a fortress city that was still very much under construction. If one were to turn around from their position facing the government spire, they would see tower after tower stretching into the distance in various stages of completion, along with cranes, gantries, and the normal detritus one could see at any construction site. But considering that the day had been declared an imperial holiday, none of the construction vehicles were in use, and the entire city seemed completely abandoned, though with a sense of the abandonment being very much temporary. Tools were neatly placed where they belonged, vehicles were neatly parked and stowed so as to minimize the possibility of accidents, and the streets, which had been laid before any of the buildings began construction, were clean and free of any debris so as to accommodate the crowd that had long been expected to descend upon the partially completed city for the emperor's wedding. Precisely an hour before the wedding was to begin, the imperial band stood from their seats and began playing soft music, barely able to be heard over the low roar generated by thousands of people in casual conversation. Then vessel after vessel began arriving, landing on the manicured lawn to either side of the plaza and dropping off their load of invitees before flying off again to pick up their next load of passengers. And everything was being broadcast live for anyone who cared to watch it. But it wasn't like they could watch anything else, as the imperial wedding had taken over every single television channel, and even professional live streamers had decided to take the day off from doing their own thing and rebroadcast the wedding as amateur commentators. Those who wished to experience it in person,
but hadn't been invited or able to join the crowd surrounding the plaza and park entrances, could log into the public VR and experience it as though they were there. The clock ticked down until, by 10 minutes before the wedding was due to begin, all of the invitees had arrived and taken their seats, awaiting the beginning of this once-in-a-lifetime event. Even those who were too lazy to attend the wedding in VR, or who were otherwise occupied, couldn't help but sigh in amazement as Aaron walked out of the front doors of the government spire. Already an extremely handsome man, the bespoke suit he was wearing was tailored to show all of his best features. It was as if his handsomeness had a dial that, previously sitting at a comfortable 11, had been cranked up past its stops all the way to 13. During all of his personal addresses to the world, he had never been trying to look his best. In some cases, any amount of primping and preening would be too much. But now that he had put actual effort into his appearance, the difference was staggering. Every woman on earth, straight or not, was deeply envying Rena her luck in landing such a handsome, rich, and powerful man, and every man on earth, also straight or not, wanted to be Aaron right now. The band continued playing until a minute before the ceremony was to begin, when they switched to the classic wedding march, signaling that the bride was about to arrive. Everyone's eyes moved to the door of the building, including Aaron's. And precisely on time, the doors opened and two small children walked out, scattering rose petals on the red carpet Rena would be walking down to reach Aaron's side. Soon, Rena followed, her hand held in the crook of her father's arm. The father and daughter had their heads turned to each other in conversation, then Rena laughed and faced forward. Her gaze met Aaron's, and she smiled, putting the sun to shame with her radiance. She was already beautiful enough to incite envy in everyone watching, but when she smiled, envy seemed meaningless. The gap between her and every other woman on the planet was too wide. It would be pointless to envy her, because no one would ever be able to compare. Thus, the envy faded, leaving only admiration in its wake. When Rena and Aaron came face to face, everyone couldn't help but acknowledge that they were indeed a match made in heaven. It was the first time Rena had ever appeared in public, and no one could imagine a more perfect debut for the Empress of the Terran Empire. Earlier, upon the announcement of Aaron's upcoming nuptials, many had speculated as to who he might be marrying, and whether or not the wedding was a political move to consolidate the Emperor's power. But that thought had quickly passed, as Aaron had no need to consolidate his power. There were no challengers. There could be no challengers. He held the political power, the military power, and immense wealth. In business, his companies had no peers either. Thus, the wedding could only be one thing, a love match, which was something rare for people in power. No announcement had been made as to the bride's identity, and no clue had been leaked at all. So no one knew anything about her, much less that she had been married before. After all, both the Rothschilds and the Morgans had considered it a black mark on their reputations, and both families had gone out of their way to hide the divorce. But that said, there were still a few people who knew about it. Chapter 589 Here's to His and Her Imperial Majesties.
I do,
Rena said as Aaron slipped a wedding band onto her ring finger.
Then by the powers vested in me, I declare you husband and wife,
the wedding officiator said, then turned to Aaron.
You may kiss the bride.
The crowd at the venue broke out in applause and cheers as Aaron leaned down and passionately kissed his empress. But not everyone was as happy. The sound of shattering glass rang out in a small suburban home in south-central Los Angeles, followed by a scream of rage.
That fucking bitch!
Tim Morgan shouted as he watched his former wife remarry. This time she was definitely marrying up, though he refused to admit that, when she had married him, she'd been marrying down. But deep in his heart, he knew it. He felt like he had just discovered his woman cheating on him. And not only was she cheating on him, she was cheating on him with his worst enemy. And beyond that, she was doing that thing he really liked that she would only do on special occasions, while he got to do it whenever he wanted, and not just on special occasions. The only thing he could do, though, was stew in helpless rage as he continued morbidly watching the rest of the traditional wedding events, unable to tear his eyes from his television screen. It was probably for the best that he didn't know that he himself was the initiator of Aaron's blessed life. Aaron had received the system after Rot Tim did his level best to ruin his life, and everything had quickly happened after that. Had that never happened, Aaron wouldn't have written Bug Zapper, nor would he have created Nova, Gaia OS, the Olympus and Zeus personal electronics, Biogen. The list went on and on, but the heart of it all was that Rodham's mistake had been Aaron's fortune. As he watched Rena throw her bridal bouquet over her head, and behind her to her laughing bridesmaids, and the women invited to the ceremony, Rotem could only pick up his whiskey bottle and drink from it. After all, the latest in a long string of his bad decisions was throwing his last glass against the wall in his impotent rage, leaving him forced to drink from the bottle. The wedding continued for a while after that before smoothly transitioning to the reception party. Rena disappeared for a few minutes to change out of her wedding dress and into a sleek white evening gown that, while still absolutely gorgeous, was far less inconvenient to wear. The emperor was married, and the empire had grown more stable because of it. Soon, heirs would come, ensuring the dynasty for generations to come. The only thing that had marred the otherwise perfect ceremony was the lingering hubbub over Aaron's forced migration decree and the controlled chaos of the imperial colonization program. Those being forced to leave their homes wished the pair nothing but the worst, in contrast to the celebratory atmosphere that pervaded the wedding reception. "Phew!" Rena breathed in Aaron's ear as they sat at the head of a table on the lawn next to the plaza where the wedding had taken place. "I can finally breathe. And pee. I didn't know I'd need two of my bridesmaids just to help me pee," she grumbled through the brilliant smile on her face. Aaron couldn't hold back a chuckle at the mental image and clasped hands with her under the table. "Well, Mrs. Michael, I'm glad you're finally potty trained." Rena playfully slapped at his shoulder. Then the newlyweds turned their attention to Felix, who was drunkenly trying to embarrass Aaron by telling an anecdote from when they were younger. Aaron facepalmed and laughed at the silly story, and Rena laughed so hard she couldn't even sit up straight. Felix, seeing that his job was done, concluded by saying, "But it all worked out in the end. Aaron, Emperor dude, your Imperial Majesty, and so on, you're a lucky man. You found the love of your life, and I wish you a blissful marriage and a happy family in the future." He raised his glass and continued, "Here's to his and her Imperial Majesties. Long may they reign." Aaron chuckled and raised his glass to Felix and gave his own toast. "To my brother in all but blood, Felix. With friends like you, who needs enemies?" Everyone who merited a table near the bridal party laughed as they stood and raised their glasses as well. Then they all drank them empty. Soon after the toast, the chefs wheeled in the wedding cake. From where people were sitting, it almost looked as tall as the government spire the reception was being held at. Stretching a full 20 tiers into the sky, Aaron guessed that whoever had baked it had had to incorporate gravity plating into the design in order to keep the enormous thing from falling over. It was decorated to within an inch of its life, and nowhere on it could anything as plebeian as frosting be seen through the layers upon layers of elaborate decorations. The pâtissière delivered the top tier of the cake to the wedded couple herself, smoothly sliding it to the table in front of Aaron, along with a cake knife. He would cut out the first slice of wedding cake himself and he cast a mischievous glance at Rena, then smushed the cake across her face and chortled like a schoolboy. Rena returned the favor, but in a much messier fashion. In lieu of a cake knife, she simply grabbed a handful of cake and smeared it all over the Emperor's face, then pointed at him and belly laughed. Aaron wiped a glob of frosting out of his eyes, then grabbed Rena's cheeks and drew her in for another kiss, this one tasting of a delicious red velvet cake. Soon after everyone had received a slice of cake, the band began playing and Rena stepped out on the dance floor, accompanied by Aaron for the first dance. As Aaron was an extremely busy man, they hadn't choreographed anything particularly special, but the pair's genetic enhancements ensured that they still gracefully moved across the dance floor. The night continued and the reception finally came to an end in the small hours of the night, leaving Aaron and Rena to fall exhausted into bed, too tired to get up to any hanky-panky.
"Good night, Mrs. Michael,"
he whispered in her ear as they lay in bed, still dressed as they were too exhausted to even strip out of their clothes.
"Good night, husband,"
Rena whispered in return and planted a soft kiss on the tip of his nose as the house six turned down the lights in the bedroom. Chapter 590 Thoughts and Prayers. A month later. Though Aaron and Rena were on their honeymoon, that didn't mean the Empire would cease functioning. Simply because the Emperor was absent didn't mean government employees could stop doing their jobs. And with the efficiency that had been baked into the very underpinnings of the Empire, they always over-delivered on their promises. The forced migration and colonization programs were no exception. The Imperial Space Agency, in conjunction with the NIS and Imperial Police Agency, had completely rounded up all of the non-citizens and sent them to the cubes for training. At the same time, the Imperial Immigration Agency had sorted through the backlog of applications for the colonization program and was already well underway on transporting them to their training cubes as well. That said, there was a difference between a polite invitation and a late-night knock on the door. Imperial citizens received polite invitations as well as arranged transports that, to a limited extent, were scheduled so as to accommodate their own schedules. It gave them time to say their farewells, not only to the people they would be leaving behind, but to the planet itself. They would never return, after all. Non-citizens, on the other hand, weren't given the same courtesy. They were given a date by which they must report to their nearest cube for processing, and informed in no uncertain terms that, should they fail to arrive on time, they would be treated as criminals and arrested. Though the timeline for their reporting was short, usually within a matter of hours, or days at most, those who chose to accept their fate would still receive at least some privileges, such as increased cargo space on the colony ships and the privilege to select the world they would end up on. In contrast, those treated as criminals would be allowed no cargo or colony selection. They would also face much harsher training programs that had almost no allowances for personal time or relaxation breaks. However, they would only find out the details after being arrested. The language in the invitations was purposefully left vague and lacking in details. And perhaps because of the vague threat, which was along the lines of someone using, or else, when speaking, an underground railroad of sorts sprang up among people who fancied themselves some kind of resistance or freedom fighters. It made them difficult to capture, but once the NIS was involved, the Underground Railroad was rolled up within a matter of days. It could have been done even faster, but the Nixians wanted to ensure a 100% capture rate, so they took their time. For the Imperial citizens involved in the drama, their punishment depended on how willing their participation was. It ranged from minor fines for more mundane, or even incidental, violations, and went all the way up to having their citizenship stripped from them. And for those who were stripped of citizenship, well, they joined the forced migration group whether they liked it or not. Furthermore, they did so as criminals. And speaking of imperial citizens, those who regretted their impulsive sign-ups and wanted to change their mind found themselves sorely disappointed. They would report for training as scheduled, or they would be given the same treatment as the people of the short-lived, ill-fated resistance movement. So those who had signed up in a fit of anger, means of protest, or for simple attention and bragging rights had discovered another long-held saying that held true: there is no cure for regret. Another large group of citizens hadn't signed up for the colonization effort, but when seeing how it was being implemented for remnants, couldn't help but get their backs up. The collective memory of most of humanity still hadn't let the horrors of concentration camps, internment camps, secret police, and other hallmarks of fascist states fade. Some of them, the less emotional ones, even attempted to sue the empire, only to be informed of how the empire handled that kind of thing. Part of the imperial charter that Aaron had drawn up years before with the aid of his inner circle and the higher order AIs granted the Terran Empire what was known as sovereign immunity. In practice, that meant that the government would automatically be immune from criminal prosecution and civil lawsuits, though they, in the person of the empire or the head of the imperial judiciary, could waive that immunity and allow the trial to proceed. So did they do that now? Of course not. The empire's sovereign immunity and blithe continuance of what was seen as a pogrom against the poor, disenfranchised remnants generated another small group of imperial citizens who decided to demonstrate against it. They would live stream themselves mutilating their own body parts, chaining themselves to government buildings, epoxying themselves to streets, and there were even a few cases of self-immolation. Those who were less intense, but still upset, would hold prayer vigils, or even sit in protests. One school district in particular had organized an offline sit-in where the students, their families, and teachers locked themselves in the school building and refused to leave in some so-called solidarity with the disenfranchised. And of course, social media saw a flood of people changing their profile pictures in protest of the imperial government and offering their thoughts and prayers to the victims. For some reason, that particular knee-jerk reaction had proven difficult to overcome. But the empire didn't care. Those who chained themselves to buildings were arrested, stripped of citizenship, and sent to join the poor unfortunate souls they were protesting on behalf of. Those who caused actual damage, such as gluing themselves to roads or forcing maglevs to stop by standing in the middle of the maglev tracks, and so on, were first fined, then arrested and sent to join the forced migration. The only ones who escaped that fate were those who successfully managed to kill themselves in their misguided protesting. Everyone else was simply rounded up and shown the proverbial door. The Ministry of the Interior and the agencies under it had long grown used to practically every decision Aaron made provoking some idiot or other, or even groups of them, to join in some crusade or other. As long as they weren't damaging property, harming people, or inhibiting the function of people whose only crime was simply doing their jobs, they would be left alone. But the instant the protests crossed any of those lines, the imperial police would come down on them like the fist of an angry god. One of the unintended, but very welcome, consequences of Aaron's forced migration and colonization programs was that it was acting as a very effective method of winnowing out those who hadn't accepted the empire, or their positions within it, and forging a truly united culture that considered themselves humans first, imperial citizens second, and further distancing them from the divisions that kept the species fractured before the empire's founding. But no matter how high quality a steel ingot may be, it would never be anything more useful than a doorstop or paperweight without a skilled blacksmith repeatedly pounding it with a hammer. Chapter 591 Commander's Log, Day 115. A/N We're currently looking for a senior archivist to maintain a fandom wiki page for the novel. If you're interested, DM me on Discord at agent_047, or you can DM the editor at Cheshire Phoenix. Thank you. Aboard the TSF Proxima. Commander Takahashi Ayaka of the Terran Exploration Fleet yawned and stretched in her chair. She looked out the window at the unrelenting black nothingness outside the city ship TFS Proxima. While they were in warp transit, the exploration fleet and escort vessels were docked in the city ship's cavernous docking holds. Their crews disembarked and quartered on the city ship itself. The quarters were decently sized, at around 4 meters by 6 with a reasonably high 3-meter ceiling, but felt cramped. They each had their own restroom and bathing facilities, really just a sonic steam shower that gained in efficiency what it lacked in relaxation, as well as a small pantry and office space, such as it was. That didn't leave much room for more than a regular rack and a stasis pod that doubled as a VR pod. Not that the cramped conditions mattered, really, as they could simply opt to spend the journey in stasis or take advantage of their own little home space in the virtual city that was provided by the city ship's quantum superclusters. She shivered at the sight of the void from her window, suddenly recalling that all that separated her from the hostile space in the warp bubble was a 5-centimeter thick pane of armor glass set into the 3 meters of composite armor that made up the exterior skin of the city ship. It did provide a nice seat for entertaining guests or simple relaxation, but she couldn't. She just couldn't use it, even though she knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the armor glass would hold. She'd run the numbers herself during training, and again every time she had this same invasive thought. The math mattered, and the armor glass could stand up to anything short of an impact in the range of that delivered by a 50-megaton nuclear warhead. With a brief shiver, she turned her attention back to her old-fashioned physical computer and pulled up her log. She would write her daily log entry, then head into her VR space for some proper relaxation. Commander's Log, Day 115. We're currently somewhere, I'm not sure exactly where. I don't have astrogation access, so of course I don't know. Right now I'm nothing more than supernumerary cargo, since my ship is docked. But what I do know is that, wherever we are, we're about 2 months away from Proxima Centauri, where we'll finally undock and get on with the mission assigned to us. Supposedly, Proxima Centauri B is in the Goldilocks zone, and we know there's liquid water there, so the powers that be want us to check and see if it's inhabited. I've almost become accustomed to the void that surrounds us during travel. It's something I never could have imagined, being flung through. Not space at warp 10, protected only by a thin layer of violations of the laws of Einsteinian physics. I love my job, I love my service, and I love my species, well, most of them anyway, but I have to admit that the void just gets to me. I forget who it was, but someone said that staring at the void means the void can stare back at you, and I think he had a point. Endnote: warp here is used in terms of multiples of light speed. So warp 10 is 10 times the speed of light. It isn't like Star Trek, where their warp factor was an exponential scale like the Richter or decibel scales. In Trek, warp 10 represented infinite speed, at least according to ST, the next generation, where a ship would be present at every point in the universe simultaneously. The city ship Proxima dropped out of warp today, as they do every 5 days, to do something, I'm not sure. But whenever we bring the warp bubble up or take it down, the lights are positively fascinating. It's hard to describe in words, really. Just something you have to experience for yourself. Just imagine every color in existence mingling and flowing together and separately, almost like the reflection of an oil slick on the surface of clear water, except more. I'm pretty sure some of those colors don't even exist in real space. I remain, as always, committed to the Takahashi name. We have a long tradition of service and duty, and I cannot, no matter what my family thinks of me, whether as a child or as a woman, fail to uphold that tradition. Let the void gaze upon that since it's such a voyeur. Humph. With a final press of the enter button on her keyboard, Ayaka's daily log entry was complete. Not that she had any other duties to perform, nor was her log anything approaching official or required, but if she had the opportunity, she would send it home for her family to read. After all, they must miss her by now, she was sure, even if it was only because her escape and flight to the exploration fleet had taken away her father's chance at selling her to some greasy businessman to cement the Takahashi business empire through a marriage alliance. She yawned again, then rose and stripped. It wasn't like the void would give a shit about her body, no matter how attractive others may find her. And she had to admit, she was definitely a looker. She had a traditionally beautiful face, with wide cheekbones tapering to a narrow chin and smooth, ivory skin. Her eyes were almond-shaped, and so dark they were almost as black as the hair that fell from her head to her waist like a luxurious silken waterfall. Though her bust was modest, at a rather generous B-cup by fleet standards, it fit well on her slender, petite form and, when viewed from the side, it presented a perfect S curve from her front to her perky, toned ass. She kept in shape through a rigorous exercise program consisting of karate, judo, and kyudo, Japanese archery, along with the naginata. By avoiding more traditionally hard exercises like lifting weights, all 152 centimeters of her form was whipcord strong without losing its soft, feminine shape. Standing straight on and facing her mirror, she rested her hand on her flat belly and looked herself up and down, noting with some pleasure that her secret garden was still well manicured, trimmed close to the skin and shaped into a narrow triangle above a perfectly bald slit. Nodding in satisfaction, she turned and padded to her pod, where her VR space awaited her. Without the computing power available to maintain a time dilation in the city ship's VR, or a space the size of the public VR available on Earth for that matter, she treasured the private area she did have. Everyone in the task force was provided a private space commensurate with their rank, where they were virtual, no pun intended, gods and could shape it however they wanted. As a full commander, she was entitled to 150 acres of space, which she had turned into a classical Japanese tsuboniwa, with the rest of her space divided between a riding course with its own stable and a botanical garden filled with flowers, fruit trees, and tea trees. Ed note, you're probably familiar with tsuboniwa homes. They're rectangular compounds, with a garden/courtyard area in the center, and the typical rooms open onto that garden. She had been raised by a very old-fashioned family in Japan, and growing up she had been taught that women were somehow less than, and that the only acceptable tasks for a lady were arranging flowers and brewing tea. Her father even disliked his family's martial heritage, though the Takahashi ancestors had been very explicit in their family law about every Takahashi, man and woman alike, being capable of defending themselves from aggressors both foreign and domestic. It was understandable, the Takahashis being able to trace their lineage all the way back to a samurai clan under Nobunaga Oda, and later Toyotomi Hideyoshi, but Takahashi Kazuki still didn't like it. And this is an introductory chapter for our protagonist during exploration, designed to get us acquainted with the space environment. Chapter 592 NET. Ayaka stood panting in her dojo, wiping the sweat from her brow that threatened to drip down into her eyes, and blinking away the sting of some that already had. She bowed to her virtual sensei, then racked her naginata and began the log-out procedure to return to the real world. She had been in the middle of an intense sparring session when a soft, but insistent chime had sounded to inform her that someone was at the hatch of her quarters aboard the TFS Proxima. At first, she had been confused. Why would someone be looking for her? She was basically just glorified cargo with no duties, after all. But then she remembered him, and she thought, yeah, it's definitely him. The him, to whom she was referring, even in her thoughts, was the only downside to the otherwise almost fairy tale she had been living since escaping from her overbearing father and too soft mother. Lee Junho, also known as the bane of her life, was an 18-year-old awakener from what used to be North Korea, and he was deeply fascinated with her. He was also who the exploration fleet had partnered her with for away missions, since they, in their infinite wisdom, had decided that an awakener had to be on every one of them. But not as commanders. Oh no, never as the commander of the mission. Due to the ages involved, they couldn't be trusted to command missions. And in Ayaka's not-so-humble opinion, they couldn't be trusted to command a toilet brush to clean a toilet. To be fair though, Junho was the only awakener she had ever interacted with, so perhaps most of them were reasonable, well-adjusted people, and she was simply being ungracious by lumping them all in with a terrible teenager. The soft chime sounded again, interrupting her thoughts. She looked at the countdown timer and almost swore.
It's only been 20 seconds,
she mumbled to herself, aghast once again at the impatience of the child she assumed was at the door to her quarters. Not that one of his general failings was impatience, though. He was indolent, she supposed the word was, in all of his duties. If politeness and manners had been any less thoroughly drilled into her, she would have called him lazy, self-absorbed, arrogant, and any number of other less than flattering appellations. But she wasn't a rude person, so she didn't. She firmly clamped down on that train of thought as the chime sounded again and again, like an alarm clock calling her from the sweet depths of sleep.
Can you please inform my visitor that I'm currently logging out of VR and will be with him in about 7 minutes?
She asked the empty air. Yes, ma'am, the six that acted as her personal space's butler and majordomo replied in its flat, neutral tone.
Thank you.
You're most welcome, ma'am. Lee Junho continued slapping the palm reader outside Commander Takahashi's door. He'd just finished watching Kill La Kill and had an absolute, driving, all-consuming need to immediately recommend it to her. After all, she was Japanese, so she would definitely enjoy it as much as, if not more than, he had. What the hell is taking her so long, he thought. Even if she was asleep, the chime should have woken her up by now, right? Warrant Officer Lee, Commander Ayaka has asked me to inform you that she is currently logging out of VR and will be with you in approximately 7 minutes, the neutral tone of the six suddenly said.
7 minutes? It only takes 5 minutes to log out.
Commander Ayaka is currently, the six began.
Shut up, you artificial stupid.
Junho interrupted it.
I know exactly how long it takes to log out of VR, so 7 minutes is bullshit.
Commander Ayaka is.
I said shut up.
Junho screamed, his voice breaking on the last syllable. Yes, sir, the six replied. Junho stopped palming the door and paced back and forth in front of it, his great bulk visibly wobbling under his too tight uniform. He gained weight again, and should by all rights have had a new uniform sent to him, but he was too otherwise occupied with his new hobby to remember to do so. He had grown up under the Kim regime in North Korea, lacking in everything that he later discovered made life worth living. But a short time after the fateful day the coalition forces of the United States and South Korea had wiped the North Korean military off the map and forcefully united the separatist states, the empire had swooped in, and he couldn't possibly be more grateful to them. He'd never known that food could taste so good, nor had he ever had access to the internet before. And that particular luxury had changed everything. Now he had all the food he could possibly want, and all of the knowledge of the human species was at his fingertips. He could learn all he wanted, and it only took him a matter of minutes to become an expert in any field he chose. Then he discovered anime, and everything changed. He became a hardcore otaku, NET, and borderline hikikomori as he dove into the entertainment that decades of Japan's finest animators and artists had created. EndNote: a hikikomori is a person who completely isolates themselves from society. In severe cases, they won't even leave their bedrooms unless it becomes absolutely necessary for things like toileting and eating. It's linked to some pretty severe mental illnesses and is a growing problem in Japan that somehow cross borders and become a goal for some people to work toward. NET is an acronym for not in education, employment, or training, and is a definite insult, not a point of pride. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew that he was supposed to hate all things Japan. There was some deep generational trauma between Japan, China, and Korea, after all, but he just couldn't. Waifu after waifu had paraded past him, titillating and tantalizing his previously shackled imagination and fantasies, and opening up a brand new world for him to explore. But then he became one of the blessed, and everything changed for him. Chapter 593 put him out of my misery. Fortunately, or depending on who you asked, unfortunately, Lee Junho's life sharply veered back on course when he became a 3%er a few years ago. His mother had promptly enrolled him in the Empire's Hero Academy program the instant it had opened for sign-ups, and he recalled her practically sighing in relief that his newfound addiction to the internet and all the wonders contained within had saved him from ending up in the hole. In her eyes, the internet was a gateway to crime, so she had bundled him off with almost no hassle. That said, even before the Hero Academy program had begun, he'd already received his basic training as mandated by imperial law. As an awakener with the power to manipulate gravity, he fell into the law category of blessings. That meant he had to attend boarding school in a private instance of the simulation while using a pod at his local cube, instead of being able to use his personal equipment from the comfort of his own home. At the time, he had absolutely loathed being pulled away from his computer. He had even come within millimeters of losing control of his blessing, and was only saved when he saw the tears in his mother's eyes. When he saw that, it felt like a leash had jerked him up short by the neck and his incipient tantrum stopped on a dime. He was still incredibly unwilling to spend the requisite 2 months, virtually an entire season of anime, away from his computer and out of the comfort of his own personal space, but he did it anyway. And it was a good thing he had too. If North Korea had ever been interested in their citizens' mental health, they would have diagnosed him as being on the high end of the autism spectrum. But once he was in the pod at the cube on the outskirts of Pyongyang, unbeknownst to him, he was quickly diagnosed and equally as quickly cured via subtle corrections and tweaks to his thought processes. The physical changes to his brain, or at least the negative ones, that were hallmarks of autism had already been corrected during his first visit to a medical pod. But that still left the behavioral issues that couldn't be corrected as easily as running a simple regeneration procedure and genetic cleanup. It wasn't a perfect fix, by any means, but Lee Junho had come far closer to neurotypical than he'd ever been in his life. And he had no idea that anything at all had even been done to him. Once he had passed his basic training course, and with his blessing license in hand, He thought he was headed for a life of leisure, perhaps even a bit of harem building, given that he was one of the strongest human beings ever to have lived, and surely that meant a life of wealth and luxury would soon follow. But his mother's decision had thrown another monkey wrench in his life plan. And somehow, during the subjective years he spent in the Hero Academy, his life goal changed once again. From a borderline hikikomori and definite NET, he had become driven and determined to work hard. In his mind, it made sense. The harder he worked now, the earlier he could retire and enjoy the fruits of his labor. So he had performed well in all of his practical courses at the academy, though his performance reviews were always lacking due to personality issues. It wouldn't do to have him too obviously reprogrammed, after all, so there was only so much the low-level AI watching over him could do to correct his issues. Thus, he was still a deeply flawed individual, with many problems, even though he was measurably better than he had ever been. One may wonder, then, just why Junho had been selected for his current mission when there was no shortage of people who shared all of his good qualities and none of his bad. The answer was simple. Eren was the kind of gamer who saved all of his elixirs for the final boss. In practice, what that meant was that he didn't want to send out his empire's creme de la creme on the first, most dangerous mission that humanity was undertaking outside the solar system. So instead, he sent out those who weren't quite perfect, but had been deemed good enough despite their flaws.
876,
Junho counted as he waited for Commander Takahashi to come to the door.
321.
Exactly as he finished his countdown, and almost as if Ayaka had been watching him and waiting for it, the door he was pacing in front of slid to the side with a swoosh of hydraulics. Commander Takahashi stood in the open hatch, dressed in sweatpants, a tank top, and a bathrobe cinched tight at the waist. Her appearance completed a circuit in his brain, and he suddenly understood why she had made him wait the 2 extra minutes after logging out. And that particular mental image short-circuited his virgin brain, and he stood there slack-jawed, only capable of blankly staring at the gorgeous Japanese woman in front of him.
Warrant Officer Lee, what can I do for you?
Ayaka asked.
Is there an emergency? It's 0200 hours, after all.
She was fairly nonplussed by the perverted expression on the teenager's face as he stared at her in silence, despite being the one who had interrupted her scheduled workout and the relaxation that would follow. Junho shook himself out of his stupor, and his flabby face quivered as he squeaked.
I'm here because I just watched the most incredible thing, and I think you'd love to see it, because it has a really strong female character that I think you'd enjoy and...
Ayaka shook her head, wondering how the boy in front of her could talk so long on a single breath even as she tuned him out and politely waited for him to finish. Finally, having had enough, she sighed and stepped aside.
Come in,
she said, then gestured for the unrepentant brat to enter her quarters. To her, the physical space she currently occupied was no sanctum sanctorum. Her true privacy was in her personal VR space, where she would definitely not allow the Booyah in front of her to tread. Endnote: Booyah here is pronounced as Boya. Certain versions of Romaji, Japanese that's written phonetically in the English alphabet, uses doubled vowels to indicate the Japanese IOU sounds. We don't use the bar vowels simply because doubled vowels are easier to type than alt codes, especially since Agent uses a laptop and I'm fundamentally lazy. So when you see Ayaka using double vowels in future chapters, you'll know how to pronounce it. She sat on her bed and pointed to the window seat opposite.
Please sit. Would you like some tea?
She offered, though she was internally praying that he would turn down the offer and leave sooner.
Yes,
he squeaked again, his voice breaking as he alternated between a furious tomato-red blush and the pale face of mortification. The joy he felt at a beauty offering him tea was offset by the embarrassment of his still cracking voice. The extension of the human lifespan had, sadly, included extending the duration of puberty in both young men and women alike. Ayaka gracefully rose to her feet and reached into the cabinet above the small sink in her quarters. She pulled out her tea set and quickly brewed a pot of oolong tea, then offered her guest a cup of it.
Have you read the information on Alpha Centauri B that I sent you yet? You must have, if you found the time to watch anime.
He could only nod like a chicken pecking at feed. The deadline she had given him to familiarize himself with what was known about their target planet was still a month away, and he was quite proud of finishing the entire knowledge base and digesting it so early. And fast, too.
So why didn't you report your completion of the assignment then?
She gently asked, though she was internally debating the merits of throttling the lazy sack of flab in front of her. Junho looked down and interlocked his fingers, then twiddled his thumbs. He mumbled something that Ayaka couldn't quite understand.
What was that? I couldn't hear you. There's still a month left to the deadline and I was afraid you'd give me more work,
he said in a rush. Ayaka's eyes glazed over, and she stared at a spot above his head. Please, Kami-sama. Let something happen to the window. Something that'll put him out of my misery. Chapter 594 Big Guns, Bigger Parking Lots. Mars, Ares' main base. The Solar System's fourth planet, if seen from a higher orbit, was completely different than it was in the past. Just 2 years before, it had only had a population that could be counted on one hand, if you counted unmanned exploration vehicles, or rovers, as population, that is. Mars had always fascinated humanity ever since the species had first looked to the stars and asked themselves what those lights in the sky were. It was represented in close to a century's worth of science fiction tales, with greats like Ray Bradbury, Orson Welles, and Edgar Rice Burroughs some of the more recent people to look to the red planet and think, I wonder. So once human technology reached the barest minimum level that would allow them to explore Mars, whether in person or not, they had immediately built exploration drones, strapped rockets to them, and threw them at the planet until one successfully survived the landing. Nobody knew what they would find, though everyone was fairly sure there would be no alien life there. The planet's atmosphere was too thin, and it was too far from the sun to allow for liquid water on the surface. Most people, though, believed that they would find signs that life had once existed there. They stared at blurry pictures of the planet's surface until they saw shapes that proved life had once flourished there. Anything that could potentially be mistaken for right angles or other shapes not often found in nature was regularly trotted out as evidence of the existence of ancient aliens. One such person was even made into a lasting internet meme after being heavily featured as an expert guest on a television show about those ancient aliens. And the pareidolia that humanity had evolved through hundreds of thousands of years of selective evolution didn't help either. One of the structures on the surface of Mars just so happened to resemble a face to a disturbing degree. It wasn't actually a face, and had been disproven through virtually every means at humanity's disposal, but even knowing that it was just a mountain wasn't enough to convince the collective lizard brain of humanity of its non-existence. Note, the base on Mars was first seen in a picture taken by the Viking 1 Mars orbiter in 1976. Later, high-resolution images showed it for what it was, just a rock formation that, when viewed from a very specific angle on a very specific day at a very specific time, would cast a shadow that made it appear to resemble a human face. And as for the old saying that nature doesn't do angles, I present to you the Giant's Causeway in Ireland, or the rock formations in Fingal's Cave. Google them, they're quite amazing. The Terran Empire's actions, however, had finally put to rest the argument over whether or not life existed on Mars at any point in its history. Short answer? No. There were signs of microbial life forms, but nothing that mankind would generally consider aliens in most senses of the word. Extraterrestrial, yes. Alien, technically. But alien? No. The Empire even went, not just a step, but an entire marathon further by not only exploring the Red Planet, but occupying it. The age of unmanned exploration had rapidly given way to the age of the Mars base. Enormous domes that stretched kilometers in diameter were either under construction or had finished their build phase and entered an operational state. In other places, the ground had been flattened and poured with quick cast, a rapid-setting form of concrete that the material scientists in Lab City had developed that could be sprayed out in liquid form and would harden in mere minutes. Not only did it set faster than even the fastest-setting concrete previously known to mankind, but it would do so in a wide range of environments that would otherwise inhibit traditional concrete from setting. It was also vastly stronger, with a tensile strength, elasticity, and hardness upwards of 50 times the previous formulas that had been in wide usage before the Empire was founded. Those giant parking lots were home to defensive guns that dwarfed anything previously considered even in the technologically advanced Terran Empire. Designed to reach high orbit from the surface of the planet, the gimbal-mounted gun barrels were tens of meters wide and nearly a full 2 kilometers long. It was a feat of engineering that could only be seen on Mars, where the gravity was only 38% that of Earth's. They were powered by enormous, even by imperial standards, capacitor banks, each of which contained enough electricity to power the entire continent of Australia for just over 6 months. The defensive guns were a marvel of engineering, and the buildup on Mars was the Empire's first megaproject. One of the first things the atomic printers had done, even before the Ares forces and hordes of engineers had descended upon the Red Planet, was hollow out the 2,000-kilometer-wide solid core at its center and turn it into one giant fusion reactor. In essence, the planetary core had been reignited, but this time as a star, not a blob of molten metal. The planet was slowly being renovated to live up to its namesake, Mars, the Greek god of war. In the very near future, it would not only be home to most of the members of Ares, and wasn't that an ironic mishmash of mythological figures, Mars, the Greek god of war, and Ares, the Roman god of war, but also to the men and women of the Martian proving ground, where classified imperial military projects would be birthed, built, and tested to failure. Even though Aaron had introduced the simulation to humanity, it was perhaps a quirk of human beings' nature that they simply couldn't trust the accuracy of any kind of program. Not where it involved lives, at any rate. So the people who had taken to Research City like ducks to water had quite happily proposed that, after they developed hardware in the virtual city, they would then bring it into reality for testing in order to verify the projects that they had developed. Aaron felt that it was more a matter of the lab geeks wanting to play with the toys they built than anything else, but he was quite willing to entertain their fantasy in order to keep them happy, and rather more importantly, productive. Overall, the Mars base was shaping up rather nicely, and was on track to be completed well under the deadline of 3 years Aaron had given John when the project first broke ground. In fact, over 3/4 of the base was currently fully operational, and the rest was more quality of life and window dressing than necessity. The only necessity the planet still lacked was a mana-based planetary defense shield. Chapter 595 Domes, Cubes, and Tunnels. On Mars, Work had already begun in the hundreds of already completed buildings on the surface, and in the thousands of rooms beneath. One of those rooms was a cavernous chamber that housed Mars Central Command, or CENTCOM.
10th ring is coming up on schedule now,
one of the technicians announced from his console. He was an ST-1, or Sensor Technician First Class, and his current task was to monitor the ongoing construction and activation of sensors throughout the Sol system. The entire front wall of CENTCOM was an enormous display, about the size of the screen in an IMAX movie theater. It was currently displaying a map of the solar system as seen from above the ecliptic, with points of interest labeled in colors denoting their operational status. Mars, for example, was surrounded with a yellow ring to highlight its partially operational status. And with Sol as the center, 9 green rings surrounded it, each of them a tenth of an AU, about 15 million kilometers, from each other. A 10th ring was blinking in yellow, and there were dozens more rings that were still red. The rings were sensor networks that the exploration fleet had been busy laying after completely mapping the system. 9 of them were already active, and now, with the technician's announcement, the 10th ring was finishing its self-test cycle and would soon be fully online. And with that 10th ring coming online, everything between Sol and Earth would be visible to anyone who cared to see it with the same fidelity as Nova could see it inside the universal simulation. But the final red ring, which would be just outside Pluto's orbit, wasn't the end of the sensor network. The exploration fleets had been laying buoys as they traveled, and those buoys were seed colonies of sensory nanites surrounded by a block of material the size of a pre-Empire cargo ship. Though they were radiating out in straight lines now, they would soon become new extrasolar sensor rings, expanding the Empire's reach beyond the Sol system. It was a future-proof system that the researchers in Lab City had developed. The power requirement for QCOMs was prohibitive, but within the Sol system, that could be overcome. However, outside the system, they were still limited to light-speed transmission, for now. The rate that technology advanced in the Terran Empire could not be underestimated, and the developers of the system were sure that they would be able to solve the problem in the future. And right now, at least, they had the perfect delivery vehicle to drop off the seeds of what would become an omniscient sensor network outside the Sol system. The 5 exploration fleets that had crossed the Oort cloud months ago on their journeys to explore distant stars. The extrasolar sensor rings would take years to come online, but the Empire currently had those years, thanks to Aaron's foresight. Within the Sol system, the already activated sensor rings served a dual purpose. For Ares, they tracked all traffic and events within their sensor ranges. And for civilian traffic, they acted as a navigational aid, displaying their location on a convenient map so they didn't have to know anything about astrogation or celestial navigation to plot courses within the system. Within CENTCOM, the analysts and technicians could see all of the traffic, while civilians were much more limited in what they could see. That was in part because their shipboard computers didn't have the processing power to track everything, but also because they lacked the clearance necessary to display certain things, like TSF ships. On the main screen in CENTCOM, the 10th ring stopped flashing yellow and began glowing a solid, bright green. The ring's self-test had successfully concluded, and the eyes of humanity had reached out beyond what they could see yesterday. Normally, that would be cause for celebration. The network was only months old, and the newness of the process had yet to wear off. But just as someone wondered aloud about the lack of champagne, the soft chime of a priority alert rang out at the traffic control workstation. The traffic controller for the current shift spun his chair around and quickly donned his headset.
Unidentified priority traffic. This is CENTCOM traffic control. Please advise your destination. CENTCOM Traffic Control, this is Imperial 1, currently en route to CENTCOM carrying Imperial Actual and Retinue. CENTCOM copies Imperial 1. Sending approach vector and assigned landing now. CENTCOM out.
Earth, a few hours ago.
I can't wait to visit another planet,
Rena said, practically bouncing as she boarded the shuttle hovering above the roof of the cube. Aaron followed close behind her, wearing casual clothes.
I don't really get why you want to come. It isn't like there's anything to see there at the moment.
A couple of domes, some cubes, and a whole lot of tunnels, he teased as he stepped into the spaceship behind her. A full team of Emperor's Aegis was waiting for him inside, and 2 more Aegis members, his and Rena's close guards, followed behind him.
What's the point in having a security clearance now, if I don't actually use it?
She joked as she strapped herself into the acceleration harness on her seat. Rena's security clearance had been upgraded since the wedding. Previously, she'd had a high clearance, but no need to know. But now that she was married to Aaron and had taken her proper seat as the official empress of the Terran Empire, her clearance was second only to his. That said, it wouldn't have mattered before regardless. If she had really asked about something, Aaron would never have hidden it from her. She simply hadn't had any reason to do so. Now, though, she not only had the reason to know, but also the duty to know. After all, if something were to ever happen to Aaron, she would take over his reign as Empress Regent of the Terran Empire until the new heir, which was currently Henry, was able to take over.
Let's go before Henry shows up,
Aaron said to the pilot as he strapped in as well.
He'll make a mess if we leave him behind, and he actually sees us leaving.
The pilot lifted off without a word, even before Aaron finished strapping himself in, and less than 2 minutes later, the small shuttle entered the kilometer-long vessel waiting in high geosynchronous orbit above Avalon Island. Chapter 596 Good Taste. The moment the Imperial ship received the Emperor's shuttle, the captain brought up the shields and began heading to Mars. Aaron and Rena stepped out of the shuttle into the boat bay and met the side party that had been arranged to greet them. The ship's executive officer, Commander Shannon Robinson, came to attention and saluted. Aaron returned the salute and asked,
"Permission to come aboard?" "Permission granted, Your Majesty, and welcome aboard Imperial 1,
Commander Robinson replied. The bosun announced,
"Terra arriving."
Then he pulled an old-fashioned bosun's pipe from his hip pocket and whistled the tune for arriving royalty.
"If you'll follow me, Your Majesty, I'll show you to your quarters. The captain is currently on the bridge, but he should be with you shortly,"
Commander Robinson said.
"The side party is a nice touch, Ms. Robinson."
Aaron smiled at the competent officer as she led him down an impeccably decorated passageway to the Imperial quarters.
"Tradition is important, Your Majesty, and it seemed like a good one to maintain." "Indeed, Ms. Robinson. Tradition is indeed important."
Aaron fell silent as they continued walking. Rena looked around at the lush purple carpet, the tasteful wallpaper, the gilded Corinthian accents on the bulkheads, and the bas relief decorations on the overhead. She let out a low whistle and exclaimed,
"You really went all out on the decorations, didn't you?" "Blame Felix,"
Aaron laughed.
"You know what a history nut he is, and he spent hours browbeating me into it. You absolutely have to have the appearance of power, he told me, and I still don't necessarily agree with."
He gestured to the opulent surroundings.
"All of this. But I eventually caved." "Yeah, that does sound like something he would do,"
Rena giggled.
"So did he come up with the decorations himself?"
Aaron shook his head.
"No, although he really wanted to. But he couldn't carve out the time, And frankly, his tastes run to the gaudy. So I created the Imperial Design Agency specifically for the purpose of interior and exterior design. You have no idea how flabbergasted and shell-shocked all those fashion designers, interior decorators, and architects were when they got a call from Gaia inviting them to a new government agency. He laughed, remembering the surprise on the new recruits' faces. Still, he continued, it really seems to have worked out for the best. At least our empire's decor is unified, and not a mishmash of hundreds of different styles based on ideas from hundreds of different designers. And, well, I obviously couldn't do it. I mean, you've seen what my personal taste runs to.
Rena laughed so hard she bent over and could hardly breathe.
Yes, I have.
She wheezed in between fits of laughter. Aaron's sense of style was truly lacking, would be putting it mildly. Aaron conceded the point, and the group continued heading toward his quarters.
I like their style,
Rena finally announced as they reached their quarters. The decorations continued the elegant, understated luxury theme, but with hints of Tetris designs here and there. It was a blend of old and new, and having grown up in the Rothschild compound, which was basically old money personified, she felt very comfortable there. She especially liked the king-size bed and the sunken jacuzzi tub that looked like it could fit 4 people in it. But the color scheme, full of rich, royal purples and warm greens that contrasted nicely with the shining gold and silver accents, was also very much to her liking. And it contrasted nicely against the muted gray bedding, embroidered with the imperial coat of arms and the marble tiles in the head.
One good thing about your grandiose, overcompensating drive to build really big things is that it gives you room to fit something like this into them instead of cramped quarters like you see on most normal-sized pleasure yachts.
Rena grinned at her husband.
Overcompensating?
He spread his arms wide and slowly stalked toward her, as their clothes and protection Aegis guards nodded to each other and discreetly left the quarters.
Overcompensating for what?
He jokingly screeched as he launched himself in his wife's direction. Rena laughed and playfully dodged, throwing pillow after pillow at him as he chased her around the room, much like any normal pair of newlyweds would. As it turned out, emperors were men just like anyone else. Time passed as Aaron and Rena were cavorting in the Imperial quarters aboard Imperial One. Imperial One, much like the ships escorting her, was capable of warp travel, but using an Alcubierre warp bubble inside an inhabited solar system would be a downright terrible idea. After all, whenever a warp bubble was disengaged, it would throw debris and deadly radiation in a cone centered on the direction of the vessel's travel, and that debris and radiation would make life miserable for anyone caught in that cone. Thus, they were proceeding at a fairly sedate pace. In fact, even civilian traffic, should any have been allowed within the protective envelope of Imperial One's escorts, would easily be able to keep up with them even without engaging their gravity drives and relying on thrusters alone. And from the inside of the ships, nobody would be able to tell they were in motion unless they looked at the display showing Earth as an ever-shrinking circle. Still, though their pace was sedate, they would still be arriving at Mars a little over 5 hours after they began the journey. And despite the Sol system being the safest place the Emperor could be, short of the cube on Avalon Island, anyway, Imperial One was still filled with entire battalions of Ares troopers, 2 Reaper teams, a full company of the Emperor's Aegis, and legion after legion of robotic auxiliaries in addition to the oversized naval crew. The crew was even held at general quarters whenever the Emperor was aboard, and could move to battle stations in under a minute. No matter the length of the trip the Emperor was taking in the Terran Space Fleet's most advanced, well-protected ship, the security would remain on a hair trigger. Chapter 597. A Blob in Space. 7 hours later.
Now there's something you don't see every day,
John mused. He was in CENTCOM, watching his Emperor and Empress float in the emptiness of space, a brilliant halo surrounding them on the view screen as the Henry's eyes monitors included in the sensor rings detected all the mana flowing toward Aaron. It still lacked a little in terms of fidelity and resolution, so it showed up on the screen as an enormous blob. If the monitoring system had had that level of fidelity and resolution, however, it would have shown something entirely different. Instead of a formless blob that shifted and flowed like an amoeba, reaching tentacles out here and there, it would have shown the intricately detailed runic construct growing out of Aaron's figure like spider silk from a trapdoor spider's spinnerets. But even without that level of detail, the staff of the CENTCOM Monitoring Center could still enjoy the view. And enjoy they did, especially as they knew that the Emperor was putting the final touches on the defensive net that surrounded their planet in an impenetrable cocoon of protection. That final layer was what would guarantee their lives in the inevitable future invasions of the Sol system. Yes, they all believed that invasions would be inevitable. Perhaps not in the short term, or in the near future, or even in the far future. But they couldn't count on every species that humanity was about to interact with being, if not friendly, at least not outright hostile. Especially not now that the species had left its cradle to investigate its surroundings for the very first time. Rena, too, was enjoying the view of her husband at work. Except that, unlike CENTCOM, she not only had a front row seat, but she also had the ability to see the mana he was spitting out of him as each tiny rune linked with the next, and so on, until they grouped together to form pieces of a runic construct. Then, those larger pieces mirrored the actions of the parts they were comprised of, and joined with other pieces of runic code almost like a puzzle being put together by an omniscient being. The process sent a shiver down her spine, as well as other places.
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it?
Another of the founding members of Ares reminisced.
5 years or more, I think.
He looked around at the other founding members, all of them generals and admirals now, and they also fell silent as they remembered the hopeless situations that Aaron had lifted them out of. To them, news of the Emperor being an awakener wasn't actually a surprise at all. They had all been healed by him in the beginning. Whether their physical forms, their emotional traumas, or even something as simple as age-related illnesses, they had all been healed by Aaron's hand. Though they were still under a runic contract that prohibited them from discussing his abilities, they still wouldn't mention them. After all, Aaron had awakened to mana years before the 3%ers underwent their far more traumatic awakenings. Therefore, Aaron's ability was something of a mystery to everyone else in the monitoring center, but not to those few individuals. Aaron had never disappeared, to the best of anyone's knowledge, for long enough to undergo the awakening process. At least not when the rest of humanity was beginning its awakening, anyway. Just the opposite, in fact, he had been extremely visible, running to and fro to deal with the aftermath of the progenitor cults, greeting to the rest of the world. Therefore, he had to either have awakened early or later. Some people felt that he had awakened after the 3%ers, but detractors of that school of thought pointed out that he was well outside the age range when the event began, much less to have awakened even later. But those who thought he had awakened earlier were stymied as well. After all, nobody had ever had even a hint of the existence of the strange particle before Aaron had announced it to the world. That said, the current conversation between the founding members seemed to imply that the Emperor had indeed awakened long before any of the 3%ers had. And that terrified the others in the monitoring center. They were well aware of the risks a person would run when they knew too much. Thus, a sensor technician softly cleared his throat, reminding the founders that they had an audience and perhaps shouldn't be speaking on the subject so openly. Not that any of those in the room would exactly go blabbing the secret to any who would listen. Even if they hadn't been loyal to the empire at large, and the emperor specifically, it was still a question as to who would believe them if they did talk. Everybody knew that the 3%ers had all received their blessings within a specific period of time, after all, and furthermore, nobody had since. And if anyone had been blessed before the awakening event, surely they would have been noticed by at least one person. But none of that was the case, so to the public at large, Aaron was just a normal, albeit very intelligent, man who had just the right power in just the right place at just the right time to accomplish everything he'd achieved so far. And since that most prolific expert, everyone knew that Aaron was just a normal person, some among the blessed, who deemed themselves superior to the unblessed masses, also saw themselves as superior to the emperor himself. They were vocal advocates for the empire to be led by a blessed individual, all the while completely unaware that it actually was. But since they only left their thoughts online or during peaceful rallies on other issues, they were mostly left alone by the imperial government. Or so they thought, anyway. The Akashic librarians assigned to each of them had already increased their monitoring level in case there were to come a day when the Empire had to make a move on them. Chapter 598 Rena's Calling. If someone were close enough, they would be able to see a golden glow in Rena's eyes. At least if they were looking at her from the front, anyway. She still had yet to develop literal eyes in the back of her head. The golden glow was coming from magic circles surrounding her pupils that acted like mana lenses, and they were currently zooming in on the runic construct that Aaron was carving. Ever since receiving her blessing, she had been putting at least 5 hours Earth time into studying it and practicing its usage. And with the time dilation factor in Aaron's private sandbox in the simulation, that equated to 500 hours each and every day. So, in effect, she had spent more than a decade within the simulation doing nothing but learning from Aaron and various virtual instructors, having the theory of magic pounded, sometimes quite literally, into her. She had long since begun putting the theory into practice, and following that, begun developing new theories of her own and even pushing the boundaries of the knowledge that Aaron had purchased from his system. That had put her second only to him in her theoretical and practical knowledge when it came to mana and the usage thereof. Still, though, she understood that it would be incredibly unlikely for her to surpass him, as evidenced by his quick, easy, and more importantly, easily understandable answers to the veritable barrage of questions she would fire at him with machine gun rapidity during every training session. It was something that did nothing but increase her admiration of him. She had always appreciated smart people, after all, and the fact that her husband was one of them was simply icing on the cake. And Aaron's advantage over her was being put on display on a grand scale now, as despite all the knowledge and experience she had gained through subjective decades of study, she was still finding it insanely difficult to understand the process taking place in front of her. That said, however, runes weren't exactly in her wheelhouse. Sure, she had some basic knowledge of them, like their structure and such, but that basic understanding did nothing to explain the ease with which Aaron carved the fractal pattern of the runic construct, nor the odd change in its color from gold to blue, then finally to white. As she was lost in thought, trying to explain the phenomenon, Aaron finished imbuing his intent into the runic construct and opened his eyes. He nudged her shoulder, sending her into a slow spin in the zero-gravity environment, and asked,
"What's on your mind?" "I think I just found my calling,"
she said, as she came back to herself.
"And what's that?"
he asked. He knew she had been thinking of what she wanted to do with her life, since the founding of the empire had upended her previous goal of being a business magnate, and leader of her family. She didn't exactly need to do anything, not now that she was his empress, but she had never been one to laze around or rest on her laurels, and he respected that about her.
I want to push the boundaries as a magic researcher. I want to learn what causes the awakening phenomenon and the mechanics of how mana operates, and maybe come up with a human-specific branch of magic, something different than what the nerd herd in the Lab City Gold Labs are working on. Right now, I'm thinking of focusing on trying to come up with a way of doing what you do, but without your runes. If I can do that, if I can integrate mana and technology, there's no end to the things we can do with it,
she breathlessly announced. Although her idea may seem like an abrupt spur-of-the-moment decision spurred on by what she had seen moments ago, it was actually nothing of the sort. She had quickly fallen in love with magic in all of its multifarious forms, and since she'd already reached the peak of her life in terms of temporal power, she transferred her ambition and drive to the field of magic quite handily. The new, mystical system of magic had limitless possibilities, and combined with her personal drive to excel, the limitless possibilities excited her into sheer breathlessness. Plus, she could learn it at her own pace, and wasn't being forced into it like her family had forced her into the business world with all of its arcane, draconian, and downright weird family rules. There was no tradition, yet, to bind her to a certain path, a certain way of thinking. Instead, she would be the one to blaze a trail for others to follow, and the thought of that triggered a nearly sexual satisfaction in her. Perhaps her upbringing had affected her more than she would like to admit after all. Still, her decision had long been made, and it was only now that she'd spoken it aloud to another human being for the first time. The experience of watching as Aaron had carved a grand runic construct was nothing more than the last puzzle piece falling neatly into place, and affirming the goal she had long unconsciously set for herself, solidifying her decision to delve deep into the fields of magic and awakenings.
I look forward to what you come up with, Aaron said with a smile on his face.
Even, or perhaps, especially, with this system, he knew that new innovations and inventions were being discovered and built every day by countless beings across the infinite fabric of the universe, just like he had done when he'd invented the hybrid BQRX computer system. There was no end to learning, to discovering, and innovating, and anyone who claimed otherwise was either severely mistaken or trying to sell you something.
We can talk more about it when we get back to Earth, but for now, let me just finish tethering this to the reactors. It'll take too long to expand it using just my own personal mana, since there's almost none of it around Mars to begin with, especially not compared to Earth.
The two started moving toward the space elevator connecting the surface of Mars with its moon, Phobos, where the reactors that would power the Mars Planetary Defense Shield were housed. Rena nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, throwing her into a bit of a flailing spin as she tried to reorient herself. She was new to zero gravity, so maintaining her orientation, especially while moving, was quite a difficult task for her. Aaron laughed so hard that he bent over and began his own slow spin, but he soon recovered and drifted there, waiting for his wife to recover as well, which she eventually did, but not without a string of curses that would blacken the ears of any sailor in Earth's age of sail. Chapter 599 The First Diaspora. Once the shield was online, Aaron and Rena took a shuttle back to the surface of Mars. Both of them were exhausted after such a marathon mana manipulation session and, after a brief rest, they planned to officially begin touring the facilities on and in the planet. There were already a few million soldiers stationed there on their 3-month duty rotations, but those rotations would gradually lengthen until the Mars base was staffed with permanent residents. The only reason it hadn't already been a permanent duty station was because not all of the RNR facilities were complete yet. And while there was perhaps nothing more dangerous than a bored soldier, stressed soldiers were at least a close second. The tour would thus only briefly visit the areas of the base that would, once they were fully online, be designated as official rest and relaxation areas. Most of the week-long tour would be spent inspecting the vast automated factories that were nothing more than kilometers long and kilometers wide atomic printers capable of both conventional printing and runic engraving. Those were the most important and most secret areas in the Mars base, and would drive the entire industrial chain that Ares and the TSF required to function as forces. There were others in the main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, but the production base on the red planet had a capacity that put all others to shame. Mars was also just the first stop on a months-long program of tours and inspections, coupled with the implementation of runic shielding on other defensive positions. Most of Jupiter and Saturn's moons were scheduled to receive shielding, as well as the planets Mercury and Venus, the moons of the outer system gas giants, Neptune and Uranus, and all of the dwarf planets and other objects of sufficient size in the Kuiper belt. All of those would eventually be part of the Sol system's defensive arrangements, though the outright construction was currently focusing on the Mars base, which would house the Sol system's central command station. The rest would primarily be picket bases and fleet logistics depots, as well as home to eventual civilian industries such as refineries, smelters, and so on. A few months later, despite the wishes of practically everyone, time continued its inexorable march from past to future, uncaring of what individual humans, or even humanity as a whole, were doing. And the time had finally come for the remnants of pre-imperial governments and their citizens to depart on their journey to frontiers unknown. The Empire, as it always did, had kept its word in both letter and spirit. Anyone who raised their head and looked up would be able to see the massive, city-sized ships waiting for their passengers, and a stream of smaller craft flying back and forth from ship to cube, carrying load after load of stasis pods. Over the previous months, which was more than a decade in subjective simulation time, the people who would be joining the Exodus, willingly or not, had been trained to deal with the realities of pioneering a colony on alien planets. But for the last month, the trainees had been released from their training to spend time with their families in a special area of the public VR that had been accelerated to a time dilation factor of 12:1. It had given them a full, and very generous, year in which they could set their affairs in order and bid their farewells. That subjective year wasn't just to bid their friends and relatives a fond farewell, though. The Empire had used the previous months of Earth time to liquidate any belongings that hadn't been earmarked as cubage to be brought with them, and there was a lot of those. Despite the generous mass and space allowance the colonists would be allowed at fair prices. Then, they had deposited the END in an individual numbered account at the Bank of the Universe, or whatever remained of it after paying any existing debts or other financial obligations. Thus, the year was also to give them time to decide what should be done with their money. After all, it was highly unlikely that any of it would be of particular use to them at their destinations. But should humanity survive the impending arrival of the visitors, they would eventually reach the colonies that would be founded in this first diaspora. However, though it might not be of use once they reached their destinations, it still had to be said that the colony ships would become the first cities upon arrival. Thus, the people aboard them could use that money to purchase upgrades for their eventual homes, along with any luxuries they thought they might need. Should their purchases exceed the cubage allotment for each individual, the more affluent among them could also buy spare cubage from other passengers, who may not have the funds after their assets were liquidated. And the Empire kept a wary eye on all of those transactions to ensure that the well-heeled couldn't take advantage of those who were less affluent than them. Today was the day that the loading would finally be complete. Shuttle after shuttle had been in continuous operation over the last week, delivering loads of stasis pods to the cavernous holds designed to maintain them in the colony ships. The farewell simulation was shut down and everyone within forcefully logged out of it the moment the clock struck the designated hour. And it wasn't only the farewell simulation that was deserted, either. The regular public VR was also a ghost town as everyone who could log out did so. The first diaspora, as the talking heads and Spocks had finally settled on calling it, was due to depart in a few minutes, and everyone on Earth had, seemingly by unwritten and unspoken consensus, decided to see the colony ships off in person whether they personally knew anyone on them or not. They all looked skyward as the shuttles made their final trips, the non-stop flood of craft slowing and thinning until it became a river, then a stream, then a creek, and finally, nothing remained in the skies save the massive colony ships. The entire world fell silent and seemed to be holding its breath as those ships began ponderously floating upward in defiance of gravity, gaining speed as their altitude rose. They shrank, first to the size of cars, then to serving platters, frisbees, drink coasters. Finally, they were nothing but dots against the backdrop of the blue sky. Then, they disappeared from view. Those watching the ships leave Earth had many thoughts among them. Some certainly thought it was the first black stain on the young Terran Empire's record. Others thought about the necessity of unity among the species. And still others didn't care about unity or how history would see this day. They only mourned the leaving of their friends and family members, some, or most, of whom wouldn't have gone if they had been given the option to stay. But regardless of what the observers were thinking, humanity's first diaspora had officially begun. Chapter 600 Arrival. As the colony ships carrying the first diaspora were beginning their journey, another journey was coming to an end. The TSF Proxima was coming out of its final stretch of warp travel, just a few AU outside the heliopause of Proxima Centauri. Ed note: AU stands for Astronomical Unit. It's the average distance between Earth and the Sun at any given point, as Earth also has an aphelion, the furthest distance from the Sun, and a perihelion, the closest approach to the Sun. All of the planets orbiting the Sun are on elliptical orbits. 1 AU is about 149.6 million kilometers and change. For normal purposes, since I doubt any of us, Agent and myself included, are either astronomers or astrogators, it can be rounded off to 150 million kilometers. The inside of the Proxima was choreographed chaos as people who had chosen to spend the entire journey either in stasis or in their personal VR spaces woke and rushed to their assigned ships. The only people who had remained fully awake for the entire 6-month-long journey were the crew members of the Proxima herself, and the crews, scientists, and marines were all traipsing along the corridors toward their assigned ships. Thankfully, the Proxima had been designed with just that situation in mind, so the million-odd people had no logjams or other holdups as they rushed to their proper places. And every single one of them contributed to an atmosphere of vibrating anticipation. They were the first, the absolute first, to reach their destination, which meant they would be the first to set foot on a completely alien planet. Theirs would be the pride of place in history that had previously only been claimed by a single man, Neil Armstrong, when he first footed the moon in 1969, or sometime in 51B according to the imperial calendar. The quote, "That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind," had long entered the collective memory of all humanity, and had never been topped since. Or before, for that matter. Now, everyone on the Proxima was busily rehearsing what they would say, should they be so lucky as to be chosen by the ship's AI in the random draw that would determine just exactly who would be the first to set foot on Proxima Centauri B. At least in their minds, anyway, It wasn't as if they were rushing through the corridors of the city ship muttering to themselves like crazy people. At least most of them, that is. There were more than 1,000,000 people in motion, so of course there were a few that were muttering and giggling to themselves like loons. That said, there were some that wouldn't have that opportunity. The crew complement of the escort fleet ships would remain aboard their ships for the duration, accompanied by the ship's complements of Marines. The Terran Space Fleet ran crew numbers fairly close to the bone, as it were, so losing even one of them meant losing a potentially critical crew person in case of emergency or enemy action. Even the Marine contingents aboard, being mostly cargo while the ships were in transit, had duties and stations in the event of anything untoward happening. They were the ones who were responsible for carrying out the critical task of damage control alongside the G-bots and RESQRS assigned to their vessels. Another portion of the crew was also remaining calm. The scientists who had been assigned to the Proxima herself would remain aboard her until the exploration fleet finished building research stations in the system, at which point they would be assigned to those in penny packets, each specialty to their own station. They had even already begun their jobs, digging through the old light that the Proxima's visual sensors were busily collecting and piecing together. Others among them were already tracking the reconnaissance drones the Proxima had launched once the bow shock of their disappearing warp bubble dissipated. Their task was to map the Proxima Centauri system and search for signs of advanced extraterrestrial life. Surely, if it existed, there would be signs of it. Obviously, artificial satellites, space debris, and so on were all things that they were clustered at their workstations looking for, despite the distance from the system's Goldilocks zone. Endnote: I don't really like inserting more than one endnote per chapter, but there's a few terms here to explain. Old light is based around the concept that visual signals continue propagating out at light speed until interrupted by some other celestial body. So by staying a light hour away from, say, a planet, and viewing that old light, you can see what was happening an hour ago on that planet, assuming your sensors are sensitive enough. And the Goldilocks zone is the area in space around a star where the conditions are just right enough for liquid water on the surface of a planet or other celestial body. Time to initial map completion: 27 hours, 13 minutes, Proxima, the city ship's main AI, announced.
Fleet's being careful. Too careful, if you ask me. It's making me paranoid and giving me the shivers,
one of the scientists said, as the screen in front of him updated pixel by pixel, as the heavily stealthed recon drones continued their journey through the system. Although he understood the reasons for the caution with which they were approaching the initial mapping and data collection, and agreed with them, he couldn't help being impatient. His entire life, he had looked to the stars and dreamed that most wondrous of dreams, thinking to himself, what if? And now, one of those stars he used to observe through telescopes. First, the one he had received as a birthday gift when he was only 9 years old, and eventually, telescopes like the Hubble, was so near he could practically reach out his hand and grab it.
Well, we already know Proxima Centauri b is within the zone, so it might be inhabited. And if I say it is, well, we'll have some thinking to do about how we approach the inhabitants. After all, in that case, we would be the invaders, and we don't know how they would react to us. We aren't here to cause trouble, just to check out the neighborhood, so to speak,
the scientist at the screen to his left said, then turned her eyes back to her screen and studied it as it updated pixel by pixel, intent on finding anything she could to prove or disprove the existence of life in the system. 27 hours later, they would know beyond a shadow of a doubt. But the earlier they could confirm or rule it out, the better their position would be.